Cool. If I hit
Hmm.
the start going live on YouTube, I was live on Twitch, I was live on Kick, wasn't live on YouTube. But yes, welcome everyone. Nice to see you. Glad you're all being here. We are going and attending a talk with Rico today, and we're going to be discussing all sorts of topics. Talk about the aliens today. We're going to be talking about the Mitch McConnell mini stroke. We're going to be talking about free speech. We're going to be talking about whatever comes up, right? And I want to thank you first of all for inviting me. And yeah, it's glad to be here.
Hey, it's a pleasure to have you. It may not seem like it, but I am flattered and honored that you would even, entertain me because, understandably, I'm just some random fucking nobody, reaching out to you and being like, "Hey, you want to come on my show?" Yeah, you could have easily just told me that your pound sandwich didn't respond. So I appreciate you. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
And and with that said, good afternoon, evening, or morning, everybody, depending on which time zone you're watching this from. This is another episode of Rendezvous with Rico. And today I have with me, as he just said, I think you said your name, but if you didn't, I have with me WhickTV. If you'll be so kind as to introduce yourself to my audience, like
Sure.
who tell me the quick little synopsis who you are and what you
Yeah.
do.
So I go by Wick on the internet. I host a show called Wick TV, both on YouTube and Twitch. Uh, we usually do discussions or debate format where we bring in people from all sides of the aisle to discuss issues of the day, from the political to the cultural, from the silly to the serious. Last night, for example, I had a debate where Vosh moderated, and I was debating President Sunday and his team on political violence. We've had people across the board from Destiny to Dylan Burns to Anna, Ukrainian Anna, Brianna Wu. So yeah, check us out. That's what we do.
All right. And speaking of President Sunday, that's what it sparked me to reach out to you because I
Yeah,
saw you basically kind of call him out for, I guess, avoiding you or some shit. I don't know. Um, I wanted to ask. I mean, I'm not a drama guy, just to be clear, but I am curious if you feel
sure.
so feel so inclined to share. Like, what is that? What is that? What culminated in that debate last night?
So the catalyst of all this is I made a tweet. It was a joke tweet to be clear, but it was one of those jokes where there's some substance to the joke, where I'm kidding but I'm not. Um, and basically it was attributing a quote to Martin Luther King in a facetious way, where I made a mock play on the "I Have a Dream" speech, basically saying I have a dream that we will be as violent as possible to as many people as possible who disagree with us. Just entirely kind of turning his message on the head just to show the
Yeah,
absurdity of it. People had
I
feelings
I
about
can
it.
I can imagine.
People had feelings about it, and it sparked a back and forth with me and Sunday about political violence and the efficacy thereof. He challenged me publicly to a debate, and then he kept putting it off, putting it off, putting it off. Finally, I was able to pin him down, and we got the actual debate last night. So I can't
Well,
say
I
he's run
need.
away anymore. He actually showed
Yeah,
up. So
good to go. And on that note, I will say, what was I about to say? I'm glad. I look forward to watching the debate. I have it on my watch later because I saw it. I was like, okay,
yeah,
good to
yeah,
go.
yeah.
I mean, that's something I definitely want to watch later. Um, and on the note of the efficacy of political violence, you want to hear my take on that?
I'm very curious. Yes.
Fucking, it goes both ways in the sense of I I will never say advocate for it, but at the same time, it's one of those things that are inevitable if certain conditions are met, right? So if I'm sure you can imagine, like I have to think of a prime example of this. A more modern example of this is I guess if you say the Ferguson riots, not the Ferguson riots, but the riots that happened after George Floyd's death, and with regards to all the people
The
who in that
2020
the
issues.
2020,
Yeah.
yeah, all those people in that time particularly have quite the bone to pick with law enforcement for quite some time, and this is the case all over America, really, black, white, Asian, whatever. Everyone's got a bone to pick with law enforcement, especially black people, with regards to how law enforcement that have treated us for so long,
Yeah.
and gotten away with treating us. And just to be clear on that note, which is an entirely separate issue. The reason why they do what they do, and for as long as they have, it's not exclusively because of racism. It's also because, well, they basically legally can. You know what I mean? They can do whatever they want. The cops can effectively, legally do whatever they want to whomever they want to, and you damn well better believe they have for quite some time. So with seeing the authorities being able to brutalize, fucking pin drugs on people, ruin people's lives or harass them, this, that, and the third, eventually people get fed up, and also murder people, and then eventually people get fed up and they see all it takes is just one more time, and then bam, people blow the fuck up and just start going crazy.
Just real
You know what I
quick,
mean?
my audience
Hit
is
me.
saying you're quiet.
I
Can you
lowered
guys
my
hear
volume
him?
for I lowered my volume for you,
I
but
know.
that
Well,
doesn't.
on my OBS, you're pushing in the red, but you guys, is the audio okay? They'll let me know. But sorry, I didn't mean to
I
interrupt.
raised it a little, but not to the extent that it was before.
Yeah, please. That's fine.
If if it's just do not hesitate to tell me if it's fucking your shit up. Don't hesitate
Okay.
to tell me.
Okay.
But basically, to summarize my point is that if certain conditions are met, like people are oppressed long enough, they see the lack of accountability of law enforcement or whatever or whomever really
Mm.
of people of authority over them, just doing whatever they want to, whomever they want to, with no type of punishment. Eventually, people are just going to snap. You know what I mean? Now, again, I would never advocate for the violence that would ensue. I would never cheer. I would never say, "Hey, aren't you guys sick of these guys pulling you over and over again and dropping you with tickets or fake tickets or just all around fucking your life up every chance they get, bleeding you dry, this, that, and the third. You should go burn that place down." No, I would never say that.
Well,
I have way more
yeah,
moderate solutions to
I
that.
get you. I get you, but the problem is that there are people who absolutely do, who will
Yeah, I know.
absolutely
Oh, I know.
say that no, we need
Burn it
to,
all. They say burn it all down. Yeah.
yeah, like overthrow the system. Let's go. Let's take bash the
And
fash. All these things, right? Like the only good
yeah.
cop's a dead cop, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh God,
There
God, no.
and
All of
so when I'm with you on that. Yes, absolutely, I understand it. I understand it when people who have been oppressed for years and years, who have been brutalized in a lot of ways, targeted and
yeah,
brutalized by the people who are supposed to protect them. I
yeah.
get it, but at the same time, while inevitable, we need to mitigate that as much as possible. Because
Of
let's look at the
course.
BLM. Let's look at the BLM situation, right? They had massive approvals after George Floyd's death. The approval
Yeah,
rate for even conservatives were like, "Oh man, that's really shitty." But
because
then,
it was so unquestionably bad.
yes,
Yeah,
as time went and as people saw the response to it in the unfortunately, what got highlighted was the most violent responses to it, the
of
burning down
course.
of buildings
Businesses and
and
shit.
things
Yeah,
like that. Um, it turned people, and so we got
it turned
stuck,
people to
right?
yeah.
We
We
got
got
stuck, and so my only advocacy here, when it comes to political violence, isn't that it's never okay, because I would cite that it is okay under certain circumstances. My
yeah,
advocacy here is that we have to recognize that it is often counterproductive to what we actually want to accomplish. So if we want to actually get legislative policies through that will fix or at least mitigate some of these issues, the way is nonviolence. That's the most effective way.
and we have nonviolent means of doing that. By the way, we
Absolutely,
have
especially in
like the
America. Yeah,
especially in America. The problem with those people, the burn it all down types, is that they it's a lack of imagination on their part. You know what I mean? That's what I
yeah,
would call that, because if you want to get like the state to act in your favor, you have to bring the state to a halt. Obviously, the first thing that pops in people's brains is, oh, so you mean violence, burn it all down? You mean go to war with the state? I mean, no, we have strikes, we have protests. But basically, I would say strikes will be the most effective because the state has a vested interest in business continuing, right?
boycotts work
And
for that reason too.
boycotts work for that reason
Stayaways,
too.
yeah,
Yeah, they
stayaways where
like the
you just refuse to go to work, right? And
yeah, exactly.
it's really hard to for regimes to stop that too. So that's been a problem not
Yeah,
just in America but in other countries, like when
yeah.
workers just simply don't show up for work.
When the and like
It,
In France, when the garbage truck or the drivers decided to just stop picking up the garbage,
yeah.
you know what I mean? It's shit like that where when people just decide we're done participating in society until you change something, they can't force you to go back to work. They can what they can do and what they often do is basically try to starve you out to see see how long you last. They typically bank on being able to outlast you, which is which was stated with the whole strikes in Hollywood right now by the CEO saying, "Yeah, we're going to starve them out. We will outlast you because we're rich and you're not. You know what I mean? We ain't got to worry about whether or not our bills get paid or we end up homeless. Y'all do. You know what I mean? But again, with well enough organizing and coordination, even those issues can be stymied, and you can effectively bring you hurt them where it matters most. In the you know what I mean, and that's what I advocate for. Violence to me is the absolute last resort. That means we've exhausted all other options up to that point. You know what I
Yeah, to
mean?
use a hyperbolic example, if you got tanks rolling down your street, right, like, and they're like literally lining you up and putting you against the wall, okay, yeah, do what you
Okay,
got to
yeah,
do.
do what you gotta, do what you gotta do. You know what I mean? If that's the case, by all means, you know what I mean. Oh, I will say I do support like I do give a thumbs up to like the de-arrest type deals. Like, 'cause, remember when the cops were fucking rounding up people in these unmarked vans and shit?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
de-arresters. We talked about that last night, actually.
yeah,
I'm
that is the one thing I
hmm,
would find ethically and morally correct in that situation because we're talking about like
in
unmarked
some
vans and shit.
contexts, yes, but in most contexts, I would disagree with you.
In most contexts, yeah, you don't want to impede an officer's in doing their duty because I mean,
They'll beat the shit out of you,
they'll
and
beat
you
the
will
shit out
look
of you, and
bad.
you're not,
Yeah,
and you'll get fucked too. But in extreme, I would say, in the most extreme of circumstances, where it's like the whole state cracking down on people and shit. At that point, y'all, everybody got to come together and just be like, nah, we ain't letting you arrest nobody, type of deal. But
yeah.
again, that's in extreme
It's really
circumstances.
hard. It's really hard because even that is fraught, and this is a problem with violence in general, right? It
Yeah,
only works if you can, at least in the local area, be stronger than the other people. It doesn't
exactly.
work otherwise. You will get your shit pushed in because they are
Oh yeah,
stronger than you.
for
Um,
sure.
I think that when it comes to like de-arresting, the problem becomes is that most of the public, for good or ill, while they have problems with the cops, they generally support the cops, right? They have
Yeah.
all have issues with the cops, but they generally say, okay, yeah, well, we don't want lawlessness, we want stability,
Yeah.
and so we support the police officers. Most people are for reform of some sort, right?
Oh, for
Even
sure.
neocons, but
Eh,
it's the
every conservative I've talked to have said that yeah, they believe that there needs to be some reforms,
yeah,
like legit.
yeah,
You know
but
what I
the
mean? And that's why just to be clear, when I say I thumbs up on the de-arrest thing, I mean that in a moral sense. Like I morally think it's okay in that
sure.
because given the present system we live in and the present way cops go about dealing with people, that's why I give it the thumbs up. And if we got the reforms and
For
shit first,
yeah,
let's say we all the reforms went through and things are better now. If you're still doing that, then you're just kind of you're an accomplice to whatever crime they're committing. But
yeah. Like, what are you trying to like de-arrest someone for? Did this person just kill 20 babies? And you probably
it, it,
let him go, right? Let him
let
go.
them let them be taken. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it's extremely contextual. I do not mean
yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
broad in all circumstances. I mean it's depending on the context. So just to be
Absolutely.
clear
And
on
that
that.
this is the problem with the conversation because it like it's hard to give uh a blanket advocacy. I can only
Yeah,
speak in generalities. Like, and
yeah.
that's what makes it hard because you can always find exceptions to my general advocacy here. And to be clear, my general advocacy is for nonviolence. I do believe morally, right, that violence begets violence. I know
Of
it's a
course.
cliche,
It's
but
cliche, corny as fuck, but it's
it's
true.
true, yes. And so if we want to we have to be the bigger person in a lot of cases, and we have to take the high ground in a lot of cases. But
For
we
sure.
can all, and you would, again, you could concoct scenarios where I would contradict myself. I would disagree with that. I would be like, well, no, in this case, you probably should. Like, for example, individually, right? For DRS, generally against it, but individually, if I knew someone was not guilty of a crime, like I knew 100% they did not
You would go
do.
to bat for them.
Yes, I would stop. I would hide them. I would hide them from the cops. I would keep them away, right? But that's the problem is, in a lot of these cases, they actually are guilty of what they
They are
did. It's
guilty
just
of
the
what they did.
law
Yeah.
is unjust. And the
Yeah.
best way to showcase that the law is unjust is to make the state enforce the unjust law. And then you showcase this is what this law is, this is why it's unjust, and this is what the enforcement is doing to us. And getting arrested, and a lot of people complain at me for this, and they complained last night. It's like, oh, so you're saying you need to like get arrested? Yes. Unironically, yes. That's the best way to showcase the horrors.
I am not a scholar or historian in any context with, and I don't pretend to be. But if there's one thing I understand from what I have read and whatnot, is that that was a deliberate tactic of during the civil rights movement. That was a deliberate tactic. They did what they did, fully expecting to get arrested.
Absolutely.
But again, it was to showcase that we're being arrested for absolutely nonsensical fucking reasons. This is bullshit. This is stupid.
Yes.
And that's what garners sympathy from everybody else who are just like, why are you arresting? He was just sitting there, and you're arresting him for that? Like, if enough people that are not targeted by the law see that the law is stupid, they'll go. Then the people start to go to bat for them. They're like, this is fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely.
And that's what fucking happens. You know what I mean? Well, fucking again, we wouldn't have gotten laws like Loving v. Virginia without people going to bat for an interracial couple and whatnot. It's people because enough people were just like, this is kind of stupid. Yeah, the ACLU, I think it was the ACLU. I can't remember which organization. If organizations like that didn't come to fruition to be like, yeah, this law is stupid. Let's show you. We'll fight it for it. We'll fight it with you. You know what I mean? But again, it takes organized effort. Just individual fucking motherfuckers doing crazy shit is not. It's just not beneficial. You know what I mean? It takes an organized, coordinated effort. Again, that's how we got organizations like the ACLU.
That's the problem, I think, with a lot of today's advocacy is it's not organized. Most of it is just a mess. Messaging wise, it's a mess. Direct action wise, and very specific local areas, there are exceptions, obviously. But when we talk about national advocacy or even statewide advocacy, in a lot of cases, they fight each other almost as much as they're fighting the system. And this is a problem. I hate to do the meme here, but this is a problem with the incentive structure that is put into place. Advocacy is a business these days. Straight up, you make a lot of money.
I mean, it's the Black Lives Matter, the corporation Black Lives Matter specifically, like the organization, how they turned out to because people threw money at them out of the moral support for what Black Lives Matter stood for. But obviously, a lot of grifters took that money and ran with it. You know what I mean? It's an unfortunate truth. That's why it takes a lot of. When I say it takes a lot of organization and coordination, also takes a lot of accountability to weed out anybody who's clearly incentivized by capitalizing on people's goodwill. They exist, and they're not going anywhere unless we weed them out.
And it's harder to do than you'd think, because you want as many people as possible. But yeah, it's a conundrum. I don't know the solution. I wish I did, but I think that it can't keep you from continuing to advocate, continuing to do that organization direct action. But it has to come with your eyes have to be open to the problems that you are going to face and the potential backlashes that you're going to face. One of the reasons the civil rights movement was so successful is because of the discipline and communication between all the different organizations that were working that back then, right? And the iron discipline that Martin Luther King especially on the movement was
and on that note, I want to give one more bit of context for everybody watching. Is the given everything we've said, we have been specifically referring to how to fight back against the state non-violently. The state, now, what Martin Luther King and them back in their day had to deal with was the fucking KKK rolling up on people, rolling up in black neighborhoods, rolling up on people, either intimidating them or outright killing people, including white allies and such. So that's a different type of thing where, in that case, that's where the Black Panther Party came in, armed and showing them like, yeah, you roll up in this neighborhood, you want to fight, we'll give you a fight, type of deal. And that's in those type of cases is where I'm like, yeah, that's where violence is necessary, because this isn't the state; these are just individuals that have organized for the sole purpose of inflicting intimidation and harm upon whatever targeted group. In which case, by all means, organize and fuck them up. That's where I like you, because if you know you can't count on the state to stop them, that's where you
yeah, self-defense. Self-defense is a thing. Is a thing. The problem with that is even that is risky, because you have to do it in very controlled way. So, like, for example, the KKK comes in, rolls up, even kills a few of you. If you go to some white neighborhood or some other neighborhood and start killing people too that you think were guilty, it doesn't help. It's just going to escalate it. Now,
exactly.
If they come to your house and they're breaking in your house, I'm armed. Good luck, right? Like, good luck. But
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is like, don't go looking for retribution by rolling up in somebody else's neighborhood and just gunning down whoever you see. I mean, like, if they roll up in your neighborhood, but your neighborhood is already armed and organized, you're ready to fight them back right then and there. You know what I mean? I don't mean go looking for a fight. I mean, you're ready for the fight when it comes to you.
All good.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
So, hey, I'm glad we're on the same page on that. But now for where we're not on the same page on, and this is what I wanted to ask you, because if there's one thing, and understand, I want to be as charitable as possible, because I usually just say, is that from my understanding with regards to free speech absolutists, is that I don't want to say you mean it in literally any and all circumstances, but obviously I want you to say, I want to hear it in your words, so I'm not mischaracterizing you, attributed ill intent or anything like that. I want you to tell me in as clear a fucking way as you can the degree of which, like, the why you can tell me after, but what's interesting to me is the degree of which you are a free speech absolutist.
So when I talk about free speech absolutist, what I mean is free speech of ideas. So what that means, right, is if you want to advocate for something, if you believe something, if you think something, you should be free to share it, right? You should be free to share it without the state infringing upon you and telling you to shut the hell up, or stopping you, or using force or any kind of coercion or pressure to keep you from doing that. I am not a free speech absolutist when it comes to actions, and that's things like doxing, like child porn, like all these things where you're not advocating for any idea, you are simply putting something out there, right? Like, you're simply like a direct call for violence, right? Like, meet up at this place at this time to go beat the shit out of this person. That's not an idea. You're actually calling to action with a plan, right? So that's what I mean by free speech absolutist. But yes, even terrible, horrible, crazy, disgusting ideas should be allowed to be spoken. So if someone disagrees with me on the direct action thing, I think it's perfectly reasonable. I think it's perfectly allowable to allow someone to advocate to post child porn or to do these things. I think
I can advocate for it. There's a difference between advocating for it versus actually doing it. Obviously, if they win and the law says they can now post child porn, well, that's a different story. But
I would oppose that, to be clear. Like, I would fight them.
You would oppose that, yeah. But the advocacy in its own right, just in a vacuum in its own right, is what you would like. That's fine. In which case, I gotta ask, what is your stance on stochastic terrorism?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think that, like, I actually had a show on this a few months ago. I think that it's a thing that happens, but it's so broadly defined and so misunderstood that it can apply to almost any speech. It's very post hoc. There's a post hoc kind of rationalization of these things, where a bad event happens, and then we try to trace back why that event happened, and so we pick out data points like, well, this person shot up the Q nightclub. I think it was the Q nightclub.
Yeah.
This person listened to this talk show host. This person visited these websites. So obviously they influenced him to do this.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a. I think that might be true, but it's not always true, and it's not true enough to justify stopping people from reporting basically on what they find to be true. So I'll give you an example. The
Right.
Enron executives, right? After the journalists exposed what they had done and the fraud that they had committed and lives that they had destroyed, they got an increase in death threats. They got an increase in attention, negative attention to be clear. The chances of someone doing something bad to them increased dramatically. So was the
Right.
journalist a stochastic terrorist?
That's a good point. On that note, then, for me, I guess to answer that question is, yeah, it's like yes and no. I would say yes because obviously reporting on the thing that they did is what inflamed people to to act on what they believe to be a morally unjust uh, business and
Mm,
whatnot. You know what I mean? But it's definitely, I would say it's not stochastic terrorism because the journalist isn't saying um oh, these people, like the journalists themselves isn't saying these people kill families and destroy people's lives and this, that, and the third. They're reporting on the damage that they've done. The distinction being between the journalists themselves outwardly saying what they're doing, and the thing I think what makes it stochastic though, like a stochastic terrorism, is whether or not it's true, right? So the thing with the journalists reporting on it is that it's they reported it as an objective fact. They have evidence to back it up, this, that, and the third. The problem with a lot of the people who act on the information that they get is that they're acting on bad information, right? Just or misinformation, whatever you want to call it. They're being lied to effectively, like with the whole pedophile groomer narrative. Well, with regards to LGBT people, a lot of people are being told that basically all LGBT people and their allies are pedophiles and groomers. So understandably, someone of course who's going to not like that very much, don't like pedophiles and groomers and want to protect the children, are going to act on that, believing that they're fighting against like legit pedophiles and groomers. You know what I mean? So I think the distinction is whether or not it's the what's being said, reported, whatever, is true or not.
that's
But of course,
yeah.
I know what you're gonna say. It's still, again, what you're giving me that thought is that it'd still be hard to make it like an official legal thing because ultimately it's still the same thing. True or not, you put out certain information, and that's particularly inciting, inflammatory. Somebody out there is going to act on it, and if you held that definition across the board, like just evenly across the board, your reporters wouldn't be able to report on shit that a bad business person or whatever has done because then they'd be guilty of stochastic terrorism.
And that's the problem, right? Is with censorship in general, right? With any kind of mechanism that we devise to try to combat misinformation, try to combat stochastic terrorism, if you want to call it that. Um, these mechanisms will hurt so many people who aren't actually doing the wrong thing. You can look. Uh, so while in
On
the
that,
Enron case, just real quick, in the on the
go.
oh yeah, in the Enron case, they were doing factual reporting. There are a lot of reporters who do opinion pieces, right? Who
Mm-hmm.
so they report on a fact of a thing, and then they editorialize, they add their opinions into the piece. This is something that is actually a good thing, that because I want to hear people's opinions. Like, it's
Of
good for me
course.
to know what the person who is reporting actually thinks. Um, so it's really hard to kind of enforce the truth because we as humans, as a society, are really bad at actually recognizing the truth.
Of
Because what we
course.
think is true today may not be what is actually true. there is a chance, a high probability, that the things that we believe to be today are not accurate, at least entirely. And so that's
Yeah,
why I stand free speech, is because we can't know what is true. And so we have to leave all of our ideas open to be challenged by the public. That
yeah.
it just makes us stronger, it makes us better, and it gets us closer. Doesn't get us there, but it gets us closer to the truth in a lot of cases.
And on that note, with my solution, because as I know, and I'm sorry if it feels like I
Don't
honey
apologize.
potted that I honey potted you in this sense, but my solution is not censorship, believe it or not. It's actually something else. It's legal liability. Like I
Like slap
believe,
laws and things like that.
so it's things like that. I believe that the law that people should be able that the laws currently on the book should be expanded further, um, to allow people legal restitution to go after anybody that's put out information about them that is, counterfactual, just misinformation that is obviously they have to prove it in court that it's misinformation. They have to prove it in court that that it's an outright lie. But I believe that if people were more liable for what they say, like more legally liable for what they say, they'd be a lot more careful about what they're saying. In other words, they'd be a lot more interested in only telling the truth and making sure they're telling the truth, because if they're lying or if they're wrong, they can be held accountable for doing it.
The
You get what I
problem,
mean?
I understand what you mean. I disagree, and I'll tell you why. This is
Yeah.
going to be a mechanism that is used by the rich to target the poor. The poor cannot afford a lawyer. They cannot afford the legal
I I'll stop
restitution
you.
to.
I'll stop you right there, just because I'm gonna tell you right now. I kind of figured that, you know what I mean, because that's been the same as it ever was. Rich people can afford a bunch of fucking lawyers. Poor people can't. That in itself, with my idea, is the implication. And I should have said that, and I'm sorry for not saying it. Is the implication that yes, of course, we need to rectify the whole legal representation of for people who can't afford a lawyer and whatnot. You know what I mean? I feel like that was a given, but I'm sorry for not making that
No, it's fine.
100%
It's
clear.
fine. That's not my only
Yeah, but
problem
keep
with
going.
it, to be clear.
No, 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 go. But I just
But
want to be
that
clear
is the
on that
first
point right
problem.
there.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is the first problem. The elephant in the room, if you will, that we like.
yeah,
Well, the other problem is the chilling effect this will have. If you think something is true, right? If you suspect, but you can't prove it's true, but you suspect it's true, you need or should be able to say that. There's a common saying that don't yell fire in the crowded theater, but that's bullshit. If I think there's a fire in a theater, I should yell fire. I am morally obligated to tell people there's a fire here. There's a fire here. Okay? Even if I'm wrong, and it sucks I'm wrong, but if I believed it to be true, we need to allow that to happen. When we have legal liability for being wrong, right? For being wrong, it's going to cause people to take pause before they speak what they should, in many cases, speak in a very timely manner. And so I
yeah,
think that's a big problem. And because this is, again, has been used historically, anti-slap laws and things like that, or I'm not sure if it's anti-slap laws or slap laws, but the legal liability for uh, slandering and libel, things like that. That's what I'm
yeah,
referring to. These have been used by the powerful to like basically shut people up, and I don't I know that there's a problem with bad actors, snake oil salesmen, people who are just trying to stir the pot, and grifters, etc. But we want to keep that shield strong, because the shield that protects those people, those bad actors, also protects people who are actively trying to bring about the truth.
I get you. It's just unfortunately I can't agree with that, because and
Hmm.
it's just a matter that though that's just a matter of I want to be clear of personal, uh views or morals, whatever, however you want to describe it, with regards to between you and I. Because for me, I I'm not taking a chance unless I'm sure. You know what I mean? I'm not going to see, like, unless I see fire, I'm not going to scream fire. You know what I mean? But and that's how I personally view how things should be. And I want to be clear. This is just my personal morals on this. I am not talking about
Sure.
laws or anything like that. This is my my personal way of going about things. If I don't see fire, I'm not going to yell smoke. There's fire. If I don't see someone if I don't see there's a gun, I'm not going to yell he's got a gun or some shit like that. You know what I mean? I'm not taking any chance because if you get it because it goes into
If you get it wrong, there are
with regards
consequences. Yeah.
it is if you're wrong, there are consequences. It's the same shit how we end up with vigilantism, where people end up being like, "Oh, this person did this, or there's that, this, that, and the third," and then everyone understandably acts on it, and some vigilante goes out and fucks somebody up. A bunch of people go and fuck somebody up. They take there's plenty of people out there that are thrilled at the prospect of taking matters into their own hands, especially if the crime or issue is especially egregious. Um, and I don't want that. You know what I mean? I'm like you
Yeah.
because the problem with that freedom is it opens that door. It keeps that door open where people get it wrong, and the wrong people end up getting hurt or accused of things they didn't do
It is a
or this, that, and
cost.
the third.
Yeah.
It's it's a cost benefit analysis on that one with regards to which one of our respective ways of going about things, obviously reduces harm the most. Basically, at that point, is
It's not just about reducing harm though. There is, I think, at least intrinsically, um, I don't want anyone telling me what I can and cannot say. Like
yeah,
that's another angle which I tackle this from. Like, who do
yeah,
you want to decide what you can and cannot say, or can and cannot hear? That too, because
yeah,
when someone like Alex Jones gets censored, that means that my choice whether to listen to him or not has been removed from me. It
right.
has been taken. Not that I listened to him in the first place. I'm just, again,
No,
when
it's hypothetically.
yeah,
I
yeah,
get you.
when someone
On
is taken away from the public square or the internet or canceled, whatever you want to call it, right? Um, I have lost the ability to engage with that person and to interact with their idea. And I, again, if an idea is bad,
on
we need to be able to interact with it so we can show it's bad.
Well, on that note, the
Yeah.
thing with the with regards to who decides who says what, who gets a platform, this, that, and the third, everyone has a vested interest. Or more specifically, the platform owners
Hmm.
have a vested interest in what's on their platform, right? So if YouTube doesn't want Alex Jones saying what he's saying because it's bad for their business, bad for their brand, for this guy to come on accusing all the Sandy Hook victims of being and the victims and their parents of all being crisis actors and saying it's all fake and such and such. They don't want that on their platform. Then I mean, it doesn't take the government to step in. That's just the private enterprise saying we don't want this on our platform. You know what I mean? A girl, and I want to put it to you like this. And I don't know if you ever seen the show "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia."
Oh, I have. It's hilarious.
Love that fucking show. There was one particular episode that tackled this, especially was the logical inconclusion of like a kind of absolute free speech, where in the way that you describe it, not in a literal,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
pedophilia. You can accuse someone of being a pedophile type shit. No, I mean in the sense that we let anybody in here. What it ends up doing is driving everybody else away because you're going to get bad faith actors. You're going to get people you don't want. Because if you want to attract a certain crowd, if you want to attract I don't know, for example, people between the age of 18 and 24, but you allow it to everybody, and now a bunch of fucking old people show up, and the young people are gonna leave. As an example of the what's gonna happen, like of the incentive structure that motivates people to decide, who's gonna be on their platform and who's not gonna be. They all have an incentive completely separate from government regulation of who's going to be on their platform because of who they want on their platform, or rather who they want watching their platform, or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? So yeah, it sucks that if YouTube and every other platform decides we don't want this guy, now you can't listen to him because nobody wants to platform him. But that's I think that's right and proper. You know what I mean?
I don't know about right and proper, but I'm agreeing with you that they should be able to do that because part of free
Yeah,
speech is freedom of association. So if
the
I
freedom of
don't want,
association.
right, if I don't want to associate or listen to or say something, then I should be free not to do that. My advocacy here isn't one of legality when it comes to these platforms. It's one of you should do this, you ought do this, not you must do
Right,
this.
right.
I think that people out there, you are correct. There is a kind of if you allow certain types of speech, people are going to leave. It's just
Yeah,
true. But this is a, this is true no matter what type of speech you allow. Um,
exactly.
so if if you allow, for example, well, a problem in my Discord to speak of my community, personalize it, is there's been
Okay.
complaints, right, that I allow people to make misogynist jokes or transphobic jokes in my community or have transphobic views. And so women, uh, trans individuals have come up to me and says, well, we don't feel comfortable in this space because you allow these people who have these views to exist in this space. So we don't feel comfortable. We kind of want to leave. And I'm sad that's the case. I don't want them to leave. I want them in my community. But at the same time, as I tell everyone, my community isn't a space for you to feel safe in. It's a space for ideas. And
Right.
if you're not comfortable, you don't have to be there. And I don't, again, endorse
It's
any of
it's
these things.
it's a matter of principle for you. It's not
Yeah,
an
yeah,
endorsement of the things being said. It's just a matter of principles that you are upholding no matter what.
exactly.
The
Or I
problem with
try to.
that,
I'm not perfect
or
at it.
try to.
Not perfect
Of
at it, to
course,
be clear.
you try to, and honestly, we all are, and I hope no one's faulting you for that. It's just you sticking to your principle. It's just unfortunately the shortfall with that is that as you acknowledge,
Some
it
people
does
make uncomfortable. Yeah.
it's it makes people, you know what I mean. It's when you um if you want, again, it just depends on you, right? On who you want around you, who you want in your community, who you want on your platform, and who you want watching your platform. You know what I mean? Have you have to make the conscious effort about who what and who you're cultivating, what kind of community you're cultivating, what kind of audience you're cultivating. You have to make that conscious effort. And if say you let in everybody, you get the misogynists, the sexists, the fucking transphobes, yada yada yada. The people who are opposed to those things are either going to come to you first and be like, "Hey, can you either tell them to stop or tell them to leave?" And you say, I'm not telling them to leave, and I'm not telling you to leave either." Well, then they're just going to leave, and now you're left with the
Some of them
misogynists,
are.
the sexists, and
Some
transphobes.
of
You know
them
what I mean?
are, but the this is the thing is I am cultivating for a certain community. It's the people who also believe in free speech, right? And so the
Of
people
course.
who are there are a actually
In other
I'm kind of
words,
proud of
that
this, if I may. I'm
go
kind
ahead,
of
go ahead.
proud of this that there are more women active in my community than most online spaces in the debate sphere, right? I
No,
have
that's
more
great.
women, more trans individuals, more minorities than most streamers in my sphere, to be clear, like my
Of
little
course.
little ocean.
I
And
get you.
that is because I allow them to also mock and make fun of conservatives as well, because that's
Yeah,
again, I've been in servers where no mockery is allowed, and if you condemn one, you have to condemn the other. But I think mockery is
yeah.
an excellent way to find truth as well. I
I
like
put
mockery. Mockery is good.
No, I get you. I get you. For me, my on my end, how I handle like my server and such
Mm.
is I don't want people shit flinging and fighting each other, right? I don't want conflict. We can engage in ideas, but the second people start taking some, dirty ass pot shots and whatnot, like getting really, really below the fucking belt, type of shit, and this is
Yeah,
where I
most
draw the
people are
line.
uncomfortable with that. Yeah.
Yeah, if someone starts to, it's one thing to be like, because I do have people who disagree with each other here and there within my server, but I made an explicit rule. I'm like, if y'all start fucking, getting real dirty with it, low down and dirty with it, you know what I mean? I'm jumping down your throat. That's why
Yeah.
I said to you at the beginning of this, I'm just like, as long as you don't, to fling shit at me, I won't fling shit at you, because that's the thing. I'm not opposed to insult. You know what I mean? I can take it just as well as I can dish it out. But that said, I don't want them there if I have anything to say about it. You know what I mean? I don't want people
And
at each other's throats and
there
insulting each
that's
other.
absolutely this base. If that's what you are comfortable with, that's what you want in your space, absolutely. But my problem is a lot of people, and this is a personal pet peeve of mine, is when
Hit me.
people say the space as I'm comfortable with has to be every space. So
Of course.
if it boggles my mind how many people have come to me having a problem with an individual. The first thing I ask them, hey, okay, I know this person, you go back and forth, you're getting really heated, and you don't like it. Did you block them? 9 times out of 10, no, they didn't. I'm like, why are you
No.
coming to me when the power is in your hands? It's literally in your hands. You can make a person disappear. You can block them. You can erase them.
That's the beauty of online spaces. You do have that option to just block these motherfuckers.
And that's the wild part to me, is how many people want me to do their job for them, basically. Like, if you don't want someone in your space, you can make them leave. Why are you coming to me with this? And I don't know. $5 from Lawson Harrison to say, it's not my fault, I'm misogynistic. Half is my father's fault and the other half is my wife's. Fair enough.
Oh my God. On that note, fuck you for having super chats. I still don't qualify for that yet.
Why not? What you gotta get? I can help you out, maybe.
I am 1,820 watch hours short of being qualifying for super chat. So I'll be there. I'll get there eventually. I'm gonna keep working towards it.
His ticker's at the bottom of the screen, gang. Go give him a sub. Come back here, but yeah, go give him a sub real quick. Go watch him when you're not watching me. I'll help him out.
You are too kind. But that's just an aside. I was just I'm gonna get there eventually. Damn it. But that said, fucking I get that, right? Like, you could with online spaces, you can just block motherfuckers and they disappear, mute or block, and they disappear.
Yep.
You never have to hear from them again. You never have to see them again. Problem solved. But the problem is, like you said, a lot of folks want the whole of the platform to just get rid of them, right? And the thing is, I don't see that as morally right or wrong. Personally, it's kind of I think it's a morally neutral thing, because again, if you're running a platform, again, like with most businesses and whatnot, like Twitter, YouTube, yada yada yada, they want advertisers. They want that money. You know what I mean? And they want as much money as they can get. And if they're scared, if someone on the platform is scaring the money away, then they have a vested interest in getting rid of the person scaring the money away. But that difference between you and them is regarding priorities. You're not in it for the money.
I kind of am.
Honestly, let me rephrase that. Yeah, of course you are, but it's like, how should I say? Your principles, at least I like to think, if that's kind of the impression you're giving me, your principles come first.
There is a line. Like, if someone brought a briefcase full of 20s to me, right, and it's like $10,000 to ban this motherfucker. Sorry, dude, you're taking one for the team. Like, you're gone. You know what I mean? Like, there is a line. But
all right, I'm glad you established.
I'm just being honest with you, straight up. Like, if someone wants to, like, okay.
I'm not knocking you on that. I feel the same way. I was like, somebody were rolled up at me, offered me $20,000 to tell that person to fuck off. I tell it to them in every language in the world. Like, happily, like, I'm on it. You know what I mean? So I get that. That's fair. You know what I mean? So it's going on to that, is that what I'm trying to say is that everyone has the state has a vested interest in the information that the citizens receive. Private businesses and people have a vested interest in what everyone knows about them or their business, this and the third. It all depends on the respective incentive structures. And for me, it's just, I'm morally neutral about that. It's just, that's just is what it is. And if you want them to change, you have to change the incentive structure for them. You know what I mean? You have to show them either that it's more profitable to side with me than it is with that guy, or we're going to hurt you, not physically, like with violence, of course, but obviously people do
financial pressure on you. Yeah.
Put pressure. We're going to hurt you financially, if that's your priority, of course, if you don't get rid of that person, whatever the case may be. That's why this whole thing, I don't like moralizing it, because it is all ultimately morally neutral, these incentives and such, because that's just how how it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mostly agree with you. I think we're on the same page for most of this. But I would say
Hmm.
that there is a moral element that we have to deal with when it comes to censorship. Um, I do think that on its base, at its foundational level, censorship, I'm hesitating to say it's morally bad, but it's I'm also don't think it's morally neutral either. I think that the tendency to want to coerce, using coercion to shut someone up, is something we should avoid. Maybe morality is a bad word for it. I think that it
If I
leads to
don't,
bad
I put, I
outcomes. Let's say that.
yeah, well, no, sir, not necessarily. Like fucking, I was in
Not
the
in every
military.
case, but
Not in every case, it's case by case.
generally.
So, generally, so you could argue generally. I would say, just I use my military background as an example, right?
Mm.
The whole idea is good order and discipline. Yeah, I mean, we don't want, and of course, we all have secrets, top secret clearances, this, that, and the third. We don't want people spilling the fucking our government secrets out just because we think
Oh
it's
yeah,
morally
OPSEC. Yeah,
better.
no, that's a.
I would take operational security very seriously.
Mhm.
So it's a firm culture of shut the fuck up. You can talk all you want. Don't talk about this. But by free speech. But fuck you. No, you would endanger people if you spread
I
if
think
you.
there's a substantive difference, however, between military secrets. And again,
I
I was a
I I
cryptolinguist in
don't.
the Air Force for a while, so
Oh hell
I'm
yeah.
aware, right?
No, I
Um,
don't. But I don't think there's a substantive difference. I think
what
it's functionally that serves the same purpose.
I fundamentally disagree. I think that, for example, like um, a military secret, like a nuclear bomb, for example, how to build a
Yeah,
nuclear bomb. Let's use a very extreme hyperbolic example. Is a
of course.
fundamentally different thing than someone saying, "Hey, I think, um, I think we should be able to build nuclear bombs, all of us." I think there's a substantive difference between these things.
Well, I mean, that's on a larger scale, though. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It depends on the scale, the harm, this that the scale of potential harm if someone opens their mouth and reveals this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? That's what I think is the substantive difference. Is the degree of censorship should matter with regards to the scale of harm. If it's just, hey, don't tell if I confide in my friend that I cheated on my wife, and I tell my friend, hey, don't tell my wife that I cheated on her. The harm is obviously to my wife and then towards me, and then just the relationship as a whole. You know what I mean? That's obviously that's a much bigger scale. If he still chooses to do it, then that's on him. But you know what I mean? That's a much smaller.
I don't think someone keeping a secret that someone told you in confidence is censorship, though. I don't
I
see
mean,
that as
it is.
censorship.
It is if I fucking blackmail him or some shit, or if I threaten him. If I say if he say I didn't tell him, he found out, right? And I tell him, you tell anybody, I'm going to fuck you up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I don't think I get what you're saying. I understand your point here. I just wouldn't use the word censorship to describe that. That's blackmail. There are other words that we could use to describe this. Censorship is not
But
what's
we,
going on here, right?
we consider you described the ways corporations and whatnot. Earlier, you described the way corporations would not have silenced people, and blackmail is one of those ways. I mean, it's one of those ways they've done it. That's a form of government, not just corporations, governments as well.
Yeah, yep.
It's towards specific politicians, this, that, and the third. Blackmail is in itself is just a different flavor of censorship. It's still censorship. It's you shut like
So when I okay, let me be more clear.
I'm coercing you to shut up. You know what I mean?
I suppose so. I suppose that's correct. However, again, I would say that it's not just scale here that's at play, but it's a matter of amounts of force that they are able to wield. So me, for example, if I didn't want someone in my home, if I was like, this is my home, this is my private business, etc., I don't want you here, right? So I'm going to make you leave. Am I censoring that person? I would say no. I'm simply I'm it's a freedom of association thing, right? Choosing
Right.
not to associate with them, they could go speak elsewhere if they want. They could go shout it out the rooftops, right? But in your example, where you've told someone a secret, they have the secret, you cheated on your wife. Um, you don't want them to tell the secret. Yes, that's technically censorship, but Yeah, I just don't think it's the same thing as when the government tells you not to
Well,
tell
of
this thing.
course, I figured that's what you were going with
Yeah,
regards to
yeah,
the government, with regards to government censorship
yeah.
versus interpersonal
Yeah.
censorship, because that's what this is. We're basically splitting hairs between
And
interpersonal censorship.
even in that example of the personal, like the personal issue of you telling, like, is that moral
Yeah,
for you to do? Do you think it's moral for you to blackmail your friend not to tell that secret
that's
about your
fair,
wife?
and that is what I would consider a morally bad thing. Yeah,
Okay,
that it's not morally neutral
that's.
anymore.
I'm gonna hoist you by your own petard here. That's basically what the government's doing, and that's basically
Yeah.
what these corporations are doing. Is a uh, it doesn't have to be a secret, but there you have information that you want to share, and they're saying if you share this, we're gonna fuck your shit up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, if it's morally bad information, like, hey, we destroyed these people's families, we bombed this fucking civilian's house, this, that, and the third. Yeah, if it's more, at that point, it just comes down to people's individual morals to make that decision whether or not they're going, because the censorship broadly, just as generally speaking, across the board is fine with regards to like government secrets, corporate secrets. This, that, and the third. I think these are morally neutral, but when it comes to things that are morally bad, and which again depends on your own personal morals on what is and isn't morally bad, then that's what makes it morally bad. You know what I mean? Because
It's
if
hard to
so,
engage with though, because basically what you're saying is bad things are bad, and I oppose bad things. Me too, brother. Me too. I also oppose
no,
the bad
well,
things. Yeah, that's true.
it depends on the person. You know what I mean? Some people don't give a
Sure.
shit. If you tell somebody that this corporation was covering up an oil spill and wherever the fuck, some people just they're like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's not morally bad to them. They couldn't give two shits. That's why I say, when I say morally neutral, I mean in that it could go either way. It just depends on the person.
Fair enough.
Not that it is
Got
morally
you.
neutral, just that it could go either
I
way.
get you. I don't take immoral people seriously. Now I do believe in the morality, like objective
Of
morality.
course.
I
Oh, you
think
believe in objective morality.
there are
Okay,
things
that
that
was
are
saying.
definitely right and there are things that are definitely wrong. I don't know all the nuance. There are also neutral things, right? Neutral
Yeah.
exists. But I do think that there are certain things that, regardless of your culture, upbringing, regardless of the circumstances, are simply wrong. Now there could be
That is
justifications for doing those things if there are other extenuating circumstances or larger wrongs that
yeah.
it's messy. But I do
Yeah.
think that, for example, raping someone is morally bad. Like, that's an easy example. If you rape someone, you're an immoral piece of shit. That's
Yeah.
straight up.
Well, but the thing on that, and I was actually gonna make that point. You beat me to it. Um, is yeah, I don't believe in objective morality.
Okay.
However, I do have my personal morals do align with yours on that regard, like regards to rape. You
Good.
know what I mean?
Brave and stunning.
I know. Hot take. I am really trying to really inflame people by saying that rape is bad. Holy shit! But if you, it's there are people who don't see. For an example, actually, um, if I recall, like in Iran, their fucking purity police, or whatever the case may be, believe in raping the women who violate their fucking religious doctrine or some shit, as a means to stripping them of their ability to go to heaven or some shit. That's their belief. They believe it's morally right to do that.
Yeah,
That's what I mean when I say
they're
that.
wrong
They're
though.
wrong, of course. I think they're wrong. I think we both think they're wrong,
It's not that we.
but
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think they're wrong,
you
but no,
but you get what I'm saying,
I do
right?
get what I do. I
You
understand. Well, I think that's why, right? Because I
right.
am sure, I am certain, I have beliefs that I think are 100% morally correct or morally wrong, but I am wrong on that. I am incorrect. I do not trust myself to be an arbiter of entire totality of truth. And that is why I need to allow myself and allow others to challenge even my most sacred, strongly held positions. Someone to be able to come up to me and challenge me on that idea and say, this idea is wrong. Have you heard of 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙?
No.
Okay, bear with me. So 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙
I'm learning.
is a thought experiment that uh, there are three possibilities. Let's call it the trident, right? There are three
Right.
possibilities when someone says something. or has an idea. Okay. The first possibility is that they are 100% completely correct. The second possibility is that they are just wrong 100%. And the third most likely possibility is that they're mostly right or mostly wrong, and there's some,
This
they
is
got some of it
gray
right, some
area.
of it wrong, etc. In all three of those cases, free speech, absolutism, helps things. So, in case you are 100% right, having people challenge your idea showcases that it is correct. You are able to build a robust defense. When someone, for example, tells you or challenges the idea that slavery is bad, it's very important that we be able to coherently argue against someone who is saying slavery is good. We need to be able to support our position. Having our position be challenged allows us to build up that immunity, right? That to build the antibodies against the mind viruses, if you will.
Yeah.
The second possibility is some right, some wrong. Very helpful free speech again, because we can suss out where the right was, where the wrong was, and further investigation of that topic, further investigation of the idea allows us, hopefully, to come closer to the right rather than the wrong. And obviously, if you're 100% wrong, it's really good that you're challenged because, well, you're wrong.
The problem with that is if someone ends up getting hurt or worse killed,
Mm.
there's no undoing that, right? You can challenge bad ideas all you want. The problem is if even one person buys into the bad idea and acts on it and it gets someone killed,
Mm.
there's no undoing that. There's no my contention with regards to the issue with that
Sure.
is basically if we don't stop sorry, if we don't stop people from putting out bad ideas or at least making them liable for the bad ideas they put out, then they will do so freely even while being challenged. And even after fine, because as unfortunately as it is with information, especially in our digital age, bad information spreads way the fuck faster than good information. And that's just an objective fact. Bad information. I remember this old saying is that by the time the bad information, and I'm paraphrasing here just to be clear, by the time the bad information has already spread to like 1,000 fucking people, the truth is still getting his pants on. You know what I mean? Type of deal. You see it all the fucking time where like a misinformation will get like tens of thousands of likes and retweets. Then the correction maybe 100 to 100 likes, retweets, whatever the case may be. Because by the time the truth caught up to the lie, the damage is already done. And if the damage results in someone dead, we can't undo that.
Yeah, that
That
sucks. No,
you
and,
know what
and
I mean?
I'm not being glib here. I'm trying not to be
Yeah,
glib here. But the
no, I
problem
get
is
you.
this sword cuts both ways. When
Yeah,
you have something that everyone believes to be true that is actually wrong, actually factually wrong, and because it's misinformation to challenge that idea, so it doesn't get challenged and no one deals with it, and therefore people die because we didn't have the correct information. Again, there is a danger here in both directions because a lot of what's counted as not a lot, but they're not all things that are labeled misinformation are actually misinformation. I'll give you an example. During the COVID crisis, right? At the beginning of the COVID crisis, Fauci came out and said, "Hey, masks don't work. Masks don't work. Don't bother buying them. Don't bother buying protective gear. It won't help you." He did that, and he admitted he lied later in order so we wouldn't have a run on the protective gear, so that the first responders, the nurses, doctors, etc., would have access to that because they were most at danger. You see the problem here, right? You see the
I
problem
do, but
here.
I had to fact check you on that because I'm like I don't want to. Your example on that is
Hmm.
it just I was like that doesn't sound right to say that he said no mask worked and then come around and admit that he lied. These are some that's also those are
You
pretty
can check
bold
it out.
assertion.
Yeah, go
And I
look it
did.
up. Yeah,
I
don't
looked
take
it.
my word for it,
Up.
gang.
I looked it up and it says false. And this is reported in multiple places, but right now I'm looking at AP News. It said false social media posts are misrepresenting what Fauci said about masks and COVID-19 and omitting part of his response. The nation's former top infectious disease expert said mask initiatives may have a small impact at the community level, but in the following sentence, he said he believes a properly worn, high-quality mask can be effective protection for an individual.
Yeah, but you see how even that first sentence is discouraging people from wearing masks?
But you have to
The
listen to
reported
all of
one.
it. But you have to listen to all of it. And if people decide to clip out the part, that's what I mean when with regards to my point, that when misinformation, when people, by the time the truth catches up, the
Sure.
lie has already fucking spread. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean? By the
just
time,
again, I think it's a
but you're not wrong fundamentally. I want to be clear about that.
I understand.
You're not wrong
Uh
fundamentally. It does cut both ways.
I'm looking at this too. I did this research a while ago, so I don't have it. I'll have to find my sources again. But as I
No, that's
understand it, he actually admitted that actually misspoke. Like he said it. Fauci himself
if
was
he
like,
said
I said
that's
this.
but that's a difference between, hey, I misspoke versus I lied outright. You
Hmm.
get what I mean?
But either way, forbidding his statement from being challenged did damage, right?
And allowing for his statement to be misrepresented did damage. Do you get what I'm
You're
saying?
damaged
It's
either way.
you're
That's what I
damaged
said.
either.
The sword, it cuts
It
both
it cuts
ways.
both ways, and and that's the fundamental difference between us on that
Yes.
is just which side, which way we want to cut. You know what I mean? And that's why I said before that at that point it's fair to just agree to disagree because these are just fundamental differences between us with regards to which way we believe the
I
sword needs to
yeah,
cut.
I'm going to meme a little bit, so forgive me, but yes, I err on the side of freedom and allowing people to say what they believe. I think it's very important, even if someone has a bad belief. If I want to know who the Nazis are, I want to
Yeah,
know who the Nazis are. I don't want them to mask up. I don't want them to be able to or not mask up like COVID wise, but put their mask on, right?
man,
Like I don't
yeah.
want them to
You want
couch
them
their words. I want to be
to comfortably
clear.
show them. Yeah,
Yeah, be clear.
no dog whistles, no fucking plausible deniability. You want them to say outright who they are and
Absolutely.
what they believe.
And I want them to
And
do that so I know who they are. So I
yeah,
know
I
not to
mean,
trust them.
oh yeah,
I
no,
know not to turn my back to them.
of course. For me, the opposite of that
Hmm.
is basically I don't want them to organize in any way. I don't want them to get their message out and attract even one person if it can be avoided. I don't want people susceptible to misinformation to buy into it and then act on it and hurt somebody or themselves. And if there's a way to prevent that, that's where I err on.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
And
again, it's just a fundamental, like
it's a
as you said,
fundamental
fundamental
difference.
difference. Yeah.
Then that's why I'm like, we just have to agree to disagree on that because it's just the difference. Because I don't think either of us are wrong, but one way or another, we have to do one or the other. You know
Which
what I mean?
cost are you willing to bear is the question.
Which cost are you willing
Yeah.
to bear? For me, I'm willing to bear that cost of absolute free speech because I come confident in my ability to deal with whatever the fuck comes my way. I don't want other people, but I would never make other people bear that burden. You know what I mean? I don't want other people unwittingly bearing a burden that they are not capable or prepared or able to deal with in the same way that I can. So my standard is to protect them in the way that I may not need that protection, but
Sure.
other people do.
Yeah, and to kind of respond to that, like I think that historically, it's not people like me that have to feel fear censorship. I
Yeah,
am usually historically been allowed to speak. It's people with a very uh niche religious beliefs. It's
yep,
minorities. It's
yep,
people who are socialists and more on the left spectrum that
yeah,
traditionally have been censored by the state, sometimes
yeah.
brutally. It's one of those things.
Because the state believed at least at the times at those respective times that it was in their best interest in the best interest of the public to do so. Obviously, not always. Sometimes they had just malicious intent in
Yep.
mind, like they explicit, like for example, with the fucking drug war. Where I can't remember who it was. I always forget his fucking name, but someone I think in Nixon's administration straight up admitted that that they couldn't explicitly target the people that they believed as a threat to his presidency. So they had to,
Yeah, yeah,
basically
yeah.
lie, do all these spread misinformation about hippies and black people and shit to justify cracking down on them. So trust me, I get it. It's just a matter of, you know, who's 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 holding the gun, right? Because someone's going to be holding it. That's my
Well,
conviction.
let me
Someone's
ask you
going to be.
directly. I understand. Let me ask you directly though. Like for example, Biden in I think
Right.
2020 or 2021 tried to put together what was colloquially known as the Ministry of Truth. It's a disinformation board that was going
Yeah.
to label information in one of three categories, basically: misinformation, disinformation, or what the lesser known of these is malinformation. Okay, what
Yeah.
malinformation is it's true, but it's released in a malicious way. So, for example,
Right.
if you release 2 weeks before an election that the senator had a drunk driving ticket 15 years ago, that's
Fuck them on that.
malinformation.
Malinformation. That's bullshit. Fuck them on that.
And
If people don't release something the truth, because it's still true. I don't
yes,
care when it's released. Obviously, it's a little annoying if it's released way the fuck when it's convenient for them to release it. But that's more of a personal peeve than it is like of something that's wrong. I was like, as long as it's the truth, that's all I fucking care
well,
about.
this is well the steel
But
man
go
in
back
a minute. To
to
steel man
the
in a
point you were
minute.
trying to make.
To
Yeah,
steel
go
man
ahead.
in a minute. This would also be something like if a trans person went and committed an atrocity,
Right.
right? The information would be released. It would be true, but it would be released in such a way to turn people against trans individuals, which would be a bad thing, right? And so we talked about stochastic terrorism earlier, for example,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
That sounds
that was the fear and the worry and what they were trying to do.
right.
The
Right.
problem with it is
Yeah.
building
Now
this.
I'm connecting
Yeah,
it.
the problem with building this gun, as you want to call it, is that as soon as you do, it's not going to always be in your hand. And
Of
so
course.
my goal is to, as much as possible, nuclear deproliferation. Like take the
Keep the gun
proverbial
out of everybody.
guns
Keep the gun
away.
out of
Yeah,
everybody out of
keep it
everybody's
off the
hand. Yeah.
table. That as much as we
Yeah.
can. I understand that that's an ideal. It is never going to be a 100% reality. We'll never get there, but that is my guiding star. It is what I'm shooting for. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that, and I want to be clear that even though I disagree,
Yeah.
I I cannot say that you're wrong
Sure.
because you are. I 100% think that you're right. It's just for me. It's just that's just what I accept.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's just
Okay.
it's just a part of of the ideal that you have to accept what could go wrong, this, that, and the third. You just have to you know what I mean? Because a lot of people go on like to uh muse on about respective ideas, but don't even factor in the negative aspects, the holes, or this, that, and the
You have to
third
be
in your
honest.
ideas.
Yeah, you have to be
You have to
honest.
be honest.
Free
That's what I'm
speech
saying.
comes with a cost. I'll be real.
It comes
Free speech comes with a cost. My belief is that censorship has a higher cost. That's it.
exactly, and my base
Yeah, yeah, the opposite.
it's
Right.
basically the inverse. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just if you accept it, so long as we're honest about what the costs are, and
Yep.
we are clear that we accept those costs. Honestly,
I would
I
love
think
to mitigate it as much as possible, mind you, but right.
it is what it is at that point. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So I think the free speech debate, I think that went really fucking well. Oh,
I agree.
you
I
agree?
agree.
Awesome.
I always, it's my favorite subject to discuss. It's something I like to talk about, and so you thought we wouldn't have a lot to say on this, but
But it's been an hour and 13 minutes. We had a lot more to say about it than I thought we did.
it's a bigger topic than most people believe it is. There are
Oh
so
yeah.
many angles that we haven't even got to. Like for example, right? We look at the laws. I forget, it was Mississippi, Minnesota, one of the M states, maybe Michigan, where they banned federal buildings from flying pride flags.
Michigan.
Michigan, yes, they
Yeah.
banned federal buildings from flying any flag other than the American flag. Is that a free speech issue? That's thorny because it's not clear, right? Because the government isn't censoring other people; the government's basically censoring itself.
Itself, yeah.
So is that? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. My gut tells me it is, and they should allow it, but I don't know. Right? Like something I'd have to think about
Right.
more.
For me, it's because I know exactly the case you're talking about. It
Yeah,
happened
yeah,
in
yeah.
Amtramck, Michigan. The city council ruled on that. The Muslim controlled city council ruled on that. They banned to ban pride flags from the public buildings and whatnot. And no other flag than the American flag. Um, the thing with that, like you said, it's the government censoring itself. But again, that's just a small local government. The state and federal government, if say they have the foundational belief is that people should be able to fly, the state, the localities and whatnot should be able to fly, fuck my lisp, fly the pride flag, then the city council should have to comply with the higher powers within the city and state. But again, that's an intra-government type issue. So
Federalism kind of debate, and it's
yeah,
because
that
I do believe that the localities should be able to govern
to
themselves to
do
an
to govern
extent.
themselves to an
To an
extent. Yeah,
extent. But for example, I think that when the North sent the National Guard to integrate the schools in the South during that era, I think that was based. I think that
yeah,
absolutely should have happened, right? It's
yeah.
so I do believe in a federal government and a federal state and a federal system, but again, I want guardrails in place to keep it from becoming a tyranny. And so
Of
again, when it
course,
comes down to these minor issues, right? Like we say it's minor, but I'm sure for the locality, if you live there and you
it's not minor to
are,
them. Yeah,
yeah, if you're or someone who is in the LGBTQ community, it's probably an issue for you, right? Like it's
yeah.
probably a
But if
bigger
and
issue.
and if
So
and if you're a conservative who doesn't want to see that flag, and then the state comes down, state or federal government comes
mm,
down and say, no, you will fly the flag, the LGBT people will be happy, but the conservatives won't be.
yeah,
Somebody's
whatever.
not going to be. Somebody is not
True.
going to be happy by the end of this,
Yes.
and it's
Should you
on
be
a
compelled, right? Should you like free speech includes protections from compelled speech. So that's the
yeah.
question. Is flying a pride flag by in a government local government is that compelled speech? That's going through the courts. So we'll see.
Yeah, go to the court. Let them decide on that. And even then, it still comes down to the person's personal biases and morals in the matter.
Yep.
The judge, because the judge and jury ain't unbiased fucking arbiters. They have their own personal
True.
beliefs.
True.
So it's ultimately somebody is not going to be happy by the end of this.
Dude.
There is no middle ground here. Somebody's not going to be happy.
Can I ask, and I know this is an aside, this is a
No,
different
go ahead. Go
topic,
ahead.
right? Are you what's your views on electoralism? Do you vote?
Yeah, I always vote.
Okay,
Always.
okay. Just making sure there. I guess the follow-up question to that would be what do you think is um biggest issue that Democrats should focus on for the upcoming election? Oh, I should ask, are you a Democrat or a Republican?
Democrat generally, yes.
Generally, fair enough.
I'm a policy guy, so I
Okay.
personally don't give. It's all about the policies. I don't give a fuck about the parties. I understand we live in a duopoly, blah 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 blah. I support whoever supports the policies I want,
Which
and
are?
generally Democrats. Yeah.
Okay, generally Democrats,
Oh
yeah.
well, no, which policies are anyone trying to raise the minimum wage, they'll get my support. Anyone trying to implement some kind of expansion to Medicaid and Medicare, they'll get my support. Anyone
Based.
try if anyone's trying to gut the VA, fuck them, Republicans.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how that's how it goes. It's a matter of policies. If Republicans came out supporting those things, I'd support the Republican Party. I have no loyalty to the party. I have loyalty to the policies that I want.
Interesting. No, I like that. I often describe it as myself as a buffet politician, right? I take a little from this
Right.
table, a little from that table.
Yeah.
I'm not a team sports guy. Um,
Nah.
yeah. So to get your vote, or what do you think in order to be successful? Because again, it would be weird of
Well,
me to
to
say I'm
answer
not a
your
Democrat
question,
because I generally am Democrat. What do you think is the policies that the Democrats should focus on? Like, what do you think they're doing
it's
right? What do you think they're doing wrong? Yeah. Curious.
bro, it's not even policies that they're doing wrong. You want to know what they're doing wrong and
Please.
has been a problem for the longest fucking time? These motherfuckers have no presence. Like, use my play. I would use my county for an example, right? The Democrats basically don't exist until election day. It's until very close to election season. You'll see ads for the Republican candidates and then hit piece ads against their Democrat opponent all year round. You'll see Republicans here doing this, that, and the third, and the Democrats don't show up till the end. And I've having worked with the Democratic Party, I've asked them about that. You know what I mean? Straight up, just like, what the fuck is like, where are our politicians at? Where are our people at? And the people I worked with express the same frustration, but it comes from the top down where they're like, yeah, no, we're gonna do things this way, and that's it. No one make any move without the upper echelons giving the thumbs up. So no one's doing anything. I'm not exaggerating.
I'm trying to suss, like, I'm thinking this through live, real time. The only benefit I could see for them, the only reason I can see them saying that is they don't want unforced errors, right? They don't want someone going out and fucking up, and then they have to deal with that shit. But I think that's probably the wrong move. And you were in the military, right? This was a big problem in the military, right? Like, it rewarded people not doing shit. Because if you did shit and you fuck shit up, you would get your ass blasted.
Oh yeah, and no one wants to be the one to have fucked up.
Exactly. So no one does shit. So
no one does anything, and nothing gets done, and we're just fucked.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yes.
And that's
my biggest issue with the military. It's one of the reasons I left is because I look. I would rather people go out and try and be proactive. And yeah, fuck ups happen. You mitigate them, but you deal with it, right? Then this cover our ass, this kind of corporate bullshit.
Man, all it is ass covering from the top down. All it is ass covering. It's infuriating. Like no one wants to take any chances. It's all ass covering and PR bullshit. Absolutely. Fucking hell. Oh, and I wanted to say to you earlier, one of the jobs I did in the military was cryptographic navigation systems.
Interesting.
So that's when you told me you did cryptographic linguistics. I was like, oh shit, another crypto nerd. Hell yeah.
A little bit. I wasn't very good at it, so I became a crew chief after. I did it for 3 years, and then I was 3 years of a crew chief. I worked on the KC-135s, isochronal inspection. I would take them apart, put them together. So I got to see both ends, and the only, it was very different worlds. The intelligence world versus the maintenance world, very different worlds. But the one thing they did have in common was this hesitancy to actually do anything. It was.
Bro, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing either back in the day. I was just like, what the fuck does any of this mean?
Yeah.
Whatever. Put this here. Okay, cool. On the bright side, like none of my shit ever got wide coded. So I'm happy. None of my gear got kicked back. I'm proud of that. But I'd be lying to you if I said I understood what the fuck any of that shit did and to what extent it did what it did. I just understood the tolerances and to know whether or not it's fucking working.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's one of those things, man.
So hey, this has been I would say a great fucking conversation. We could definitely move on to the funner topics like the aliens thing.
Sure, if you like.
Yeah. So, what's your take on the fucking aliens?
Look, if it's, I'm gonna yuck everyone's yum here. I'm gonna be a buzzkill, man. Aliens, they might exist, but they haven't visited Earth. They aren't like coming down and crash landing in the desert for us to find and dissect and to keep in a bunker thousands of miles beneath the Earth's surface or whatever. No, that's bullshit. It's just, I haven't seen anything at all compelling to suggest that it is. And then you have to think about, well, even if there's no evidence for it, but you still believe it, why would this happen? To what end or what purpose would an alien travel light years to peep into farmers' windows and probe them?
I don't. Yeah, there's just no logical reason. Even if I try to put my feet in the shoes of an alien, I guess, to understand why any of that would even happen. But on that note, my favorite political comic I saw years ago after Trump, it was a couple months or a year or two after Trump was elected. I don't remember the exact time span. But my favorite fucking comic was somebody was like, they realized something and were sad about it. Then their partner asked them, like, what are you so sad about? He said, if aliens were real, Trump would have already fucking fed it to everybody already.
Yeah, he wouldn't have sat on that information.
He wouldn't have sat on that. He absolutely wouldn't have fucking sat on that. No goddamn way. If like real, true blue fucking aliens existed, he'd have been the first motherfucker talking about it.
Man, okay, my chat's being weird. Nephilim exist. Angels had offspring with humans. What? What are you even talking about? Like, why would an angel fuck a human? Like, why?
Why? What do we got? Why would they like downgrade from that holy pussy
to
to
this unholy mid earth, right? Like
yeah, like what? I
dirty,
don't see the
dusty ass, crusty.
wait. Maybe because there are humans with like who are like into bestiality and shit. So maybe some holy beings that got a fetish for humans.
Possible, man. Look, it's possible. This is the thing. Like, I can't disprove that there are aliens, right? And if it
Right.
came out tomorrow and with definitive proof, if aliens descended from the sky, I'd feel really embarrassed for my take today. I'd be like, oh shit, like man, I really got this one wrong.
I'll eat my words.
Yeah, but I don't know. Safe money's on my. No, they're not they're not fucking with it. And if they do get here, it's not going to be with good intention. Like if
God,
if
no.
they take the time to travel light years, right? The amount I think we underestimate the amount of technological superiority that would
It will
indicate.
take to, yeah.
Yeah.
They would just be here for our resources and nothing else.
They may
I
not
can't
even notice us, right? Honestly. They may like you've read Ender's Game?
Of course I have.
Yes, that was the whole kind of plot. Is they didn't even know, right?
They didn't know.
That we were sentient. They thought we were just bugs, man.
Exactly. So it's a fascinating thing to like. Don't get me wrong. It is a fun thought experiment. It is
Sure.
fun to think about and muse about. But if I'd have put my money on like really happening, it'd be
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Like the truth is boring. It's so much more exciting to believe in the conspiracy, and that's why I think a
it is.
lot of people like believe in conspiracies because it gives you a sense of adventure, of narrative,
Mm-hmm.
of purpose. But the cold, hard truth is
It's
that
boring as shit.
most things happen for the are just weird, random reasons. And while there is some push and some pull, there is no shadow conspiracy government pulling the strings
Yeah.
across all the nations.
I wish our government was as competent as conspiracy theorists in movies make them out to be. I really wish our government was as efficient and competent as they make it out to be.
It would be yeah, it would be, it makes for exciting stories. Like I don't want to read a story about real world stuff. I want to read a story about the fiction that they think we live in. I think what I want Netflix to do, okay? What I want Netflix to do is to release a flat earth like biopic where basically it's a narrative, it's a story set in the flat earth, right? In this ice wall with people adventuring and having these adventures. That would be fun. It would be cool. It would be interesting, and I would follow that story. I would eat popcorn and watch that shit. But life ain't a storybook. Life ain't a video game. Life ain't a Netflix movie. And I think that one of the problems today, and I harp on this a lot, and excuse me for ranting a little bit, but one of the problems today is the proliferation, ease of access to all this media. We have it so easy to just indulge ourselves with all this junk food, basically, and it's leading us to, it's warping our sense of reality in a very real way.
Oh, yeah.
Warping our sense of reality.
For sure. And the last things I gotta go in a little bit.
Yeah.
Is like how'd your chat like our talk? How'd they
did you guys like it? I've been looking at chat much, right? You guys like it? We had $5 from 𝕾𝖎𝖙 to say make fun of him for having less subs. Okay. Yeah. Less sub having motherfucker. Okay. There you go. $5. I'll do that. Less sub having mother. Man, you're lucky I even responded. Me with my 4,000 subs over here talking to a little 1,000 sub Andy there. No, that's bullshit. Look, I'm gonna be real with you, gang. The best takes are from people with small accounts because they don't have to sensationalize and they don't have to appeal to their audience. They can just be honest.
They haven't succumbed to audience capture yet.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Yeah. Thank you for the gift subs, by the way, and I appreciate it. I see it. So.
And then last thing, do you have any last questions for me?
Ooh, oh, now here's one. Right? Would you ever be willing to come on kind of a debate format panel? I would love to have your kind of perspective on some of my shows sometimes.
Absolutely. I will say one thing, because I need to work on it. Right? I get anxious. If I don't take my ibuprofen, I get a headache and anxious when I'm talking to more than two people at the same time. It just fucks with me.
Okay.
But I want to get better at it. I'm not gonna get better if I'm not gonna flex that muscle if I don't try. So I can't guarantee that I'll be as good as I've been right here with you, with just this one-on-one. But I will try my best. Believe that.
I'm
So
always
by
looking
all,
for new voices, and this has been a engaging, excellent conversation. And I think it would be good content to put you in a room with some of the people I deal with on a daily basis.
yes, I would love to, and
Beautiful.
vice versa. My offer is to you as well. If there's anything you ever want to talk about, you say the word, I'll have you back on. You know what I
Sure.
mean? That this no, I no, and it's my big thing is talk to everybody, no matter the issue. If there's something that you got a lot of shit for with other people, that for some reason you feel like you just can't have a productive conversation with anybody over there, my door is always open to you.
Got you. Okay, well, where can people find you? Can you tell my audience where they can go and check you out?
Yes, you can find me at Rico Rants. All right. And let me be clear, Rico Rants, not Rico's Rants. That's another guy. He's cool. I've talked to him about this, but he's cool. He's a movie reviewer guy, but he's cool. But no, not Rico's Rants, Rico Rants. That's it. I do gaming streams and talk show episodes where I have on guests and whatnot. And any of you in the audience, if y'all have enjoyed my talk with him, y'all are welcome to come talk to me too. Like, I really want to stress that I talk to anybody, regardless how big or small they are, regardless of the issue, and anonymity is respected. So if you don't want to show your name and face, you ain't got to.
Beautiful. Thank you again, and I'll be reaching out. For now, though,
Yep.
peace out.
Peace.
What a wonderful conversation, gang. What a beautiful conversation. Here, let me switch over to the Discord. Boom, boom, boom. Give me a moment. Bear with me, gang. Okay. Camera on. And let me edit it backstage there. Work out of the way. Do you guys like the show? What did you think? Did you enjoy the format? Did you enjoy the talk? What are your thoughts here? Again, he reached out, he wanted to have a conversation. Why not, right? Looking to expand my content a little bit, right? Looking to expand my format. So why not? Now you're going to talk to him more on, but that's okay. Well, let's see if she's available. I hope she is. Bum, 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 bum. You coming? There's an invite to my server. Jump backstage. Ninetails, are you here? Are you around? WokeScolded time, boys, goyles, and non-binaries, right? I hope she didn't forget. I told her about 7-ish. I know it's a little late. But, yeah, just hop backstage when you're ready. We'll bring you on. $20 for whatever it takes. Problem with the Democratic Party is their ethos is changed through federal control rather than on the community level. Not only is the one never going to happen, but it also doesn't appeal to a large portion of the populace. True, actually. We need to focus on locality. I think that the Democrats ignore it to their peril. We tend to focus mostly on state and federal elections, and that is a mistake. Local elections absolutely matter. Ninetails, you're in the wrong room. Let me bring you up. Boom. Hear me. Hello, you're muted on your end. Give it a moment, gang. They'll get it. Hello? Can't hear you if you're talking.
Hello?
Oh, excellent.
Hello?
Do we get to see you today? You got a camera for us?
1, 2. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Now I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Give it a minute, gang. Okay, we'll get this sorted. Don't worry about it. Temperate Takes, thank you again for the $20. And gang, if you like this show, if you're enjoying the content, please consider subbing. Please consider super chatting. Please consider supporting the channel. Be very helpful. Follow if you haven't yet. Like and subscribe if you haven't yet. I'd really appreciate you. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. I got it.
Okay, excellent. Good. Do we get to see
It's
you
been
today?
a while,
You got a
so
camera?
everything's a little bit
Take your time.
patched together right now.
Fine. Do you have a camera for us?
Can you I do.
I prefer it.
Yeah, okay, so you're just gonna have to give me a minute because
your
I
time.
hadn't fully set it up. And
Yeah.
it's a little complicated.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm willing to wait a little bit. It's just I like
I
to
can
see people's
narrate my
faces,
journey.
right?
So right now, what I have is a Raspberry Pi that I have a camera hooked up to, and I have the cord that I need to power it, but I can't reach the adapter right away. So what I need, and I'm using the other cord for my microphone. I can unplug my lights temporarily and then just untangle those cords and bring them back.
Sure.
Then I bring this up here. Perfect. So I put that actually right next to the Raspberry Pi, which is on top of my computer. Because there's actually a ribbon cable that runs between the camera and the Raspberry Pi. It's not a cable most people deal with.
This is all Greek to me, by the way.
Well, Raspberry Pi is like a mini computer. It's like the shape of a credit card. It's very cheap actually, and it likes to run Linux.
Okay, I believe you.
So now it's connected up to my capture card, which I believe is still running. So then I bring that up actually in the camera view of my and I'm getting a very bad error message. Okay.
If it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work.
I can try one thing. There's one thing I
try
can
one
try.
thing. Yeah, but if that doesn't work, then we can.
Too.
Then
you
we
just
can
didn't
stop.
stop me from narrating, so I just started narrating. I've been working on that as like someone who wants to do gaming stuff. Okay, so I have my cards for it. I think I took the card out. The card has like the operating system, so unplug that. I don't have a power switch for it.
Alas. Well,
this mic has been doing a good job like canceling out the noise of me handling it.
That's your audio levels are excellent. Yeah, we could do this without camera. If that's what it is, it's what it is. We fuck it, we ball, okay?
Well, okay, here's the thing. You blindsided me a bit because when I went into the other chat, I was going to be like, okay, don't throw me in. I'm just going to get my camera set up. But I didn't even have time to say that.
Well, in the other chat wasn't where you're supposed to be. Backstage was where we go. And so I thought you had entered the wrong chat, like by accident.
I was just going to say hi to some peeps.
Fair enough, but right. We are live, by the way, right? People can hear us. And
that's why I narrated my experience, so it could be just slightly more entertaining.
Okay, well...
I could also sing. I've actually been practicing my singing voice.
I'm going to take you
I
up
picked
on that
the right
later.
card. I had a 50% chance of picking the wrong card there, by the way. Okay, right. I have to do one more thing, which is hook up my mouse into the other thing. Actually, no, my keyboard. And just follow the keyboard cord back to the right thing. This is what happens when you do not streamline your approach and you made it mostly yourself. But it has some advantages. Like if I ever want to write code for my camera, I can just do that.
Beautiful.
Oh, God damn it. So my keyboard's a little messed up, so I got to switch that over. Okay. And then all I do is I actually just run a little terminal program it's usually in memory. So I press up. Actually, I change one thing first because the settings are off and it's going to be all flipped. And then I can tell Discord to look at that camera. No, I got it wrong.
Well, it is what it is. Here we are.
We are here and we are almost there.
Okay. In the meantime.
Okay, it's not focused. So here's the fun part. I haven't focused the lens, but I can show
I don't
you
care.
me focusing the lens.
Beautiful. Do it. Put yourself on screen.
It should be there. There it is.
Easy peasy. Beautiful. We can see
It's
you,
been a journey. It's been a journey.
but we have arrived. Our destination.
Okay, so the problem is I need something that's relatively where I am, so I'm going to put my door there, and you guys are going to have to look at my door. Say hi to my door.
Okay.
Oh, my chair's there. Okay, so I'm in, and which way's out? Out is this way.
There
There
is
it
no
is.
out. We are here until we deal with this
cool.
issue.
Yeah. I have notes. I took notes.
I am ready for your notes, but if I may, just introduce the topic and introduce you, and then we can kind of get into it. Are you ready?
Are you going to introduce me, or am I going to introduce me?
Well, I want to kind of give my narration of why we are here today.
Okay.
If I may. Excellent.
I
So,
trust you, Wick.
I appreciate that. So, Twitter, where discourse goes to die, I was making some statements, having a talk. I forget what I was talking about, but Ninetails came on. And Ninetails expressed to me dismay that I am platforming the wrong people, that I am not showcasing the right voices, that I am basically... The implication that I got from it is that I was doing harm by the way I ran panels, or that I was doing a disservice to the discourse by the way I ran panels. So I invited her on today to talk to me about it, and to we can have a discussion about what she thinks I'm doing wrong, what I can do to fix it, and maybe we can hash something out. But I wanted to give you that space to criticize me directly, right? And to have your voice heard. Because, as I said, I think everyone does deserve a voice. So, Ninetails, here we are. Here you are. Let's talk.
Wow. So first of all, very embarrassed by my lighting. So if anyone wants to make fun of my lighting from this, you are right. Okay. But that also, hopefully that takes away the power from them making fun of me. I'm Ninetails, failed streamer, trying to get a leg up again. Probably my biggest mistake was actually just going ham in your server against certain people who I didn't think at that moment, unfortunately, was worth following the rules for. So that was my bad. I also want to say, like, some of the discussion when I read it back came off or it didn't come off because I know what I meant, but could have come off as me saying that certain people aren't real leftists when you've had real leftists on, and I'm not discounting those people. I love them. They're often very great. So I'm not discounting them whatsoever. And then thirdly, Wick, I do need to apologize to you. You've been mostly great as a person. You are a wonderful person to deal with, and you've been pretty accountable to the things that I've said, I think.
Mostly, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm not perfect.
Maybe not
but fair
so
enough.
much in action, but then again, I'm not the police, so that's fine. So I've been probably more critical of you than, not that you deserve, but then I've been like a human being to you. So sorry for that.
Well, no, there is no need to apologize. If I thought you had done something beyond the pale, or I was personally offended, I would have hashed that out with you. I'm not personally offended at what you've done. The reason you were initially banned from my server was because you broke the rules. But I'm not here to hash that out specifically because, again, I have removed myself from the moderation for the most part. I do put my fingers in the pie now and again, but I let my admins and my mods deal with that. But we're here to talk about my panel shows, my stream.
Right. I just wanted to get through that.
Yeah, that's fine.
It helps set the tone for things that I'm not necessarily on the attack. I think that there are things going to the wayside. Pardon me. Specifically, like, we hear a lot of discussion now. It's almost like become common parlance to say, the discussion spaces have gotten to be really toxic, to the point where people who go on Twitter feel worse about themselves than they leave. I've actually had some wonderful interactions on Twitter lately because I've been trying harder to cultivate a more positive interaction just for myself more than anything. And that does change the way you interact with people, but surely things get heated, and that's happened to me even recently. So, um, when I see a lot of panels come up, topic wise, I tend to watch them based on like me wanting to see the discussion
Okay.
go in a way where things can be explored. And the reason is that a lot of times topic discussions can be speaking about a group of people who are otherwise silenced. And this to me is like an important element of discussion, is that if like, it's one thing to claim that you're entertainment, as Dylan Burns did. Although I think if you're going to also say that you're trying to be a centrist, that kind of conflicts with the entertainment notion as well. But we can get into that. My main problem though is I don't think your space is inclusive.
Are you talking about my Discord space or my panel space?
More so the panel space,
Okay.
and particularly, it seems that once people reach that level, there's a certain there's a level, you start fighting over people more as a marginalized person to be able to speak about yourself when the topic is something that you have experience with.
Can you give me an example of a panel that I've done recently, maybe in the last few months, that you could point to that we could?
You have asked the worst person for providing examples from memory.
Well, I mean, like, this is your
Can I give a
this is your
generalized
assertion.
example just
You
to give?
can, but just let me get this out, and then you can give me the generalized thing. But you asserted, right, that you don't think my panel space is inclusive. So in order for me to grapple with that and discover whether or not your assertion has any merit, it would help if you did have kind of an example, right, in your pocket you point to.
Right. Well, I am responding to a generalized thing more than
Sure.
a specific thing, of course. And so, there have been panels that I've been on about trans issues where I'm the only trans person. And, there might be one or two people there who I'm happy to be on the panel with. But even then, when I'm the only trans person and there's three other people there against that, all they're going to do is pretend like I have no weight in this discussion. I'm just going to tell you right now, that's what happens. And the moderation of the discussion never really says, well, look, Melanie's probably gone through this. We have to get to her. And the problem is that as a trans woman, I'm not exactly as well equipped. I don't know if you've ever come across the idea of trans misogyny, to scream over these people.
Can you elaborate on what trans misogyny is, just for my audience? I think I know what you mean, but I want to make sure.
Well, I mean, it does have a lot of the same facets of misogyny, of course,
Sure.
where like you're being reduced, you're having what you're said reduced because, like, oh, that sounds crazy or whatever, instead of somebody actually addressing it like they would with a fellow bro. And this is presumptive, right? But this is also like, there's very little other things that explain why, when I've been as reasonable and prepared as possible in explaining things, not on your Discord server, I've
I was about to
been a
say,
total
but
bitch in there.
go ahead.
Sorry for people who don't like that word, but as far as being descriptive, I was a bitch in Wix server. Okay. But to be more serious, it's like, I think if you're going to say that your panel is inclusive, then you have to ask yourself what barriers you're providing to the people who, you're trying to include, right?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. My question, it's not really an issue, but my question here is it just a natural barrier of the space in general, right? So what I mean by that, in a format where there is 4 to 6 people, 4 to 8 people in some cases, right, all vying for space in a discussion, it is hard for me to know in the moment who is going to have the more interesting takes and the more educated takes, because everyone comes there, well, most people come there claiming, I have the truth, I have the solution, I have the know-how. And so until you actually make your case, I don't know what should be given more weight or not. And I do not think that I should be putting my thumb on the scale to preference one person, my preference is for everyone to get as equal as a shot as I can, right? So I know it's not perfect. I'm never going to be perfect at it, but I want to give people as equal airtime as I can kind of fit in. There's some people who are a struggle to have on because they just dominate. They suck all the oxygen out of the conversation, and I know I have to kind of rein them in a lot. But there are some people who come on who don't have anything to like. They have good points, but they're very, very quiet, and so I have to kind of carve out space to make sure that they get a chance to speak at all. And so it's kind of like this. I don't know if it's fixable or a solvable problem, if that makes sense.
Well, okay, so it might seem from a distance like what I'm suggesting is solving the problem of inequity purely by the means of disproportionate representation. And I do have notes about representation on here in case that we ever get stumped on what to talk about. But so far it's been going pretty smooth, and it does bring me into something I did have written down, which is, should you maybe value certain people's opinions more than others? Because I know that you said that you're going for equality, and that's certainly one way to go.
Try.
But
I'm not perfect at it, to be clear, but that my goal is to be clear, right? Just so we're on the same page on where I'm at, is I want to give as many views a voice as I can.
right, but so okay. Here's what you have to realize though, is that you can't platform all views. It's kind of like trying to have your cake and eat it too. And I'm asserting this, and I don't expect you to see it my way right away, because it's pretty complicated to explain. But this is why a lot of, critical theory from the left talks about intersectionality, because the fundamental fact of it is, like, let's say, if if I am trying to pick a panel space that I want to talk on, yours is right now probably one of the bigger ones, and I see that transphobes on there aren't getting pushback, and I don't feel confident in myself to push back on that. I'm probably not going to try. Now, when I entered this space, I was loaded with confidence. So I took on the trans athletes in sport debate first time. Uh, and that was on I'm not talking about your space. I'm talking about debate in general. But not everyone's like that. And I guarantee you there are a lot of trans people who you could be having on your panels right now if they weren't already like thumbs on the scale, safe space for transphobes. This is what I've heard from their mouths.
This is a problem here, right? Is that I'm not here to prop up weak argument. If your argument isn't strong and it gets exposed as not being strong on my show, then that's the risk we take by entering the arena. There is a risk to this. There is a risk to having these discussions, is that you will lose, right? There's a risk that you'll look a fool, right? What I do offer is the chance. I offer you the chance to come on. And again, I'm not perfect at it, but I try to balance the scale. So I try to have equal weight of rhetoric skill, speaking time, etc., on both sides of the issue. It's a messy thing. I'm never going to get it at 100%, but it is something that I strive to do. And I don't think that can you convince me? And I'm going to give you this chance to convince me. Convince me why that's not the approach. Convince me why the approach that you're advocating for is a better approach.
I am going to try to do my best to not put this in like I have the right opinion, right? So,
I mean, if you think you do, though, right? Like you think you know a better way. I want to hear your better way.
Well, this isn't just my opinion. This is something that is talked about broadly.
You are the representative of it
represented
tonight.
Well,
yeah, you're the representative of it tonight. So,
see, this is really hard, and this is why I wanted to talk to you on this rather than in Twitter, because, and I'm not going to say I have an easy answer, because I think in a way that applies a grand narrative, and I'm actually a postmodernist. So So I don't believe in grand narratives. What I will say though is that I think you have to make a choice, and that choice is, well, who do I want to give the upper hand to if I can't avoid that? And is it going to be the people who have always had overrepresentation in society, whose ideas are this close to being normalized if picked up by, like, you know, the right amount of white people? Sorry, I shouldn't bring race into this. I'm just
It's okay to
there's
bring.
always a part of me that's jaded.
If you think
So
race matters here, then absolutely bring it in.
well,
I'm
let's
not
take care
against
of race,
bringing in
gender,
race or identity into this. Let me read a few super
sexuality.
chats before we go on, if you may. I do need to make money. $2 from 𝕾𝖎𝖎 TV. You're not inclusive. Also, don't platform others. 𝕍𝖎𝖙 for $5. There's a severe underrepresentation of what I want to hear on your panels. Sort it out. FFS for fuck's sake, Wick. We need Indians to talk about Ukraine and protests. 𝕾𝖎𝖎 for another $2. She's an idea-phobic, inclusive-phobic, max-phobic. And Testicle Johnson's for $2. Wick, please watch your microbe. Thank you for the money, gang. Keep giving it to me. But no, back to you, Ninetails. Sorry for the interruption.
I see what you're doing. You went through those knowing that I needed as much time as possible, and just was like, I'm going to put her on the defense. This is my chance.
Is
Just
that the
kidding.
defense? I'm
Well,
going to
yeah,
prioritize
now I'm
the
like,
people who pay me to speak. First of all, I want to put that on the table. If you give me money, I will prioritize what you're saying.
well, now that I couldn't fix my lighting, you do have the upper hand. No, just kidding, of course. So did you have a question? Because I
I
finished
do
on
have a
assertion.
question, actually. Right, I do. What is non-inclusive about my panels? Because I've had trans people on my panels. I've had panels with a majority of trans voices on there. I've had panels with a majority of minority voices on there several times. Not every time, because one of the things I do try to do is get new people on. Like, I want new voices. People haven't heard from them, and they're just more white men in this space, and than there are otherwise, right? That's just the fact, right? And so again, yeah, most of the people who are going to be on my channel are white men, because most of the people out there are white men, and it's just is what it is. But I do actively try to give space to people who are minorities speak. I absolutely do. Do you contest that?
Not in like on its face. But here's the problem: is that when we address these issues on the face, then the intersectionality of these problems gets lost. See, a lot of people think intersectionality is like interconnectivity, right? It's the things that are supposed to link all these things together. Well, that's interconnectivity. Intersectionality is starts with invisibility. So trans people are largely invisible. I know it doesn't seem like that, but to be honest, the visibility that trans people have is not ideal. It's very liberal and cisgender focused. The gaze through which we're viewed is not totally trans inclusive by society. So this doesn't just start with you. Don't get me wrong. What I'm asking you to be is not a part of the problem. And the problem here is that as much as you think that what you're doing does provide access to trans people, I've already explained one way how when you have the stochastic possibility for a panel where like a transphobe can speak their mind and not receive adequate pushback, not from life experience or not from people who actually research this stuff. And I'm not saying that, I know how much you have or haven't allowed that, but more so when you're not super careful, then you're pushing away potential trans people who may someday want to be on your panel. I know for myself at one point, this just got me mad. Like, I'm not complaining at you about this particular event, right? But one of the first times I ever met somebody who called themselves a leftist but took the opposite side of the trans athlete debate was on your panel. And at that point, I had to be straight with that guy. It's like, you're not an ally. And nobody on that panel would let me speak at that point when I was trying to say he's not an ally, because the whole discussion of allyship is a hard one for a lot of people who aren't already on my end of the issue to have, and why you actually support trans rights. Because because a lot of the reason that I was given is like, oh, I think we're going to lose this argument. And I think that looks bad, even though we're not losing the argument. This was just this person's preferences, although he was willing to throw trans people under the bus with his opinion and not consider that any further. And when I tried to push back, I received more pushback because I was outnumbered. Now, I put myself in that position. I'm not asking you to take accountability for that. What I am pointing out, though, is that those positions seem unsafe for trans people. They just do.
The fundamental problem here is those positions exist whether I have them on my show or not. And one of the opportunities that I allow for people is to voice an opinion and then be challenged on their opinion. Now you can, again, I am not familiar, because I do a lot of panels, so I don't recall this specific interaction. But what
Fine. It was with, am I okay to drop names?
Yeah, go for it.
It's not to do beef, ironically enough, because there's a bit of a pun there, but it was Professor Meat.
Professor Meat.
If that brings back memories.
I am familiar enough with Professor Meat that I know how it probably went. I don't remember the exact.
At him, you're not a real ally on your panel?
I absolutely can also imagine that scenario playing out. This is a problem. Is like, I think that what is allyship? And I hate to kind of get into this direction here, but that's a good question that I think that a lot of people don't understand. And I thought
that's a good question. Can we address free speech first, though? Because I have notes on that more specifically.
Yes, after I get my money. $5 from 𝕍𝖎. If we can't get trans voices to talk on Ukraine, nukes, leftism, and nonviolent protests, what are we even doing here? Well, good luck. We're about to talk free speech. So $5 again from 𝕍𝖎. I literally just checked, and the last trans-related panel WhickTV had was 𝕬𝖎 versus Sunday 5 months ago. Yeah, people stopped being interested in the trans. So, yeah. But go on. You have notes. Hit me with it. Well, here's the problem, chat. Like, people were complaining that I were doing trans issues all the time. And people were like, we don't want to hear about this anymore. And so I moved off of it. I tried to give the people what they want, right? And I'm sure if a trans issue came up again that was interesting, I'd have it on.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
My sun is setting, so if I don't fix the lighting, this somewhat even lighting is going to become very uneven, and I don't look, in my opinion, I don't look very good when it's like that.
Oh, we're not here to judge you on your looks, but carry on. So you wanted to talk to me about free speech?
I'm on camera. I'm on the internet right now on camera. My looks are being judged one way or another. But no, I love it. So with free speech, I think I heard what you said to Rico, because I did tune in for some of that to see where that was going, but wasn't exactly sure if it was going to hit the same note. So I actually went to watch some other media to refresh some of my older thoughts on free speech and just jog my memory a bit. And it kind of, what you said reminded me of the idea that when you really think about it, like putting free speech on one side and censorship with the other, that's fine, but that's a very, very, very simplistic, like one-dimensional graph. The reality of it is that free speech is really opposed to inclusive language. When at the end of the day,
can you explain, like, I'm $5 from 𝕾𝖎𝖏 to say inclusivity is just another word for privilege over others, not looking for equality or fairness. Majority of people treat and include everyone fairly. I don't know if a majority of people include everyone fairly, but fair enough. Inclusivity and free speech are at odds. Explain this to me, because on the face of it, right, just hearing it, I vociferously disagree. But explain to me why. Let's elaborate. I'll hear you out.
Well, okay, so I'm thinking, whereas like censorship's over here, free speech is over here. Don't worry about which side is which, because I'm messing that up. But then you have the inclusivity up here versus like anti-inclusivity. So it's not that they're diametrically opposed, it's that they're kind of perpendicular to each other. So as you increase the amount of free speech, then you also need to, then actually making things inclusive becomes harder, almost, but Whereas like censorship is where we kind of achieve our middle ground. So the UN's definitions of human rights actually does include limiting speech based on its ability to be derogatory or to misrepresent and demon or hurt other groups. And when and so when we say trans rights, we're not saying like, hey, just let us talk, right? We're saying the discussion about us is hurting us. And even when we try to put our voices out there, we get shouted over. And this is why when I first started this, there was easily like 5 times as many trans people actually doing these discussions. And they're all burnt out because it's literally just screaming over people who take the fact that they're cisgender and take the fact that it's really easy to make certain assumptions about us and leverage that against us, even when it's in good faith, because they're trying to play devil's advocate. And here's the problem: is that um, when a marginalized person uses their voice, they're coming from a place where their voice is inherently devalued by society, as opposed to the opposite. Like a cisgender person's voice is considered to be, maybe if we're talking about overrepresentation, then it's more valuable than average, because the cis normative gaze is what most people know. You don't need to represent transphobes; they're plenty represented by society altogether. If you were actually trying to change the discussion rather than keeping it where it's at, which is a place that doesn't help trans people, then there would be no need to platform transphobes, because they've said more than enough. And I'm not just saying that because I'm wrong. I'm saying that because they have default representation.
So there's a few, you said several things, and I want to kind of get to each one in turn, because I think that they're connected, but they're not the same. So when we talk about inclusivity and free speech being diametrically opposed to that, I fundamentally disagree, and I'll tell you why. I'll explain. Again, you acknowledge that the majority, right, that most people have cis heteronormative gaze, as you say. That's the words you're using and things like that. So when you give the people in power the power to censor, right, they are going to censor you more than they are me, more than I'm ever going to be censored. This tool of choosing who can speak and who cannot is, and it's historically has been, used against you and not me. So my argument, as I put it to Rico, is that free speech is the thing that says, no, we're not going to censor trans individuals. We're not going to shout over them. We're not going to do the heckler's veto, right? And again, free speech absolutists are absolutely opposed to the heckler's veto. I'll explain that to you, what that is in a moment, right? But it's saying that you have a voice and you need to be heard, but the mechanisms, right, that we put in place cannot be, again, as Rico said, he compared it to a gun. If you give a gun to someone to make sure that the trans voices are heard, eventually they're not going to be holding that gun anymore. And it's going to be the transphobes holding the gun, and they're going to make that, and so you can't speak at all. So I'm trying to keep that tool out of the hands entirely.
Well, that's sort of ironic. For some reason, I'm feeling a little blitzed from your comments. So I don't know if I blitzed you with mine, and now we're at risk of speaking past each other. So I'm going to try to ask a question, and that is, do you think that it's always a zero-sum game? Do you think that there's a possibility that we can lose free speech, but what you've prescribed won't come out?
So, as I understand your question, I might ask you to rephrase because I'm not sure I do. Are you asking me that if free speech is limited, that there's a possibility that my outcome that I posited, that minorities would be silenced, etc., might not happen? I mean, yeah, that's possible. I just don't think it's likely, right?
So what if censorship particularly takes the form of representing those minorities? What if that's
can you
its
explain
focus?
what you mean? Censorship takes the form of representing a minority. Can you explain?
So do you want me to repeat the human rights definition? I can actually bring it up from the UN.
Please, right?
Okay, it's technically in a video. So
While you do that, Lawson
do it.
Harrison for $5. The crux of this is what counts as transphobic. For instance, I reject the concept of self-ID, and thus would be transphobic in online spaces, and that is a point, right? Who gets to decide what is
It's not
transphobic?
true, actually. Like, because what this person doesn't realize is that transphobia both is something that is used to describe like attitudes, not just a person, right? And this person's kind of using it to describe themselves. But more importantly, like with self ID, the reason that people see transphobia in that is because it's usually a reactionary euphemism, right? They're usually using it as a political prop um, to speak over trans people, when what trans people are trying to say is that you can't read our minds. You don't know what's in our hearts and minds. So who better to listen to than the person who is going through their own experience? Where what all the trans folks can really do is say, you know, hey, you know, you could show up in a bathroom, do something already illegal, and then self ID as a woman, and then somehow it magically becomes okay.
I sent you a DM. Check that real quick.
Okay.
But
I didn't find the thing I was looking for, and I don't
that's fine.
want to.
We don't have to drag it out. But again, I think that historically we just
Is that sorry, can I just ask,
yeah, you can ask. I
is
just
that
don't
the
want to put pressure on you publicly by
can
asking you
I
publicly. But
I
if you
can say
want,
her name, right? I
yeah,
can
that's fine.
yeah, is that Samantha Banana?
I believe so.
Okay, not sure yet.
Okay, well, hold off. Stand back, stand by, and maybe we'll bring
I
you
am
in a
here
little
for
bit.
a more open
Sure.
discussion. It's just Sam and I have a history,
Fair
so
enough.
um, so
But go
when
on.
it comes when it comes to the freedom of speech thing, I think what you're saying you're doing is easier said than done. But when you actually start to break it apart, especially along the lines that I'm talking about, the lines that make trans people invisible, where you wouldn't even notice if you were driving them away, that's what I'm trying to voice to right now, is that lots of trans women feel driven away by your panel.
So Article 19, this has been linked to me. I don't
Oh, okay.
know.
That might be right.
Yeah, Article 19, everyone has a right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. That's the UN Declaration on Free Speech.
Right, but there's a further one that talks about human rights needing to be protected through speech, and that speech can be limited by this thing. I'm actually pretty close to it. So here's so this is from the year. Oh, you know what? He said EU, and I heard UN because I'm really really bad with names. Please forgive me. I'm so sorry. But can we go off of EU, because this actually explains a lot more why he was making the distinction between EU and
Just
US.
give us your. What I want to know is your opinion. To be clear, I want to know
No,
your
I agree with
opinion.
this. This is what I
Okay,
agree with.
fair. Let's
And
hear
the
it.
reason I'm making the point is that this is an entire governing body that believes that this is what needs to be done to protect minority groups, regardless if they're trans or not. And so what they write is, may be subject to such formalities, conditions, restrictions, or penalties as are prescribed by law and are necessary in a democratic society. There's a ... here, but I'm pretty sure that's just to get rid of a bunch of the legal fluff that often comes with these things. And this is from Nicholas. Tom Nicholas is pretty reputable as a journalist, so he's not going to include something that is misquoting. And so it's ... for the protection of the reputation of or rights of others.
So yeah, I understand that
reputation
that's
and rights.
yeah, I understand that that's kind of the EU's take, but I think they're just wrong. I think that well, let's look at the state of Roma individuals in the EU. Let's look at the state of a lot
I
of
don't.
their minorities in the EU. Is it
That's
good?
that's a whataboutism. I
Oh,
can't
well,
really
let's look at
apply
the state
that to.
of the Jewish people in the EU. Like, is it good? No, the anti-Semitism is higher in the EU than it
So
is in America.
I don't. It doesn't seem like you actually have a
Well,
way
my
to
argument
counter that.
is that we can look at the different approaches that our countries and our systems are doing, and we could look at the results of those systems, and we can maybe it's not 100%, right? But we can draw some inferences. So if you have a system which is resulting in more oppression, more systemic issues, more racism, then that system probably is more flawed than the other system. Now, there's other variables at play. I understand that. It's not a perfect one-to-one. But I'm simply saying, and my argument here is that the First Amendment that we stand in America and that I personally believe in, right, tends to be more effective. It's currently more effective.
Well, it really isn't. Like, you literally have Florida.
Again, we can point to individual cases where it has been a problem. And to be clear, free speech has a cost. There are problems with it. But my argument is that by censoring, by me saying I am not going to allow certain views on my show, it's going to be worse outcomes. Like, the people who are pushed away now might not feel pushed away anymore, but it's going to drive others away, because I care about trans people, but I don't just care about trans people. I care about people. And
this would make a lot of sense. Can I just you
please.
gave me something really good to go with. And this would make what you're saying would make a lot of sense if transphobes weren't targeting trans people, if their rhetoric wasn't something that literally hurts trans people and their reputation. And that's why I think that this is in the EU definition, because you can hurt people with words. Things like libel and slander are illegal for a reason.
No, I understand you, right? Like, look, and let's look at the libel and slander laws. They've been generally used to protect the powerful, more than they have to protect any minorities, right? That's what.
I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah,
no.
that's what actually happens. And this is like the best argument I can give for free speech.
Concept that's
sure. But this is
concept.
But the best argument I can give for free speech, right, is also the best argument I would have against communism, right? Is that it might look good on paper when you censor, right? We might think we're going to do it right this time, but when the rubber hits the road and we implement these things in real life, who gets the short end of the stick? Not people that look like me. Not people that look like me, okay?
This is exactly what applies to... so when you're going for free speech absolutism, you're choosing to throw trans people over the bus rather than the trans folks.
That's the opposite of the case, though. I would say that the only protection that the trans individuals have from the transphobes who are in power, who have systemic power in certain states like Florida, I would agree with you there, is the First Amendment. The First Amendment is a shield protecting you. Like the laws that DeSantis has been trying to implement and other people have been trying to implement into state after state, most of them are being BTFO'd in the courts and in the legislature, right? Florida is an exception for the legislation, but there are courts. It's going through the court system as we speak, and it's generally losing. They're generally losing in the court system. Not every time.
Okay, can I just point something out, though?
Please.
Is that during this time, a lot of fates are undetermined for trans people, and putting them through that is just absolutely sinister. I also want to point out
what do you mean by putting them through that, though?
Pardon?
Like, what do you mean by putting... Do you think that me hosting people who have transphobic views on my panel is putting them through that?
Well, okay, which is more ideal? A scenario where Florida happens, this stuff goes through the courts, trans people are literally wondering if their lives are going to be livable past a certain point, or it doesn't, because what Ron DeSantis is doing was never allowed.
The problem with I can't think of a mechanism that would prevent a locality from governing itself that wouldn't be used to be very tyrannical. So what is your solution?
I need to ask you one thing.
How would you stop DeSantis? How would you stop DeSantis? If you were in charge of if you were Joe Biden, put yourself in Joe Biden's shoes, you're president of the United States, and Florida was doing the shit it's doing, what would you do? How would you stop them?
Oh, I would expand the First Amendment so that way it fits the definition of the EU and also applies to anybody who works for the government and any corporation as well.
So again, though, what they're doing is passing laws, so that doesn't stop the law. So what they're doing is people in Florida are voting for this, right? They're voting that for trans medication to be limited and things like that.
Do you think it'd be as popular?
That's not a free speech. It's related to free speech, but it's not like a First Amendment change in any direction wouldn't stop that. Like, to be clear, it wouldn't stop what's happening right now.
You think if the government could actually pursue people who lie about trans people to hurt us, that it would be harder for them to gain support in places like Florida and to indoctrinate people who don't have a worldview, like being trans or research on this, having done research on the topic?
It could go either way. There are a lot of times where laws have had a backfire effect. Look at prohibition as a great example of a law that tried to be
I'm
put
not
in place
asking
to
you to
forbidden
predict with
things.
accuracy. I'm asking you to predict with plausibility.
Again, I'm saying that I don't know. It could go
Well, I'd
either
say it's highly
way.
plausible. And the reason that it's highly plausible is because the people who we're trying to take down are the people who have influence. Influence is the ability to change hearts and minds of people, especially, and for the fear of trans people is that we're very invisible. Our voices tend to get lost in the fray. And so when people are able to shout over us and able to lie about us, a lot of people tend to use that to justify further violence against us, and that further makes us invisible.
So let me
So
ask you, what happens, right? What happens in the world where you've expanded this definition, you've given the federal government much more power, and then Trump wins in 2024? What happens?
I don't think Trump can use a definition like that in a way other than to maybe help his rich buddies more, which I'm not for. I think we could do more with the legislation for that. But you're asking if I were Joe Biden, and I'm thinking, okay, we got to at least get this through the House.
Okay, yes, but I'm saying that any kind of implementation of any sort of legislation that would allow a sitting federal president to overturn a local or state election like that, or to overturn a local
It's not
or
allowing anyone
state,
to overturn an election.
then why implement this? Because it's done, right? The damage is done. So what does this fix?
No, okay, so you asked what I would do to prevent this. So I took that as
To fix
prior
this,
to
sorry.
Ron DeSantis doing this. To prevent this right now, to be honest, if I try to explain how I see Biden working, I'm probably going to expose that there's certain links in the government chain that I'm
I'm
not
not
familiar
asking you
with
to.
how it
I
works
understand.
exactly.
No, I get it. You're from Canada, as I understand it. So
Yeah, we suck at
yeah,
politics.
Canadians are Canadians. We look. The bar is
We,
low here.
we
I
just
just
we
want
just we
to
asked the British what to
conceptually
do.
an idea of what you would do if you were if you were President Ninetails of the federal government. You've been elected to the U.S. highest position of power. You have control of the government. DeSantis is down there doing his shit. What do you do to stop him?
This answer is just too specific for me to answer. Can I answer with how I wish the panel scene would have played out as trans rights were discussed?
We can bring it back to the panels, indeed. Sure, we can do that if you'd like.
We're
So
out of my lane.
do you think that
You know what you're
me?
talking
Sure,
about.
sure,
I
sure.
don't.
But do you think that I, by hosting my panels, have at least somewhat created a scenario where someone like DeSantis could do what he does? That the accusation you are leveling.
So first of all, I'm not claiming I can draw any direct link because I don't know the
Okay.
faces or names involved. But I don't think you can say that you can't. And here's why. It's because you have influence on hearts and minds with the panels that you host. Now, I would say that that your passive approach to that is the problem here, not an active approach. So let's be very clear about that. And I think that by being passive, what you've let is people to walk away thinking, oh, that trans person was just screaming the whole time. When in fact, we're trying to be louder than the 5 people who are talking over us. Or, oh, that trans person, it was just crazy, which isn't really addressing anything we've said. It's just something people can conveniently say about trans people and get away with it, I suppose. These are my experiences, by the way, that when people don't agree with me after being on panels like yours, I get accusations of being crazy or being bad at debating thrown at me rather than, and it's not saying never, right? But this is the trend. People don't address what I said head on. It's almost like they're afraid of it. I feel like that's rather narcissistic to believe. But at the same time, it would make sense that it's a coping mechanism. So that way they can just throw this person under the bus and not have to consider it. See,
That's
what I
possible.
can't tell
No,
myself.
I understand that,
Can
but
I make one quick statement?
please.
Just to bring it home. What I'm critiquing particularly is your power. And I don't think that power can just go aimlessly and not side with the people who already have power. And in this case, that's the transphobes because of generalized representation.
Okay, let me address two things. So the first thing, there is a possibility that everyone is treating you. It's more than possible. I've seen it happen. I get you.
This
But
is what
there's
trans
also
people describe, Wick.
but there is
Here's
also the
what bothers me.
possibility. There's also the possibility that they're just right. That someone comes on, acts crazy, acts weird, just goes off the rails, and they're just calling balls and strikes. I don't know, because you'd have to point. I can point to trans people that I would consider wild and crazy, and I can point to trans people I would consider very reasonable, very good, very good at debate, etc. Like, trans people are people like everyone else. There are ones that are good and there are ones that are bad, to use very simplistic terms here, right? There are people who are rational and there are people who are irrational, and I think that sometimes if you do bad at a debate, sometimes if people are saying that you're bad at this, sometimes you're just bad at this. It's not prejudice, it's just that they're calling balls and strike, right?
I've been getting told that I'm bad at this since day one. And usually when people tell me I'm bad at this, I'll be like, why? And the answers are incredibly unsatisfying because I can't do anything with it. There have been times where people have been right, although usually it's not over something very important because that's why I haven't prepped for it. As somebody who takes it on myself to become very involved with the subject, to see it as clearly as possible before the day of the debate, while still facing my own barriers, mind you, it's really hard to see how easy it is still for people when certain in these debate spaces to just say, no, actually, she's just crazy, because that is what people do. And like I said, it's just a generalization. I'm not going to tell you
I
that this
agree
is
with
my
you.
only experience.
This happens to more than just trans people. This happens to everyone. Like, I got reply guys that no matter how this conversation goes, no matter what I do, they're going to say I was stupid, wrong, and etc. It doesn't matter. That's just what they're going to say. But that's not unique to the trans experience, right? That just happens. That's
Right.
It's an online thing.
But here's the thing is, like, when trans people are invisible, it's because it's really easy for a cis person to just say, you know what, I've had that too. And yeah, you probably have. But is it your experience?
What does that mean? Like, it was my experience. Like, I can name the name, right? Coffin Builder or whoever. He's always replying to me, always, and I'm not complaining. I'm not whining here, right? I'm just telling it like it is. It's funny to me a little bit, right? Because it's so predictable and it's just every single time. I'm like, okay, yeah, you can set your clock by it pretty much. I'm going to make a tweet. He's going to make a tweet, or I don't know what they are. They're going to make a tweet that they're just that I have done a wrong thing or a bad thing, and it really doesn't matter. And I can set my clock by it, and it's just a thing. So yes, if you enter this space, no matter who you are, no matter if you are Destiny or Vosh or no one from Nowheresville that no one knows, people are going to rag on you. People are going to say you're crazy and you've done poorly. I don't think that's
Well, here's the thing. I'm here for the side of that does address what I'm saying.
Sure.
The side of that isn't like that has a particular flavor when you're a trans woman. I could call it the boys club or the white boys clubs or the boys who got along really well in college because they all had the same checkered history. I'm not saying that's you, actually. I'm saying that's a particular group of people who always end up taking up a lot of space in these panel spaces. And there's a lot of toxic masculinity involved with their behaviors as well. And this is what gets me, is that it's almost like they know what they're doing, that they're overpowering our voices, that they're here specifically to talk over us. But I've never encountered a moderator in your position who claims to be doing what you're doing, who says, I acknowledge that can happen.
No, it's called the heckler's veto. This is known. This happens. This isn't a moral thing. This just happens. People will try to shout down their opposition and prevent them from talking. But Ninetails, I've had you on my show before. I promise you, I don't prevent you from talking. You talk a lot on my shows. You have a lot of space. When you come on my panel,
You want to, if you want,
I give you a lot of space, right?
First of all, you probably have subs to read. I'm going to give you a chance to do that, and then I have a response.
Okay, $5 from the Trib. I don't have a lot of subs, so give me more subs. But $5 from the Trib. Oh, first of all, thank you for Socrates for the gift sub on Twitch side, trans rights. Hell yeah, brother. The Trib one says most individuals are invisible. Debate is a combat sport. Be ready for that. Only way to improve is by doing. Stopping gives the op more credibility. I will also say that Samantha is waiting backstage, so whenever you want me to bring her on, let me know.
We've almost milked this, I would say.
Okay.
So in response to my time on here, my problems with you were both a little bit because I'm ADHD and I just want to say stuff, but also because there were a lot of times where people are just talking absolute garbage, and there's no filter for them on that in here. And I've put so much time and effort to explain these things. These things are complicated. They take a lot of time to explain. Like I'm trying to explain science, and people will literally jump on anything they can to interrupt me and pretend like I don't know what I'm talking about. Granted, I've been wrong before, but when I'm wrong, I usually can see why. This is literally just people pouncing on me because I'm being strong with what I'm saying and I actually seem to know what I'm talking about, and they don't want that kind of discussion. I don't know how to tell you what that looks like. I've told you that there's a bit of a boys club who seem to shout down every trans woman that they possibly can. And I'm telling you, I've gone into servers, been like, why are they shouting down this trans woman? She's totally fine. She just seems to be going through something or something like that. And all they can say is, she's just awful. She's crazy. She's nuts. It's like, okay. I'm talking to her like about politics. I think she's great. What are you talking about?
I think both. Like I am not here to tell people what to think. I am here simply to platform people and have their voices. I'm not going to. I have my own opinions and I share my own opinions on my show. But when it comes to speaking time and being able to speak, I do my best to give people a space. Zephyr Hash for $5. Wick, you are phobic of Indians because I have seen more trans people on your panels than Indians. Surely this argument is airtight. Admit your phobia.
Actually, I'll agree with that. That you need way more Native representation.
I think
100%.
he's talking about India, right? He
Indians
is from
too.
India.
Indians too.
Sure. But the second thing is,
I know that in America sometimes you say Indians and it's actually politically correct
sure.
still somehow.
I don't think it.
There are actually
Indian
bands who want to be called Indian, just to be clear. But I can't, like, no, that's not a thing in Canada, and I can't understand it.
No, I get you. And it's beside the point. But yeah, like, so my contention and why I'm frustrated at you, and I'm going to be honest, I am frustrated at you, is because, again, while I admit I'm not perfect at this, I go out of my way. I make a concerted effort, and I believe a successful effort, to have people from all walks of life, all identities, all types of backgrounds, all types of the rich, the poor, the old, the young, the black, the white, the trans, the cis, everyone. If you want on my show and you're interesting, I'll let you on.
So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up so that we can start bringing on the angry fray, and we
Samantha,
can demonstrate what I've been talking about in action. Although it's going to be a little confusing with Samantha, but Samantha is an interesting and confusing case. So my contention is that you have a lot more power than you're willing to admit. Your lax approach to using that power, particularly trying to give everybody a voice, when you've also claimed that you do it because anyone can be right, doesn't actually make a lot of sense when you don't actually delegate who gets to speak more based on experience or demonstration of firsthand knowledge. You try to give everyone on your panel an equal speaking time regardless of what they demonstrate. So you can claim that you're not doing a meritocracy, but in that case, that makes minorities invisible, as I've said, and you are a part of the problem, whether you want to agree with it or not. And if you are being active about this, then it's my experience and the experience of many other trans women who aren't just mad at you that you're doing a much better job making a safe space for trans folks and trans women. You can, and if your claim is that your hands are clean from this, well, you're the one making money from this. This wouldn't have happened without you. That's both a compliment because you have a show I want to be on, but at the same time, that's also meaning that you should take more responsibility for this and try to counteract the feelings that people who have been on your show feel.
Before I let the others in, I'll ask this. Do you feel that tonight I have given you a fair, equitable space to speak your mind? Do you think that I've heard you and listened to you? Do you feel that
Oh yeah.
I've done this tonight? We can exclude all the other times.
Oh yeah. And
Okay.
I've made it easier for you this time. But you've always sort of done that. Don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to say is that, like, on its face, like, this thing works on its face. But once we actually try to put it in practice where there's 8 people on a panel, if you're letting trans people get shouted over and giving them the same amount of time as everybody else, then you're effectively silencing them, because not only do they have to respond to everybody else, their situation is inherently more complicated than the cis person's, and the cis person is only going to oversimplify.
Well, on that note, let's bring in the people who are waiting. We have Zonia and Samantha Savage.
I'm going to mute, give them a chance to introduce
Sure.
what they think, and have a nice. Are you with the use of cannabis? Are you prefer the
I don't
off
care.
camera?
I don't
Okay,
care.
cool.
Zonia, Samantha, hello. You're live. I can't hear either of you if you're talking. Hopefully it works. Dang, you're here. You're live. Oh,
Okay.
there you are. There you are.
So I think Samantha is still muted and not
Yeah,
responding.
hopefully Samantha can. It's on her end. It's not on mine. I haven't muted. So
So,
hopefully.
but at least in my experience, I have not had issues with with your panel having people like shouting over me. As a matter of fact, one of the issues that I have with you is like you're a little too aggressive with the mute.
That's an odd criticism. Most people would disagree. Most people think I should mute more. So it's interesting to your perspective. Okay.
Well, because I like when I'm on the panel, I want to go all in and fight with people, right? So I want to go after people. And you're very quick to sort of just like mute them when they start responding to me, right? And I'd be like, no, don't mute them. I remember at one point I was just like, no, don't mute them. Let them fight, because I want to deal with this. I want to hash it out. And I know that your whole thing is you want to try and keep the topic going and not have things derail into like two people fighting it out or battling, right?
I allow that somewhat, but again, yeah, like so from my perspective, I want to put on a good show in a lot of ways, and that includes if I have 6 people on, I want them all a chance to speak, because while 2 people may be going at it, may be really interesting content, I feel if I invite someone on, it's my responsibility to at least give them a chance, right? And to make sure it's a fair chance. That means they have room and they're able to say some things, right? So,
yeah, because I'm willing, like when I'm on, if there's something I'm having a disagreement with someone about, especially about like something that I feel that I'm better qualified to speak on, I'll get into an outright bloodbath with them. But I know that you don't want that because it dominates the panel.
it depends. Like sometimes if no one else is bringing anything to the table, I'll let you loose, right? But
Yeah, I guess I
it's
haven't been on
context.
during
It's
those
context, right?
cases. Yeah. And so I'm curious about this concept, or this supposed issue where trans people are being silenced or talked over and not being given, or I guess in the case you, Scarlett, you're asking for more talk time for trans people on the panel, not equal talk time, right? You want sort of I don't know, it's like some kind of weighing in the favor of trans people on the panel to speak on trans issues. Is that correct?
When there's something that a trans person can really only answer, or like a cis person speaking for trans people, yeah, I don't want WIC to be doing a roundtable discussion. I want that person to be able to defend themselves. And there's a lot of misrecognition of like the euphemisms which transphobes use and why they're euphemisms. And people like to get mad that dog whistles exist sometimes, it seems, but for me, it's the important thing is that when people first join this space and you're a trans woman, you are trying to do your best. Like you feel like there's a lot more on the line probably than when you're just like yet another white guy, because people are going to be ready to tear you apart. It's just, you feel it. Because you've probably seen it before you consider joining as well. And one of the hard things is that when people bring up euphemisms, that gives you a whole lot that you have to address. And even when it's not euphemisms, typically speaking, it's a lot easier to spout bullshit than it is to spout real talk. And it, like, I'm not the kind of person that when I say facts, I like to just be like, no, this is the way it is. I'm just going to start that and leave it there. I like to say, no, this is the way it is because here's what the research shows, or because we know that it doesn't work this way.
So what do you mean by euphemisms?
Oh, Jesus. Euphemisms? That's what I mean. When people use speech that is
Probably dog
contextually.
whistles.
Well, dog whistles. Okay, dog whistles are almost like an elevated form of euphemism. So I find it really funny that I'm actually bringing this up, because this is a very common and thing to recognize on the left, is that people will often say something different than what they mean, especially when you're a politician. So, say a politician says forced busing or states' rights and stuff like that. In the time of Jim Crow, what that really meant was don't let the black people have power. So the euphemism is the use of various political props to push an unspoken agenda.
Can you give us an example of something that happens in this space that's a euphemism that I might not recognize? Can you give me an
Well,
example?
okay, here's actually an interesting concept that shows how complicated this can be. So with the transports thing and the whole like we need to be worried because we might lose this debate, so we can't back trans people on this kind of issue that I had. There's a euphemism behind that, and that is trans people are trying to take advantage of other people in transports. And it's fine to be afraid of that, because that would be really fucked. But the problem is, A, we don't see it. B, people transition for totally normal reasons, first and foremost. C, this would be the worst way to do performance enhancing stuff ever. And D, I'm really bad at listing stuff. D, we just it lacks evidence, right? So you're fearing something happening that you lack evidence of. So instead, you just take a broader position, which is that I don't need to support this. When on that panel, the hardest thing I had to do was both convey to people why, by the way, if you're a leftist, this is not the way to go, because I feel like that's my duty as one of the few, radical leftists on the panel, especially around that time. But also the science, the actual science of why they're wrong. Because I guarantee this much, people aren't responding with stuff at that level. They're responding with assumptions and all these other kind of debatey type stuff that you see, the debate bro stuff. And I'm trying to be like, that's not how it works. And unless I can go back and forth between them and be given the amount of time that I need to explain why that's wrong, I'm basically being thrown under the bus, and trans people are being thrown under the bus by letting that discussion be as uninformed as it is.
So the problem, I'm going to try and steel woman your position here. So the problem that you're finding is when you go on a panel to have a good faith discussion about serious trans issues, and you have people who are not as informed as you, who are bringing up popular fear-mongering narratives that distract from what it is you want to discuss there, you feel that it is unfairly taking away from your voice and your ability to speak authoritatively on these issues on the panel.
I feel like that's characterizing it in a way. I'm saying that there's an imbalance. So think about it this way. When, let's say that there's only one other person who's trying to really shut down trans people, and there's 4 people who just have no idea how trans anything works, and they just want to be on the panel for the attention. What tends to happen is that everyone else is cisgender, right? I'm still the only trans person. What tends to happen is that a transphobe can say something that might even make sense to them because they're cis. And then so the people who might see themselves as moderates on the panel will start to side with that because that's more relatable by default, and stop listening to the information that the trans person is giving them. This is what marginalized groups deal with, and that is when when we're trying to speak our truth, other people can just speak over us with the cisgender truth, or even worse, the cisgender line, which is, you know, the gays and the sort of things that we say, like, oh, maybe trans people weren't included because they never tried hard enough. Just as a
But
good
that's
example.
not necessarily the case,
So
though. That's like a weird
the
hypothetical where there's no
I
other trans people.
hold on.
Hi,
Let me. No,
okay, you do
let
it
me
first.
finish.
I'll go after.
All right. So what it sounds to me like, and I'm not trying to be like bad faith or paint you in a certain like light, but it sounds to me like when you come onto a panel, what your goal is, you're there to come as like sort of an expert on the subject matter, and you want to be able to deliver an informed message to everybody there. But this is what I see panels as.
Well, you're
I see
not totally
panels.
right, by the way. Can I just quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm there to be a voice, and to be a voice for as many trans people as I can in the way that is most accurate for them.
So the way I see these panels, with the exception of some, there are certain panels that aren't this way, but it's pretty rare that you find them. But I see these panels as sort of an entertainment medium using real world topics as the sort of springboard for entertainment. So
Agreed.
when I go onto
I gotta
them,
change my mic level. Sorry, I'm just gonna mute myself.
sure. So when I go onto them, I'm seeing it as like, I'm not going there to lecture people. I'm going there to have a discussion about something where we're all equal partners in it, and whether or not it results in people actually being informed is sort of a secondary thing to the entertainment. Like, entertainment is first and foremost. People being informed is secondary or tertiary to that. And so I go into it knowing that. And in order for me to be able to deliver a message, if I want people to take in my message, I'm going to come in with a lot of power that is entertaining. I'm going to drive a lot of points home through what means that are entertaining to people, that really get people's attention. So I'm not going to go in and just kind of be sort of the lecturing sort to stand there and lecture people, because that doesn't really get people's attention. It doesn't really command the room. It doesn't command the panel. So instead, I'm going to go in a much more, what would you call it? Like, I'm going to go in, I'm going to challenge people. I'm going to get aggressive. I'm going to be like, all right, you don't know what the heck you're talking about. Boom, boom, boom. Here are these points. And it's going to get the audience's attention. It's going to command the panel. But if you come in being kind of, passive and be like, well, I'm here because I'm informing people and I'm informed, let me speak in this level tone, you're not really going to command the panel, and you're not going to get the attention of the audience.
Have I ever commanded a panel before? Have I ever been the loudest person on a panel?
Yeah. Do you want me to answer honestly? Because that answer is yes. You have dominated. There have been complaints given to me, right, specifically about you, that you tend to dominate and suck the oxygen out of the room. Yes.
Well, I mean, that's because people are bored to death with the oxygen out of the room part.
I guess the question is, like, how is the dominating going? Because your issue is that you're being talked over, and that you're not able to sort of get enough, deliver the proper message to people, and everybody's getting kind of drawn to the platitudes or the tropes from the cis people. But I don't really have that issue, because I come in and I'll fight with
really
people,
fighting,
right?
so that's fine.
Yeah, well, nobody ever really talks over you. You have a problem with not. Oh, sorry. I was just trying to talk over trans women. My bad.
Fair enough. So when it comes to, whether or not people want to hear what I have to say, that's a double-edged sword. It's always been a hard balance for me of both being strong and intelligent with the things that I say. And yes, when you try to start breaking things down into the way that actually explains the issue, people get bored. That's the biggest barrier trans people face with these issues, is that once we actually start advocating for ourselves, people begin to tune out. That's not the case for transphobia. Everyone loves seeing how dumb transphobes are. You can make content over it. It's much harder. Oh, sorry, Wick.
No, it's finish your point, but then I want in after this.
It's just much harder for a trans person to take our lives and make it entertaining, basically the cisgender life is already the main spectacle that everyone wants to look at.
So from the panel host perspective, if I may speak to that just briefly on this, I don't want to interrupt your back and forth too much, but I will say this, that if someone is speaking for 10 minutes, right, nonstop monologuing, I do try to give other people space. Because, again, I don't like monologuing. I think monologuing sucks the oxygen out of the room. People, you can have the best, most well-informed take, but you have to make it quick and interesting. It has to be quippy. It has to be snappy. And because that's what they're there. We're not here to preach. We're here to discuss.
Well,
So
yeah, and well, let me kind of because I was going to respond with a similar piece here, but
I'm gonna be quick and zippy, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
My problem is that when issues about trans people get left in the air, the people who win are the people who are talking shit about us, because then people don't actually have a reference that has anything to do with trans people when they have to debunk these things. Trans people actually need the discussion about us to finish and not just be held in the same place all the time.
So the issue that I see here is the sort of like, again, I say it's like a lecture, right? Like that's effectively what you kind of need. You need sort of people to stop and let you lecture, because, and this doesn't have to do specifically with trans politics. This is progressive politics in general. Progressive politics, unfortunately, we care about the nuance. We care about the facts and the details and the data. These things are really important. We don't have the luxury of being able to give like a simple thing of, oh, it's the Jews doing it, or it's the it's the lefties doing it, or it's the whatever's doing it. We don't have these simple answers to give. We have very complicated, nuanced answers to give. But the problem is, on a panel, that doesn't really work well for any of these more detailed topics. So you kind of have to come in and have really, really punchy, top level, like bullet point responses and retorts that really grab people and that get their attention.
I realize this is my first year in, by the way.
So I'm gonna respond to this. Shut up, Ninetails.
What you do,
Zonia, I'm responding because I can.
Zonia.
Because because I'm gonna respond to this point, because Zonia made a very good point. This can be overlooked.
Actually, she's wrong about progressivism. So
you're
apparently
stupid.
you want her
Shut
to
up.
be wrong, and you want to talk over the person who would actually know how progressivism works.
Ninetails, go back to advocating for map shit. Hold on a second, let some other trans person speak and quit trying to.
No, I haven't. You're just too dumb.
No, listen. You want to talk about getting spoken over, but that doesn't happen to you because you can't.
You're literally too clueless to tell the difference between a groomer and somebody who doesn't make children vulnerable.
It doesn't matter. You're both of them. So just shut up for a minute and let me speak. I'm going to get on this.
Okay.
Oh my God, you've been monologuing for an hour and a half. Shut your fucking mouth.
I don't want to silence trans voices. Samantha, go ahead.
Thank you. So a really good example of this, mind you, she's a moron, stupid piece of shit, and everything she says is factually incorrect, is Demon Mama. Demon Mama will come in there, throw punches, go bullet point by point without monologuing and preaching, and get in there and throw fists. What Ninetails wants is a bunch of people that preach whatever the fuck her alignment is and silence everybody else, because there's people like me and 𝕻. I'm sure Ninetails would be fine with us being like exercised from the community. But as long as it goes against goes with the narrative that Ninetails wants, she wants as much monologuing from these preachy leftist cuck losers as possible.
What's more reasonable as
100% boring as possible.
Guess who's monologuing now?
No, that wasn't really monologuing, but
it was getting really close. But guess which is more plausible, that the people talking shit about us are the ones with the proper narrative, and that the trans women who can manage to grift from that side of the discussion and are the ones who are right, or that the trans people who are advocating for themselves and have a generalized cohesive voice but are just being speaked over on every panel are the ones who are right about themselves.
Well, that's not really what's happening, because me and Zonia, people treat me and Zonia with respect in these spaces, even though we can get nitty gritty. If you notice, there's a pattern of an ideology that goes into the woe is me, victim, everything you say is against me mentality.
What about your pattern of ideology, Sam?
You guys are getting made fun of.
What about the pattern of calling people groomers every time you lose the gun debate against them?
You've never had a gun debate with me publicly, but we can do that if you want. I'll set it
Yes,
up right
we
now.
have in the
You're
Alexis
welcome to show up.
server.
You
That
got
was
blown
public.
That's not public. We can
It
do
was.
it on
There were
stream.
people watching.
We
There were
can.
people watching. They
I
saw how
can toss
badly you
out links
lost.
to your
If you
anti-
just real
I
quick,
can
if you
toss
want me
out
to
links to your
moderate a
anti-Semitism
gun debate,
3-hour monologue
if you
if
want
wanna
me to
go on that.
moderate a
You're not gonna
one-on-one gun
pass links
debate, I
to me
will.
talking about it, are ya?
It's okay, sweet. I will. Here's the other
Really?
thing.
So the panel that
Oh
I
my God,
had, where I
shut
brought on
up.
people who
Pump
actually
the brakes,
understand the
slut.
issue
Calm
and had them
down.
explain to me what I
Pump
did
the brakes,
wrong,
or
that's what you're
put the
going to
brakes
show,
on
yes
that.
or no?
Okay,
You're going to show the
I'm gonna
panel
continue
where I
speaking. Now
had
if you're
people
speaking
tell me
over
why I
trans
was
women,
wrong.
you're proving the point here. So here's the thing.
No, I'm
A
not.
lot of these people that like you have a problem with in this space, talk to me and Zonia respectfully and freely. They mock you. There's other trans women in the space that don't get
It
treated
really
as
makes
you
a lot
do.
of sense.
Well, if
Why
they're
does that
actually
make a
proves
lot of
my
sense?
point.
hold on. If they're able to like come to me and listen to me, and I can advocate for our issues, and they'll listen, but they won't do it to you, that actually means something really important. I'm delivering the message in a way that they receive better than the way that you do. That
Then how come the
matters.
discussion hasn't shifted? Like, you haven't done anything, as far as I can tell. The discussion is still on whether or not trans people are pedophiles.
Well, what? Wait, what? Really?
That's not our
Hang on.
discussion.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying we need to stop doing
Has
the
you
same
seen
thing.
a
When have
panel?
you
When
platformed
yeah,
We
when
stop
have you
doing
seen
the
a
same thing and
panel?
expecting different
No,
results?
on.
in this
Wait,
space,
no.
just in this space, when have you seen me or anyone else do a panel on
Yeah.
this of late?
No, not a panel. But I'm certainly going to say that, like, if someone were to say that on your panel, that's not going to be like necessary to shut down. It's just going to, if it got left in the air, you would just consider that to be the flow of the discussion.
If I have
Wait,
a
do you have
panel
an
and
example
someone,
of this happening?
yeah, if I have a panel and I have someone bring up that trans people are groomers, almost everyone on the panel is going to shout them down.
By the way, you do have a reactionary in your panel right now who's using that to ruin my reputation because they want to, but have fun with that. So you're letting that happen as you say the opposite.
What are you talking about?
Samantha is trying to
So
say I'm a groomer.
what is your accusation?
Samantha?
I didn't call you a groomer.
She's just
I
straight
didn't
up
call you a
lying.
groomer. I
She's an
never once
absolute
called you.
liar.
I never once called you a
You said I
groomer here.
advocate for maps, which is basically the same thing. So shut the fuck up.
You did that in Alexa server, right? Isn't that why you got banned? Like if Alexa bans you from a server, you've had to hit like the bottom of the fucking barrel.
You're all like, if you're all really that clueless that you needed to ban me over the lie that you made up, then cool.
No, this wasn't a lie that I made up. I got told about it secondhand, and it was advocated for by the person that had the server.
I'm really.
I want to rein it in to talk about the panel stuff. We can
spread rumors.
I kind of want to like.
Yeah,
the
Sonia,
problem
go
is
ahead.
that the way you responded to me, Scarlett, is that you said that why hasn't the discussion moved, and you gave the example of people still debating whether or not trans people are pedophiles, but we're talking about these panels and your criticisms of WhickTV. So how does that apply to this?
I'm saying that the discussion which smears our reputation is still more normal than a discussion which talks about our humanity.
Is that discussion normal in these panels, in these spaces?
Yes. Yes, there are
Can you give
plenty of
examples
times.
of that?
There are plenty of times where I think trans people are robbed of their humanity because us advocating
in
for
my
ourselves
space specifically
is left, just as I pointed out before, it's our ability to advocate ourselves is cut short for the sake of an unrealistic form of fairness, which is that if you give everybody equal talking time, that's equality, that's inclusion.
I mean, it's like, yeah, that would basically be that, but you're talking about that we're
It
kind
only
of
works on its face. As soon as you take
well,
that
hold
apart,
on, let me
it
finish.
stops
Let me
working.
finish. Okay, your point, I think, is that we start a little bit farther behind the starting line than like cis people. And so giving everybody equal talking time, we're still behind because they get all the, the normal, benefits that everybody would, and we get it from further behind. That's effectively, so you want sort of like, in a way, give the trans person more time to advocate for themselves than you would give everybody on the panel who's not trans,
and state that
right?
that is an oversimplification of what I'm trying to say.
But that's effectively what you said. You said giving equal
No,
time
I'm saying a bit more than
people
that.
isn't.
maybe we can set this out. Maybe I can help. So first of all, $5 from the Trib to say you're pushing back right now, Ninetails. Yes, it can get annoying, but this is part of debating. People are talking about stuff they care about. And $10 from Lawson Harrison to say self-report here, but basically all the transphobes I talk with respect speakers like Zonia, for example. Might be more of an aversion to ideals and conversation tone rather than the transes. Let me ask, if I may, right? How do you see this? What you're advocating for, Ninetails? How do you see it playing out in practice? So if I were to host a panel based on the Ninetails way of doing things, what would that look like?
When
only
topics come up. Oh, okay. Sam's going to speak for me. That's cool.
Good. I was
Let
gonna
her
say.
finish.
I was gonna say only letting leftists speak and silencing everybody that disagrees with Ninetails.
Okay, so
Ninetails,
no,
go
that's not
ahead.
really it, actually. My thing is that when you have a topic that can impact minorities who are a vulnerable group, you need to be disproportionate in the amount of time that you do put into making sure that the discussion doesn't fall flat because there's not enough representation on the panel.
So can I, quick question there. Like, does he need to, or do you wish he would?
If he wants to claim that his panel space is equally accessible to all people, that's what he needs to do.
So the problem I have with this, right, is that this is going to make it, like, I think it's going to have a backfire effect that you don't want. It's going to make me look like, one of the reasons people come to my space is because they know I'm fair, that I will treat a topic fairly. They know that they will not be silenced or spoken over, right? And so, well, they might be spoken over, right? But they might be yelled at, but they're going to have a shot. If I start putting my thumb on the scale, right, and if I start preferential treatment towards minorities, what's going to happen is people are not going to trust me as an honest actor. They're going to say, no, you have an agenda, you're an ideologue, we're not going to watch you anymore. So any power I may have to influence this space is going to be taken away. The best I can do, and this is really the best way forward, in my opinion, and this is where we disagree, I know, is by saying everyone gets a shot. And it's up to you to make that shot matter. And I understand if you may be starting behind the starting line, as 𝕾𝖎𝖙 put it, right? And that you may have a little more hurdles to overcome.
That's really not the crux
but
of my
that's
argument.
not
That's not the crux of my argument.
not my. Yeah.
See, that's the problem, is that, like, I really hate it when people speak for me, and that's generally what people do on here, even though they try to tell me that I'm the one with communication
Well,
problems.
what I'm doing is
I was
no.
explicitly
If I'm
trying to steel woman you, right? So
what
when I
I'm
asked you
doing,
that,
yeah, what
But
I'm
I asked
doing
you
is
to
I'm
clarify that it was a
rephrasing what you're
simplification,
saying
and you
in the way I
refused. You
heard it.
actually-
This is what I heard you communicate. So if I'm wrong, correct me. But this is what I'm hearing from you.
So, what I'm trying to say is that there's an effect I've observed within every server that does this, every debate server, not just you, that trans women ultimately feel pushed out, especially when they're very strong and capable of advocating for themselves. The reason for this is because we do not have enough time to actually defend ourselves on panels. We do not have enough experts going on panels to defend us because, generally speaking, they have careers. We do not have panel hosts seeking a discussion that's truly two-sided and balanced, because the scales, it's not just that we're starting from behind, it's that the balance of the discussion is weighed against us. As 𝕾𝖎𝖙 pointed out, someone can say something really dumb about a group that's non-normalized or historically oppressed, and it carries more weight than when I try to, like, push back on them. So I think you need to start considering that, when you say that you're doing one thing, what you're actually doing is a trade-off, where that thing that you said you're trying to avoid for one side, you're just doing to trans people instead.
I understand your logic here. I just fundamentally disagree with it. I don't see this playing out in practice. Again, what happens is if they are strong and capable, then it will come across. It will come across. People will recognize it. 𝕾𝖎𝖙, right? For all our disagreements that I might have with 𝕾𝖎𝖙, 𝕾𝖎𝖙 is just as strong as me. When 𝕾𝖎𝖙 advocates,
no, please.
That's not what Wick's saying. Just let Wick fucking finish. That's not what he's trying to say.
Wick, would you prefer to not say something that just isn't true?
Well,
you know what I don't like about this environment is that we don't allow people with crooked and broken fucking teeth to have their voice. This is serious oppression.
I didn't even notice his teeth.
He's got a visible disability.
You just made me notice his teeth. So good job. But my point being that we do not have equal voices, not by default. And by saying that, you've had an equal amount on there, you need to navigate these issues. You need to navigate who's advocating for trans people, who's just just like here for the attention and who's advocating against, because what I'm saying is not like is not meant to be something that's supposed to be you're supposed to write on paper and take it literally, right? This is a complex issue. This has to do with the invisibility of trans people, the issues that you can't see. The last thing I want to point out, because I'm pretty much done with this conversation, is that your logic that you're using to justify your actions depends on what I've said about trans women's voices being inherently wrong. And I think that makes you really bad at listening to trans women, because when we're trying to tell you something to your face, you have all of these ways at your disposal, at your convenience, to act like it's not the case. But it could very well be the case, and you could just be wrong, and there would be nothing stopping you.
Who's we? We're not a fucking monolith.
Here's what I would say. Being able to communicate complicated issues to a broader audience is a skill, and it's not an easily acquired skill. It's something that comes with practice and recognizing the room, reading the room, recognizing the audience and the variation in the audience, and recognizing what works with the current group you're talking to and what doesn't. And it's one of those things you just kind of have to, when you come into an environment, you have to be able to pick up on that really quickly.
I agree with the caveat
for it.
Because you have said this, so I'm assuming I'm just cutting you off from saying the same thing already. I agree, but there's an extent. There's an extent to which you already do that. You're already aware of that, and you've already done everything that you can, and it doesn't actually mean anything because of your status. And this is the generalized, like, you can't say that every single trans woman who's had this experience, because there's more than 5, are all just bad at it. I'm sorry, you're relying way too much on chance at best there, and at worst, this is just a failing line of logic.
I would
this
say,
this isn't a problem with every single panel that has been led by a non-trans person to the state.
I would say that what you just said.
People like Wick, Dylan Burns, and Prime Kai's have been talked to by multiple trans people about this, and this is all we can do. This is all we can do, is we can say this is what's happening. Have them push back on it like it's not, and then for us to point out, well, you can only say that because of your privilege.
No.
Here's what I would say to that.
Okay,
that
Sonia,
I'm
going to go after you.
Hold on. What you just said, I think, applies to most people, because I think most people are pretty shit with communicating complicated issues to a broad audience. So yes, the fact that
it also kind of infantilizes the audience, though, doesn't it? Like, maybe you don't want to infantilize the audience, because it's true. The audience doesn't want intelligent content.
This is very true. You have to read for the lowest common denominator. That's how communication works. So when you said that,
people watching your show.
People need to gain intelligence. You need to learn to communicate. You need to communicate. You need to communicate highest level ideas. You need to be able to communicate the highest level ideas to the dumbest motherfucker in the room, so that everybody can get it.
Yes,
this is just life.
You just answered the question, Ninetails. Thank you. That is exactly what we're trying to communicate to you.
Okay, so this is great if you actually can also appeal to the more intelligent people. But this is why Wick's panels get to be toxic spaces rather than spaces that actually protect trans reputation and trans rights. Because at the end of the day, this is our metric. Our metric isn't, are we informing people? Are we actually giving people more information, like media that isn't just entertainment? Is like, you can call this entertainment, but it's also just not just entertainment, because as you've pointed out, he uses political topics. This is going to influence people's hearts and minds. So this whole like, oh, it's just a skills issue on your part thing. No, I think this comes into the argument of what kind of audiences you attract in the kind of culture that creates, and how what you're saying is essentially a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Sonia, I want to go real quick. Sonia, I know you. I've let you go.
Tell her that I agree with everything she said there.
Cool. Sonia agrees with you.
Point, and that's how he makes money off of it.
Now, here's what's really cool. If you look at those high intellectual fucking channels, where are they? 5-viewer Andys, 3-viewer Andys. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay, if you want to watch like educational content, there's long form content on YouTube for that shit. Twitch is like an entertainment interactive thing. Like, if you want like these trans-centric panels, guess what? You have a fucking channel. You know where that stream button is. Go fucking make one. The problem is, as somebody who's produced for a lot of the panels in this space, right, is that a lot of these like wannabe intellectual trans motherfuckers, they'll engage with someone that disagrees, and rather than engage, they talk about microaggressions. That's transphobic. They shut down the conversation rather than go on with it.
Are you,
I'm not.
are you
No,
just
no. I'm still
unable
speaking.
to
I'm
handle
still
the word
speaking. I'm still speaking. I'm
microaggressions? Like
still
that's what it
speaking. I'm
sounds
still
like.
speaking. I'm still speaking. I'm still
It
speaking.
sounds like you really
I'm
are just
still
triggered when
speaking.
someone's
I'm
smarter than
still
you in the
speaking.
room.
I'm still speaking.
That's
I'm still
okay. It
speaking.
really just
I'm
does
still
sound like
speaking.
you're triggered
I'll
by
do the
someone who
fanatic
sounds
thing all
smarter than you
fucking
in the
night,
room.
Ninetails. Okay, I don't give a shit. Okay. So here's the deal. Like, y'all are fucking boring and everybody runs. So a lot of the trans people in these spaces stopped going on panels because they didn't want to debate quote unquote fascists, Nazis, transphobes. They ran the fuck away. Even Demon Mama, who could hold her own, ran away. They fucking
No,
quit.
because there was more
Dove,
to it than
ran
just that.
away, ran away.
There was all of
Almost
it
hit
that I
that
just
41%,
explained.
ran, deleted, fucking went dark on social media.
You don't even
ran.
have
They
an
all
argument.
ran.
You just have to like pretend like the opposite is true.
No, I'm
but you
stating
can't,
things
you can't
that have happened.
substantiate
This is not in like an argument thing. I'm telling you, this is
You know
what
how I can
happens in these
substantiate
spaces.
this? We're getting this from a person who can't handle the word microaggressions, even though it has a purpose.
I'm fine with the word, but I don't care. It's
Because
a
you can't
word.
recognize your own.
Okay, so
what
I'm
micro?
gonna.
I don't use microaggressions. I use macroaggressions. Get it right.
No, you also use microaggressions because you think of yourself as a clever bitch when you're really not. It's just really lowbrow.
I don't think I'm clever. I think I'm quite dumb. But I also can like recognize what happens in
And that's why
reality
Lauren
in these
Sullivan loves
spaces.
you, because you actually make trans people look really bad.
Well, hold
That has
on.
nothing to do
Hold
with
on.
this.
Something to keep in mind is no single one of us is the queen of all trans people, making trans people look bad. We make ourselves as individuals look bad. If people want to paint
True.
the broader trans community with that, that's them being a fucking
You're
bigot.
acting like that's gonna.
So-
You're acting like that's gonna stop trans folks from trying and using people like Sam as a.
Oh,
way
they're
to
gonna
point to
do
it
it
and
no
be
matter
like,
what.
"Oh, look, here's
Well, hold
proof
on.
of my point," and
Well,
people like
hold
Sam aren't
on.
going to grift off of that.
But that's what people are going to do about you as well. And they're going to do it about me. They're going to pick the worst elements of our advocacy and they're going to paint the broader community with it. So,
Well,
but
don't
anyways,
you see how
let
then
me
we're throwing
kind
ourselves
of
under the bus by not actually advocating for ourselves and forcing them to respond to things that are actual material to our being?
no. This let
Then
me
then
kind of
maybe you're the one who's bad at this. Maybe you're the one who can't handle the
no,
responsibility
because
of
I
media.
can actually hold the audience and get them to actually respond to the things that I'm
Right, by
saying.
dumbing them down and treating them like they're too dumb to handle the truth.
Yes, you finally get it. Thank you. So that's how you actually win.
How do you think your audience feels that like your entertainment to them is patronizing, is meant to be
They
patronizing?
love it. So
And
keep this in mind. Reading the
That's
room is
probably
very
why you
important.
can't hang on to real progressives.
Being able, well, guess what? You know what? Progressives already agree with me, so I don't need to preach to the choir.
Yeah, we
I need
tend
to
to
preach
agree
to
with you
people.
until you do something really stupid
Well, hold on.
for like the purpose of high
Don't
school
change the topic.
drama.
Don't change the
Because you
topic.
think because
Hold
you
on.
treat Twitter and Twitch like it's high school.
Ninetails, don't change the topic.
I'm
What
not
you
changing the topic.
said,
I'm telling
did
you
change the
why
topic.
progressives
No,
don't
no, no,
like
no,
you,
no.
even though we agree
No,
with you most of the time.
you just changed the topic. You know why? Because I
Because
said,
you said that
hold on.
most progressives are okay with you, and I pushed
Would
back on that.
Oh, hold on. No. What I said was I said that I'm able to keep an audience. And you said, yeah, but you won't be able to keep progressives. I said, progressives already agree with the issues I care about. I don't need to preach to the choir. I need to preach to people who don't already agree with me. That's the most important part. That's advocacy. You don't preach to people who already
That's
agree
not
with
advocacy.
you. You preach to the people who don't agree
That's
with
not
you. That's the
advocacy.
shit.
It's
Yes.
actually not.
Yes,
It's
it
actually
is.
not. Advocacy is giving
If
voices
you're
to the people who
no,
need
if
voices.
you literally were just talking about that you need to speak to people who don't
You're
already
you're
agree with you. That's your
entirely
whole
misguided
basis
on
of
what
your
advocacy
argument here.
is.
That's your whole basis of your argument with Wick is that you need to be able to advocate for yourself to people who don't already agree.
No, not just for
with those
myself. All
positions.
trans women need to be able to advocate.
Yes.
There needs to be
and
more
so that's the
trans
whole
women
point.
than just
You
me
don't
and
preach
Sam,
to the
even.
goddamn fucking choir. You preach to people who don't already agree with you. What's the point of getting into a
By the
circle
way,
jerk
I
with
do
a whole bunch of
both.
people in a hug
On
box
Wick's
where
panels,
you
I've
already
gone
agree
both
with each
ways.
other on 100% of everything? That doesn't do anything. You
There
need
was
to
one
actually
time
advocate to people who don't already agree with you on these things.
I do both, by the way. It's
No,
not
you
like I
don't. You're not
can't.
able to keep that audience.
No,
You
it's
need
because I'm
you
not
need
willing
a
to
podium
sacrifice.
with
I'm
an
not
audience
willing to
who already agrees
sacrifice
with you that
progressive
you can
values
lecture
for a
to
grift.
about all the nitty-gritty points that you want to talk about. That's what you need, but that's not what the room is. You need to learn to read
Because
the
I'm
room.
not willing to sacrifice my
when-
values because of the room. Because my
So
values actually mean
so what
something,
you want to
and
do
letting them
is
go
be
would
the
also mean
purest
something.
corpse in the mass grave. That's what you want.
No, I want
Yes.
I want
You wanna
progressive
be the
values to
purest-
be
You want to
properly
be
advocated
the
for,
purest
not
trans person in the
sensationalized
fucking
and
camp. That's what
misunderstood.
you want to be the purest motherfucker being walked off to the fucking gas chamber.
Wait,
That's what
you're
you
acting
want.
like leftists shouldn't have standards. It's so dumb. You're
No,
clearly
what I'm
just not
talking
fit for
about
this.
is that you need to know how to be able to communicate with people who don't fit in your fucking hug box. That's what
Well,
you
I
need.
do know how to communicate with people
No,
like that.
you don't,
The
'cause
thing
that's
is,
the
is
whole
the
point.
thing is
That's what
that
you're
the
arguing on the
problem
basis
is that
I'm
also
people
here
don't stop and
to
grant you
empower
the
trans
floor
women.
100%
I'm
of
also
the
here
time
to
so that you
empower
can
trans
bend
women.
everybody's ears with your fucking
I
propaganda.
literally can't
That's
talk anymore. Wick.
what your whole point is.
So I'm not just here to pander to people who aren't trans. I'm also here to empower trans women and show them what a powerful trans voice looks like.
That's not a
Because I
powerful
think that
trans
that's also
voice. You're a
lacking in
fucking
these
mouse
spaces.
trying to get
A
into
trans voice who
details
is
that
both
nobody cares
powerful and
about.
informed, not just one or the other.
Wow. So at some point, you're
Okay.
going to need to learn to read the room and
Well,
learn how
maybe
to
you
actually
should,
get
because
people's
you seem to think
attention.
that progressives agree with you, although most of the progressives I met seem to think that you're pretty gross.
Really? Can you give some examples of most of the progressives you've met?
This isn't high school. I'm not
Drop
going to get
some.
into
No,
dropping names so
I'm
we can start.
I would
curious.
argue that they're not
You
actually
just
progressives.
stop. I will silence your voice,
thing and then
Samantha.
back
I'll
off.
silence the fuck out of
I
you
would
and
say-
Zonia both. I want to have a say on my own show. Give me a
All right.
second, okay? I am curious, right? Because it will help me to understand where you are coming from, Ninetails. If you can give me an example of the people who would say that Zonia, for example, is a bad advocate. Can you give me some examples?
Sorry, examples of other people or
Yeah, others you've mentioned or you've alluded to that people other than you consider Zonia a bad advocate.
If you're asking
Can you
me to
tell
name
me
names, I
who?
refuse because I'm not a Twitch drama or a Twitter drama person.
Okay. Can you give me something?
Cop out.
By the
Something
way, hold
to
on.
deal with.
I've seen
So
your
by the way,
tweet
I have a
activity.
Twitter
You are a
at
drama
M9
person on
Scarlet.
Twitter.
That's M9. That's letter M, number 9, Scarlet
Lush.
2 T's. If you prefer more informed and intelligent content and would like to talk to somebody who actually knows what they're talking about half the time.
I've seen your quote tweet activity before you and I mutually blocked each other.
I'm
and
sure you have. I'm
you
sure
are,
you have.
and you
I've seen
are,
yours too, Zonia.
hold on. And you are a
I can
Twitter
just say the
drama
same thing about you.
personality.
This is such a useless argument.
Yes, I'm a drama person. Absolutely. I engage in drama, but I can at least be open and honest about it. You're lying about it right now. You do a metric ton of drama on Twitter.
True.
That's your main thing on
I
Twitter.
interact with people who are also content creators. Yes, I interact with people who are in the same
and
space
talk
with
shit
me.
about them.
I
You quote tweet
interact with people who
talk
are
bad
also in
shit
the
about
same
them,
space
make
about
claims
me.
about them.
I interact
You
with
are a
people who are.
drama personality. You're
I
just
interact with
lying about
people.
that right now. I'm actually
interact-
honest
I
about
don't.
it.
I
Guess
don't think
what?
she's a drama personality.
actually-
I think she just likes to
I
start drama.
interact with people who
Here's
are
the
already
thing.
in the same
I'll
space
be
with me
open and
because that's
honest.
what you do on social media.
I'm
What I
open and
don't do
honest.
is I turn these
Okay,
things
so
into
you're gonna have to
videos
move the
where I just
goalposts now. I
smear
get it.
talk people when they aren't around to defend themselves.
Okay, so you're just going to move the goalpost then. So,
There's something else you've
are you
done, yeah.
admitting? So, are you finally admitting now instead of lying like you did?
Are you
a few
admitting that
minutes ago?
you just make videos to smear people after you have a proper engagement with them on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm probably
That's
going to
what
make
you-
one
that's what I
about
seen
you
you
after
do.
this. I'll probably make one about you after this. But I'm very,
Fantastic. I'm so excited. I need the attention.
I'm very
Positive or negative, it's all good.
Here's the thing. Unlike you, I'm very honest about what it is I do, and I don't pretend that I'm way greater than I actually am, and way more superior than I actually am, and the moral authority over
I'm
everybody
just saying
else.
that I
That's
put
the
due
difference.
diligence into my debates. It's really not
No,
that hard.
you-
Like, I'm not saying I'm greater. I'm saying that I
All right.
don't just think of debates as a chance to shout over people. I look at it as a chance to both learn something about a subject that I'm not entirely familiar with and to pass on that information to other people who might also be debating the topic one day.
So that's wonderful when you're talking to yourself alone in your room, but when you're actually talking to a room full of people, like a panel and its various audiences, that's pointless if you're not able to actually get people to understand what you're talking about and keep their attention and get them to take in what you're saying.
Just like
Can I
how what
ask?
you're saying only, I'll really brief, just like how what you're saying only works when you want a less intelligent audience. When you want the opposite, then suddenly you have to work a bit harder.
No, it's about being able to
No,
speak
yeah,
to a
you do
broader
have to work
audience
harder
as
for a more
opposed
intelligent
to-
audience.
A
You do
moment.
have to work
All
harder
right,
for a more
here's the
intelligent
thing.
A
audience.
moment.
One
I'm
thing
going to
I-
exercise my
hang on,
cis
hang on,
privilege
hang on.
for a
I'd like to
moment.
say something.
For a moment.
So
For a
it's
moment.
it's very frustrating when you're constantly interrupting me. Would you mind?
You're
allowing
interrupting me too, Zonia.
You're
Take
both
the fucking
interrupting each other.
accountability.
Yeah,
I would
because
like
you
to
interrupt
speak.
me, so I don't really have a choice. But
I'll just let them go off. I'll let them embarrass.
I have a
themselves
question
this
for
way.
you,
I'll just let
Ninetails,
themselves
before you
go
go.
off this
No,
way.
before you go, I have a question for you. Before you go.
No,
Go
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Just
Okay,
let them
okay.
have their moment.
Okay.
all right. So my point here is that what you're effectively saying is, I would like to take a tiny sliver of the broader audience and speak to them by speaking in a way that is comfortable for me. What I'm trying to say is, if you're advocating for people, you need to advocate for a much broader audience, not just for the people that basically will already agree with you because they're on your level with all these things already.
I do have a response. I think we have much different views of how the people operate. I think you think the people are mostly dumb. I do not think that. I think sometimes they lack critical thinking skills and sometimes they lack the ability to examine their own privilege. But that does not mean that I think that they are unintelligent and can't be spoken to with intelligent dialect.
Let me
This is
ask.
the skill issue of not being able to
Okay.
understand how to
Okay.
speak to a broader
I'm
audience.
just gonna actually. I'm
This is
gonna.
an issue of you being a
I'm
self-fulfilling
going to
prophecy.
exercise my cis privilege and speak over you both to ask Ninetails a question because I'm curious and I want to know. Right, Ninetails. So again, in your worldview, if I'm hosting a panel such as this, and I have 3 to 4 people all talking about an issue, and it looks like, again, everyone's using good faith points, everyone's using argumentation, but it looks like the trans advocacy side is losing. I see it, and I could tell, oh, they're getting their shit pushed in here. It's not looking good for whatever reason. They just didn't come with the good arguments. They didn't. Should I, or do I have the moral obligation to step in and stop it?
Well, okay. I have a question before I can actually answer that. And I also have something else I need to point out. If the trans advocacy side is losing, I do need to point out that that's not always the fault of trans people. In fact, we're just trying to be ourselves. There's not a lot of
Sure.
things
It could
we
be
should be
a
losing on.
wide variety of reasons, right?
Second thing, when it comes to your content, in the equity versus entertainment thing, what is it for you? Is it equity or entertainment that matters more?
What matters more is infotainment. So it's hard to give you an exact line like a 60-40, 70-30 split, but it does err on the side of entertainment, but less so than most other panels. So for example, I've lost viewerships because I refuse to engage in petty drama. I just don't do that. And when I was doing
This
that,
is petty drama. What are you talking about?
It didn't start that way. It didn't start that way. But like, so again, when I was doing the dog fucker panel, for example, and I was doing that kind of thing, I had more viewers. Now, I didn't like it. It wasn't fun for me. It wasn't interesting to me. So I stopped doing that, and I got to more political, crunchy topics. I've lost viewership for that. So again, I'm not 100% on the information side. Obviously, I want to make money at this, but it does matter to me.
See, throughout my time on here, it's been about 3 years, 4 years now, between there. I've had to make this critical decision for myself, and I didn't feel like I had the luxury of mixing the two. And the reason is because it's very hard to glorify the trans experience without also erasing it. It's not pretty. It's just not. It's not easy. It's complicated. It's messy, and we're a bit of a tragedy right now. So I've decided to tell people that, like, hey, you can't have it both ways. You can't have entertainment and information when you're actually talking about groups who are only entertaining in the least informed way. When we need people to understand our plight, we need people to understand where we're coming from. So that way, when something like Florida happens, people aren't just like, oh, well, I think it makes sense because there's something bad about trans people could happen, while not understanding what that does to trans people.
Can you be entertaining in an informed way?
I think that from my experience, and you can try to demonstrate this to me otherwise, you cannot give the full story of a trans person in an entertaining way without losing focus on trans issues.
Is it my responsibility as a panel host talking about a topic that may be trans related, maybe not?
Okay, can I give a caveat though? I need to give one caveat.
She already answered that, by the way, because I asked that question. And she answered it earlier.
Just because I've done a disservice. People who make video essays have proven me wrong because that's a different format. When you're on panels, as we've discussed, it's a different dynamic. Just being clear.
Okay. And maybe I didn't hear the answer, so I'll, forgive me if it's a repeat, but I'll ask again. Is it my responsibility to make sure that the trans story is fully told on a panel about transport? Is that my responsibility?
No, but if you want to claim that your panel does have equal access, then you have to do work to make sure that that's the case, because otherwise, like, I'm just going to put it bluntly, trans people are naturally thrown under the bus by the way, the default state of society. And that's not your fault. However, you have to recognize that inclusivity means that, tolerating the other side is inherently exclusive. this is one of those things that it's really easy for someone like you who doesn't face these things, the violence of people who say that, trans people are probably pedophiles. That's why they want to do like that doesn't get to me personally, but I can guarantee you when I'm walking down the streets and someone walks by me with their kids, I'm terrified of the notion that they think like I'm going to predate their child, even though I'm not even looking at the kids. It's going to be like a 2-second interaction. I can't live without that.
That sounds like a you problem.
I do not have the luxury of ever thinking that that's not the case. And Sam's going to try to come in and smear me because that's really all she's good at.
That's literally you problem. You should seek therapy. That's not a everybody else fucking problem or a panel host problem.
That's called stigma.
No.
That's how something called stigma works.
Oh my God.
And you have to say no because
you don't have to walk
against,
down the street in fear for your life. No, you monologue. I'm speaking.
You're against things that actually explain the plight of victimized people.
You're against things that like just work in like the objective reality we live in. This is a you problem. This is a you problem that you need to seek therapy for. You shouldn't be living with that much fear. No. You got the monologue for like the past half hour.
Pretend like stigma doesn't exist, which just shows how unintelligent you really are and how your points only make sense.
Okay, you gotta let Samantha actually have a word in here.
Jesus fucking Christ,
she's just smearing me. Like you're just letting the smear campaign go on.
If she starts, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you. Stop. Ninetails.
If Wick
just real quick. Let me. Ninetails. If she starts pedo jacketing you, I will stop them from doing that. But if they're just disagreeing with you, then we're okay. I don't care.
She's already said
I can't believe you just misgendered Samantha. That was clearly malicious.
It's broken tooth privilege. It's okay.
He's a transphobe.
Here's what I want to say.
It's not him. This platform is totally
Sonia, hold on.
And you're sitting here.
I'm not. No, I'm saying something else. Okay, if Wick said right now,
you've already allowed this to happen.
Oh my God! Shut up.
You can't say that you're going to do something about it when you've already let it happen.
If Wick stated that he was in fear of like people's retribution or scared walking down the street over like his broken tooth, I would be like, that is a fucking you problem. Go seek therapy. You have a weak mindset. There's something up. You need to address that with the therapist.
But you don't think that if society was going around talking shit about people with broken teeth, saying terrible, awful lies about them, society would start to take some of that responsibility for that?
No, this is dumb. No, society doesn't. No,
that's your only political position. Is that you're too clueless to understand this shit?
Shut up. Oh my God. Do you know how nice it is to just walk down? I'm a trans person, as everybody knows. Do you know how nice it is? I just walk around town and I don't give a fuck what people think because they're not fucking me. They're not making me smile or paying my bills, so they're irrelevant. These are one-time use. Yes, I carry a gun.
Oh, that probably has a lot to do with
Everybody
it.
Should.
Oh my God.
Yes, minorities are the greatest population in this country that should be carrying guns to defend themselves.
Actually, that gets them shot more, but whatever.
Save it for the gun debate. Save this for the gun debate. We'll have the gun debate.
Can I be on the gun debate?
I will moderate.
She's a Canadian.
We'll get this. We'll get this another. We'll do it. We'll set it up. I'll DM both of you.
There's the thing about you being scared over shit like this. This is a you problem. Seek therapy.
So I don't stand with that position. I think there's pretty valid reasons for trans people to be fearful. We have to go through a lot of measures to help keep ourselves safe in certain areas, especially if you live in areas that are more conservative. Now, the problem here with what you're asking of Wick, so what you're asking, this isn't equal access, this is equal advocacy is what you're talking about, because the access is equal. He'll let you on regardless of what your gender is, whatever your race or ethnicity is. He doesn't care about that. He'll let you on. What you want is a more weighted advocacy that balances things out in the outcome. You want the outcome to be balanced out so that what we can do is more fully advocate for ourselves against the cis normative narrative that heavily outweighs us right now. That's what you want.
Yeah, let me make some more money. Let me make some more money. $5 from the Trib to say, how do you think you're doing as a speaker for the monolith that is a trans community, Ninetails? Also, there are trans people. Who are the trans people Wick are blocking? Dude, more dollars from the Trib. Gotta stop conflating Wick's panels with the world. And $5 from Lawson Harrison to say, God created trans and cis people differently. Glock made them equal. Fun.
So my problem with what you said isn't that I actually am advocating for full advocacy, because I think that that's part of accessibility. Although that's a little bit more of a complicated discussion. What I'm saying though is that accessibility or access is a matter of accessibility here. So the ability for people to also sustain themselves on these panels. And when trans people are feeling like they're being maybe harassed, but there's other things that I've heard them say that they experience, just the trans misogyny in general, then there's no accessibility there. They're being bullied out of the space.
Well, the
And here's the thing.
harassment, I got to ask
Trans
about
people,
this.
can I just, Sonia, please?
Go ahead.
Trans people need people to watch out for bullies because that's what bullies do. They seek out vulnerable groups and they attack them. Right, Samantha?
Can I get you to sort of qualify this harassment that trans people get, I assume, when they go on to Wick's panel?
Yeah. So in general, and I've had so many trans women confirm this when I talk to them. If I say something stupid, it's going to be a thing forever. And it's mostly going to be on my timeline, and nobody's going to try to debate me over it. They're just going to, every time I say something, respond to, you were wrong about this one thing. However, that happens with cisgendered people, don't get me wrong. It is not the default.
This happens to you because you're trans?
This has happened to pretty much every trans woman who I've talked to who feels pushed away by these panel spaces, not just Wix.
So I have not, like, I heard your conversation originally with Dylan Burns. I went over it, critiqued it.
Sorry,
actually,
with who?
With Dylan Burns. And I heard you make a very similar case with him, and now you're making that case with Wick. Personally, I haven't experienced this kind of stuff, and I don't know what the difference is there.
Okay, may I explain? I have an answer.
We're both trans.
May I explain?
Go ahead.
The thing is that the transphobia is entertainment, right? And people want that entertainment. So when I go on there and I shut it down, and I'm strong at the same time, I think that intimidates people. I think that makes me, for the people who are pushing an agenda, whether they're outspoken or not, a threat. And so that creates a scenario where there's momentum for harassment. So let's say
who's getting harassed on my panels?
Pardon?
Who? Like, no, I gotta ask this. Who? And I know this is a bit of a derail, but who is getting harassed because they come on my panels?
I get harassed by Samantha a lot.
I don't think that's because you come on my panel. I don't think that my panel has anything to do with Samantha's harassment of you.
Samantha doesn't like specific people. It doesn't have to do with you being trans. It has to do with that she doesn't like you personally.
But what I'm saying though is that when trans people get harassed, people look the other way.
What do you mean look the other way? Samantha was banned from my server for almost a year.
By the way, this is one thing that you don't do, but only when it's obvious. Sometimes it's not obvious. I think Zonia might be able to agree that you can be harassed in more ways than just stuff that shows on paper.
Sure, but the problem that I'm seeing here is that you were equating this to Wick's panel, but you've kind of walked away from that now. How is Wick's panel contributing to harassment to trans people? I haven't experienced that. I don't know what your experience is.
But if people are getting, I want to know this. If people are actively being targeted and harassed because they come on my panel, I want to know because I will do something about it. I don't know what. It will depend on what, how.
And a big qualifier to put in there is, does it have to do with your immutably being trans, or does it have to do
if you're just
with
a dumb
your personality or what you say?
No, I'm not claiming it's either or either, right? I'm saying that to me, the explanation, and I'm not trying to throw you under the bus or anything, Zonia. To me, the explanation is that I'm very strong. I'm very direct with people, and I'm very strict. I do not let the discussion get stupid on me because I have something to say, and the discussion can be too clueless for me to talk about.
I think
that grates people. I'm not gonna disagree with that, but I think that's also like grading people. You have to do that in a debate. What I'm saying in particular, though, is that the treatment that is default for us, the especially misogynistic treatment for trans women, is the thing that makes us feel pushed out. And needing me to explain this to you is the problem, because it's purposely hidden by the people who know that if I harass this person in public, I'm going to get yelled at. But I can find other ways to harass this person.
So the problem that I have here, hold on.
Okay, fine.
Sorry.
Mean Sonia.
So your statement effectively is that I'm not strong. but I would argue it's quite the opposite. I think I'm very entertaining and strong. And I'm thinking Wick's audience would probably agree with me in that and go against you in that. I'm able to.
I don't think you defer to leftism enough, and you're not as progressive as you say you are.
Well, I'm not an ideologue, so I take every position individually based on the data that I have. So I don't like call myself I'm this brand of thing and I must have this brand of agenda.
See, I turn everything back to leftism because leftism is the closest thing we have to something that can get us past these issues.
Yeah, so that doesn't have anything to do with being strong in the actual debate or the panel.
Yes, it does, because you dominate the discussion. Yes, it does.
Yes, I do dominate the discussion. You're absolutely right about that.
I'm talking more about the way I do by not letting the discussion get clueless.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would have a feeling that Wick's audience would agree. I'm probably way stronger at commanding the room than you are.
We can do
Wick's audience is also pretty fragile because there's not enough leftists on here.
That still beats your point.
But not all trans people are a leftist monolith and can be strong. Like this is the thing, and like being trans or being strong, like being trans or being strong, isn't like a fucking shield to protect you from bludgeoning from people calling you a moron for having some idiotic fucking ideas or being a fucking like special ed dropout.
But if you're gonna have a system where people need to be strong to make it, then the weakest members of your society are naturally going to be thrown under the bus. And guess what? Trans people
Natural selection is great.
Who are not represented by default in society are more likely to be thrown under the bus.
I will say this. I'll say this before I read these super chats, and I'm going to get to the super chats because this is how I make my money. I will say this, that I do agree that the weak need a voice, and that's why we need strong advocates for the weak to be able to come on. That's why I try to platform, right? Even people who are weaker, I do try to give them space on my show when I can. I can't always, because again, if you like, even getting onto my panel takes an active proactive reaching out to me. I'm not going to just pick your name out of a hat at random.
And just to be clear, Wick did nothing to actually make me leave the server. I wasn't harassed out of the server or anything. I burned my own bridge.
Yes, but we're not talking about that. $5. Let me make my money. My God, please. $5 from Parallax. I wonder if Ninetails remembers the time she told someone they would be responsible for getting their family killed for having the audacity to own a gun. $5 from 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 to say the fact that Ninetails.
The statistics are hard for that person.
The fact that Ninetails can whine about getting shouted over on panels and then steamroll the entire room is outrageously ironic / self-awareness.
This whole discussion is about my opinion. You fragile people.
I'm reading because they're giving me money.
I'm doing short and snappy, okay?
$2 from the Trib to say leftists are fragile. Where are they in these debates?
So I would say this is my argument against what you were saying, Ninetails. I think I'm very, very well known for being a very aggressive person. I say some wild shit. I bait post often. I have massive critiques of people. I have a massive target on my back. If anybody's going to get harassed going onto a panel, it's going to be me. And I'm an easy target because I'm trans as well.
You've already pointed out how you do not focus on the facts. Sometimes you let things get to be a shit show.
Oh, I never said I never focus on the facts. I said I'm entertaining.
And here's the thing, is that's where neo-Nazis and transphobes get their free speeches, when things are a shit show. Look at Sam and what she's been doing this whole time and using chances where everyone's yelling at each other to call me.
Hold on, you're changing the topic again. I'm talking about like the harassment trans people get from going onto his panel.
What I'm saying is I doubt you're a threat to the sort of people who would actually harass us, which are closeted radical transphobes, the hardcore types who actually have
what up,
Zona?
Who's my biggest enemy in these spaces, like group wise?
You have to answer that to
trans
me.
people.
Well, no,
you have to answer that to me.
The grippers.
But that's my problem, though. It's really easy for
they're all closeted trans people. It's
really easy for liberals to attack the other side. It's impossible for them to admit that they need to do better.
The problem is, I get
admit you need to do better then. Hey, Ninetails, admit you need to do better then.
I get
Maybe
targeted
liberals need to start because
aggressively.
clearly the world gets pushed left every generation,
Okay,
and liberals are the ones who are now screaming, "We need to
I
hold
don't
the
know.
country.
Nine
The world
Tails.
is
It looks
scared
like on
about
the broader
change."
scale worldwide, the world is shifting right. So maybe you
Nine,
need to open your eyes.
We don't
Ninetails,
need
you
liberals who are sympathetic to transphobes and worried that they might be right. We need people who
Ninetails.
actually understand
Define
that
one
trans
person
people have
who's
needed
afraid of
liberation for a
trans
long
people.
time.
Ninetails, I need to push back on this because you spun a fiction out of nowhere.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm making this
I-
now. Now I'm being a jerk, so I'm sorry.
I get aggressively targeted by grippers. I've had massive issues with them trying to take my channels down and shit. Those are the people that go after me. Why aren't I seeing an increase in attacks, especially transphobic ones, when I go onto Wick's channel?
Because I actually call out liberals.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because Wick's whole server is mostly
You
liberals
said-
who are posing
said-
as either right or left.
You said the people that I would have to worry about are right wingers and Nazis.
No, I said that I said
did.
those are the
You literally
people
said
who are
that.
easiest for you to attack.
Can I ask?
You said those are the people that I play
That's
to.
the
and
lowest
so I
common
wouldn't have to
denominator
worry
that's
about-
pumping down.
So you said that those are the people that I more easily play to and don't have to worry about. But those are the people that attack me all the time.
I didn't say
So
that.
why am I not
You
seeing
misinterpreted
increase-
something I said, Zone. Yeah.
No, that is what you said. Because you were trying to explain
Well,
why
I
it
don't
is that
think
I
that.
don't get.
So
you were trying.
now you're just putting words in my mouth. I'm
Well,
telling you that
I wanna- I have a question.
Okay, the problem here is that you will make a statement, I'll push back on it, and then you will change the conditions of what you were saying before. And
Well, this
move
time
it
I'm
in a
telling you it's
different
because
direction.
you misinterpreted something I said.
Okay.
and you need
Okay.
to-
Before this goes
don't
on
think
back
I
and forth
did.
too long, I have a question, and please indulge me. This is my show, please. So
Thank you. For
I have
letting me
been
be super bitch.
accused of being a fascist enabler by certain people on the left. Katie likes to call me her fascist enabler. In your opinion, given that you have stated that most of my community is liberals pretending to be right or left, do you think that I am an enabling fascism? How so?
Well, I think
Be
you give
honest
it
with
more
me, is all I
merit
have.
in the sense of your passivity than you should be comfortable with.
Carry on with the discussion. I was just curious.
So
I
This
do.
is
I
what-
need a
this is
smoke
what
break.
I'm-
So if Zoni and Samantha want to go between each other, I'd love to see that.
So the problem that I see here, I think this is a personality thing. I don't think that people are being more explicitly targeted because they're trans by going on to Wick's panel.
Thank you for the raid.
I think it has
Ginger,
to do with
from us.
personality.
Welcome.
I think if you've got a shit personality, or if you're an asshole to people, or if you're condescending, which you were notorious for, you're going to get shit on by a lot of people because people don't like condescending, asshole-ish people. So if you come onto a panel and you actually are kind of persuasive and charismatic, it's going to be a very different story, and you're going to be able to carry an audience and have people praise you.
I shit on people when they're particularly wrong, and then try to justify being wrong. And
You know the
by
whole
the way,
reason.
by the way, personality aside, you're basically assuming that either I'm lying about all the trans women I've talked to, or that they're all lying or delusional. And the ability to assume that trans people are just delusional when we're advocating for
here's the thing,
ourselves
I don't.
is trans misogyny. By
Here's
the
the
way,
thing. I don't
Oh
consider
my God.
hearsay. I don't consider hearsay to be evidence.
it's not hearsay. There's literally
True.
multiple trans people. Just because you
You
haven't
have
listened,
to-
doesn't mean
Hearsay
it's not
is
there.
it is
You are-
literally
you are
it is
the
literally
hearsay.
hearsay until you
your-
prove
your-
until
your-
you
Your
not
argument is
listening.
trust me,
Your
bro.
until you
privilege to
post
not
proof
listen is not proof of
until you
anything.
post
No,
proof.
no.
It is literally hearsay,
Yeah,
definitionally.
Your privilege to
argument.
not
talking
listen is
about?
not proof
Look,
of anything.
Your argument is trust me, bro. That's your argument.
No, the thing is,
So-
you
No,
my
have no
argument
proof.
is
You're
that-
refusing to
no, my
prove it. So
argument
it
is
is
that
literally
This
hearsay.
is something that trans women don't even get listened to in
Look,
public. We
here's the
talk
thing.
to each other about this
Nine
because we don't
Interesting.
feel like anyone listens. And I'm
Ninetails.
here telling you about it, and all you can do is turn it into a trust me, bro issue.
$5.
Yes, you're-
$5.
Let me
$5. $5
You're the
from
one- you
Acreal.
literally only can throw people under the
$5
bus
from
on you,
Acreal.
if that's your take.
No.
You're
$5
trying to
from
fuck on
Acreal
my
to
price.
say,
what talk,
I want to make my money. $5 from Acreal to say, I wonder who nods along the most when Samantha insults Ninetails and tells her she needs to get mental help. Thanking face.
Okay, so here's the thing, Ninetails. So I have talked to many trans women who are in this space, and they have not experienced what you're talking about. So I don't know how it is that you can say that trans women are seeing an increase in harassment when they go onto Wick's panel.
Then you may be a part of the problem. You may be making trans women feel unsafe with your actions.
Wait, are you pretending that these trans women weren't being honest in what they were saying?
No,
Hold
I'm
on,
saying
let's
that you
agree.
only
Let's
associate with trans people
wait.
who
Let's
are
shit on me
on
for a second.
your side of the discussion.
Wait, I want to
No,
use
that
this.
is
And I'm
not
I have an
saying that
true
when
at
I
example.
all.
I have an
associate trans
example.
people on my
I have
side
an,
of the
I have an
discussion,
example. I have an
we
example
have
that everybody will love. Let's shit on
experiences.
Samantha for a second. Let's all take a break
This is
and
called
shit on me.
intersectionality.
Let's shit on me for a minute. Watch. Do you think the people in Wick's chat dislike me because I'm trans, or because sometimes I say hyperbolic, off the wall?
You're just an act. Pointing to yourself is literally meaningless. You're just an act.
No, exactly. But do you think people hate me because I'm trans, or dislike, or call me out, or say I'm fucking crazy because I'm trans, or do you think
No,
they're
you've
saying that because
definitely
I'm
made it
wall-to-wall
harder to
shit?
dislike you because you're trans than because of your personality. You specifically,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
because
So,
you're both incoherent and abrasive, not just
all
one.
right, can I get fuck you Samantha's in chat? But like, here's the deal. Like, 𝕲𝖎 and me have both faced hate from left and right in these spaces. We've both faced hate from like mostly progressives. But like the deal is,
then there is
like
evidence of
most trans people, like a lot of the people that you think are like transphobic or attacking people are fine with certain trans people that aren't fucking just brain dead leftists. Oh my god, everything, I'm a victim, everything you do is wrong, and then they disagree with you, and then you take it a certain way as they do it because you're trans. Maybe they're doing it because you're a fucking Riri.
We've been here already, and maybe you're just doing this for damage control because you literally said, "Where's the evidence? I haven't seen this before." Only to say, I've been harassed too." So maybe think on that a bit.
That was 𝕲𝖎, not me. I'm saying
You
until
both
you.
said it. You
No,
just said
I'm
both
saying.
me and
Hold
𝕲𝖎.
on.
Those were your words. Samantha, hold some accountability for the shit you say. I know you're fake as fuck,
There
but
are
holy
clips
fuck.
for years. I can start posting. I'll make a document. And I'll look. There's clips for years of people fucking going after me just because I have a different ideology than them or a different belief. You're one of them. It's not
So
because
trans
I'm
people do
trans.
get
It's
harassed.
because I
Thank
just.
you.
It's
One thing I'd
because
like to-
yeah, no, but it's not because they are trans.
One thing I'd like to push back on here.
Oh my god! Somebody needs to take a nap.
You argued that I associate with trans people in my bubble and you associate with trans people in your bubble, and then said somehow that's more intersectional with your bubble than my bubble. But the thing is, I associate with trans people across the spectrum. I don't select based on their politics.
No, you are
So
You're selecting. You are because you've heard Irene say this, and you just don't like Irene.
Well, as a person, you mean? Yes.
You've heard Irene say this. I know you've heard her say this.
I don't like her as a person, if that's what you're talking about. Yes, I don't. It's not that I don't like her because
you've never
she's
heard a trans woman say this before, even though I know you've heard Irene say this.
No, I've never
So
actually.
You actually
hold
are
on.
excluding people based on
hold
their
on.
politics.
No. Wait,
Irene, that literal
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait, I haven't associated with her in over 2 years. I have no idea what she talks about. So I don't know.
I know that she was talking about this with Hippy Dippy. She was stronger on Hippy Dippy when I was talking about Prime Time.
Yes, and
that's how we networked.
Hold on. And I was
So
also
stop
there.
pretending like you've never heard this
hold
before.
on.
Stop pretending like you've never encountered this before.
Yes, and I know that she was lying. And I know that she was lying.
You have to pretend we're lying. That's exactly it.
It's not pretending. I was there.
Hold on. Lying for damage control.
Ninetails, you're lying right now. 2.5 years ago, I was
because it's impossible that you could just be lying, right?
2.5 years ago, I was on her mod team. I was there when we planned
aren't allowed to
and talked about the whole thing.
So it's not convenient to 𝕲𝖎 or Wick.
The difference is, I actually know what was going on at the time because I was there and you weren't.
And but like your whole thing is like trans people can get harassed, but they can't get harassed out of Wick space because of magic.
Look,
Irene was being harassed because she was trans. She was harassed because she's a fucking schizo.
Are you familiar with the term? Are you familiar with the term tenderqueer?
Of course, Samantha wouldn't recognize bullying if it hit her in the face, by the way.
Ninetails, are you familiar with the term tenderqueer?
Cyberbullying doesn't exist. Log the fuck off.
Do you know what it means?
That's why you should log off if you can't recognize it exists.
Bully me harder,
I
Daddy.
want you to answer 𝕲𝖎's question, please. What is a tenderqueer?
I think
don't
𝕲𝖎
know.
did have a question. I want to hear it because I do want to know her response, but I do want to hear your question too, please, Wick.
No, I don't know what a tenderqueer is, and I'm.
Oh, it's such a stupid discussion. Don't have it. Like this is one of those things where it can only throw people under the bus because it doesn't help anybody.
But you understand if you tell me
something that belongs to the queer community.
I don't know.
And when people like Sam use it derogatorily, they're misusing it. They're mishandling it.
Here was what the term means. Basically, somebody who ascribes all criticism that they receive to their immutable traits.
No, that's
only
how the
reason they're
non-queer
receiving-
community uses it. That's how
That's-
people outside of the
What
ownership
is
of the
your
word use
definition then? What is
So-
your definition of a genderqueer then?
Well, see, the definition that 𝕾𝖎 gave doesn't particularly apply to queer people, because when queer people use it, we use it to talk about each other. We use it to talk about being fragile and dramatic, like you treating everything as high school, instead of dealing with anything real.
That's not the term. That's something.
Okay,
how
well,
it was
guess
created.
what? I have
So-
friends in the queer community who have explained it to me that way. So you can say it's not used that way, but it is. It's being used that way right
Ninetails.
now. You're probably
Ninetails.
just clueless.
Ninetails. People can have criticisms of you or not like you or
Just
not
because
like your
you can go to
personality,
Urban
and it
Dictionary and
doesn't
look up something
necessarily
doesn't make
have
it
to
correct.
and it doesn't necessarily have to do with your immutable traits. People can disagree with you because
I'm
your
not saying it
quality's
has
wrong.
to do with
They
my
can
immutable
disagree
traits.
with
I'm
you because they
having
don't
to
like
say
your
it has to do with the
personality.
history of
They
oppression
can
that trans
disagree
people have
with you
faced.
because you are poor at communication.
I'm
and it
not
doesn't-
saying it has anything to do with
and the
my
problem-
with
and the
my
problem
immutable
here-
trait.
And
You're
the
the one
problem
shifting
here
the
is
goalpost
that
this
you
whole time. You
tie-
keep
and the
doing it.
problem
It's so
here-
fucking
nope,
obvious.
We're in the same place. And the problem here is that you ascribe everything that you experience to the fact that you are trans.
No, I'm ascribing everything that trans women have been
You're-
experiencing on the panel to being trans.
You and some of the people that you associate with, they get
As
targeted.
opposed to some of the
because
non-existent people.
they get
Your argument for
targeted-
nothing.
They get
Your-
targeted because
Your
they're notorious
non-falsifiable claim.
for being asshole WokeScolded.
Your non-falsifiable claim that they're supposed to countermine is supposed to weigh more, right? Even though I'm telling you that there are people who have experienced this. They exist. You can't make them not exist
Yeah,
by
I
saying,
know,
"Oh,
I
she's
know,
just lying."
And there are
Because if
people
you
that
are,
I
then
know
to be
who-
honest, you're
there are
relying on the
people that I know
culpability
who
of
don't have that experience.
trans misogyny.
And there are people that I know who don't have that experience.
Okay,
I'm
So-
telling you
I'm
right now, the only
interjecting.
reason you feel like you can get away with this argument is because it's against a trans woman, and you feel like they're more people less likely to believe me out of convenience than they are to
Well,
believe
the
some.
problem.
Oh
I'm-
my gosh,
let
it's
me-
a trans woman?
please.
Wait, I must
did-
not be a trans woman. Did I detransition?
You
or
must not
something?
understand
Holy
trans
shit.
misogyny.
Okay,
I must have been
well,
you must not
detransitioned
understand
in the over the course of
trans-misogyny.
this conversation. Holy
You must not
crap.
understand
My
trans
community,
misogyny.
my
I'm a man
audience.
again.
Just let
I'm
me
a
speak
fucking
for
man
my
again. I
audience.
can't
Understand
believe it. What's
trans-misogyny.
going
I'm going
on
to
here?
speak for
I
my.
need to
You
reverse
must
all
not
my
understand
surgeries.
trans misogyny.
So my audience
Even my
has
cat
made a
disagrees
good
with you.
point, and several of them have made this point. Right? There's been a few. They're confused because this is all very general, and so I understand your reticence to name names, but specific examples would absolutely help my audience, who I'm assuming you're trying to advocate
The
towards.
people who want
right?
this do not understand the problem. The people who want this are specifically the people who are blind to the issue when it happens right in front
Then
of them.
open
Because
our
as soon as I
eyes.
name names, and I've already named one by accident, as soon as I name names, they
That
get
was an
harassed.
accident. That was an accident.
Don't. If any of my community goes
No, I
around,
slipped up. I forgot that I wasn't doing that when I
Sure.
confronted you
is
about her.
harassing people, right? And I find out about it that they're specifically
Wick, you're
targeting
pretending
people to
like this is
harass them?
always visible. Sometimes our
Well, I
harassment
can't-
is invisible because sometimes bullies hide their actions.
Sometimes it has nothing to do
You
with
gotta
you being
stop. You gotta
trans.
stop addressing this like the same way we've been dealing with bullying for 50
Sometimes it
years.
has
which
nothing
is
to
be
do
like,
with you
"Please
being
don't bully each
trans."
other. Now we're just gonna look away as you guys play
Sometimes it doesn't have
nicely.
to do with you being trans. Sometimes it just has to do with you being an asshat.
And sometimes it has to do with people like Wick wanting to have a panel and not actually being able to recognize the power dynamics at play being used against minorities on his panel.
Oh my god, I don't see that happening
Being an
though.
empty-headed woke-scolded full
This
of
is why we
hollow
need leftists,
platitudes
because
will get
leftists are
you
the only
harassed.
people who are actually able to perceive
This is
power
why we need
dynamics
my
properly.
He had a
ideological bubble.
leftist
This is why
trans
we need
person
my
on
ideological
last
bubble.
night.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
We
great.
need
Just
my
one?
echo
Great.
chamber. This is why we need
Well,
my
okay,
echo
hold
chamber.
on.
All of you need to be part of my
No,
echo
because you have
And to
this
be
wrong.
honest,
What
you
is the
you wouldn't know a
percentage-
leftist from a centrist if you're like
I'm
dependent
pretty
on it, so
sure
I don't
no,
even trust
You're
you.
not a leftist.
I am
Not a
pretty sure that someone who identifies as a deer is a leftist. That's a fucking reasonable deduction on my
I
part.
disagree with 𝒁𝒎𝒓 on some things. I'm not
Okay,
going to
I don't give a shit about that person.
because I don't know.
So
But
here's
I'm
the
not
deal.
going to take your word for it either.
Here's the deal. Okay, what is the percentage of the population of trans women? What percentage of American population and Canadians?
Less
Since
than
we're
1%.
okay, cool. So what makes you think that a trans person needs to be on every fucking panel about every fucking
I didn't
topic?
say every panel. I didn't say every panel.
So
I didn't say every panel.
if a
I didn't
trans
say every
person
panel.
shows up,
I
if a
didn't say
trans
every
person,
panel.
if
I
a
didn't say
trans
every
person,
panel.
oh my god,
I
shut the
didn't say
fuck
every
up.
panel.
Cunt,
I didn't
why are
say
you
every
doing
panel.
this?
I didn't say
If
every
a trans
panel.
person shows
I
up
didn't say
on
every
one
panel.
of panels,
I didn't say every
and they are
panel.
represented accurately.
When the topic is about trans people, yes.
And I'm pretty sure Wick does his due diligence when it comes to trans topics to try to find trans people.
I try.
No,
It's
well,
not
here's
always
the thing, here's
perfect.
the thing.
I want to be
Wick,
clear.
Wick,
Like
let
sometimes
me
I
ask you
can't.
something.
Sometimes the scheduling doesn't work and
Might
none are
really turn it
available,
down.
right?
But are you willing to cancel the panel once you feel
No.
like trans people won't get
No,
appropriate?
why should he have to cancel the panel?
Exactly.
If
He
the
has
trans
no
people wanna
actual
know?
standards. He
He-
might
he
do his
reaches
due
out.
diligence, but he's
No.
not willing to sacrifice anything.
Okay, define due diligence.
Due diligence is the committedness to seeing through a responsibility that one has to a duty.
So let me ask you this. If I have a trans panel on transports, let's just say use transports. So we have or a panel on the Michigan law about trans pride flags or whatever being banned or whatever. And I have a panel, I have it scheduled. I get 2 trans people in there out of 6. Okay, it's good representation, right? And we're about to go discuss it. 20 minutes before, both trans people cancel on me. Something comes up. Do I cancel the panel?
I say yes, because first of all, your definition of good representation is too simplistic. For one thing, you've said you have only 2 trans people on the panel. What you haven't said is, are the 4 people diametrically opposed to it? Are 2 of them diametrically opposed and two of them not?
No, honestly, I'd have trans people on both
'Cause
sides.
as I
Is what
pointed
I would
out-
do.
I got a bridge.
I just
got a
want to
bridge for
reiterate
both of you.
something. I just want to reiterate something key here, though, is that when we're on a panel and we're advocating for ourselves, our argument is less likely to be taken up by a centrist because it's less relatable because we're a minority.
So I have a bridge between the two of you. What you could offer, Ninetails, to Wick is you could say you could have backup topics ready to go.
Sure, yeah.
Could, but you now you're putting an own it. No,
my
that's
fundamental point, by the way.
That
just-
would
just
be
respond to Sonia.
horrific to
This is
fundamental
organize.
stupid. No, this
It
is
would be a lot of
fundamental
work.
point.
but, you know,
coming from the
it's a
back end,
bridge, it's a bridge.
standpoint,
My fundamental point is that if
So
you're gonna
if
have a
this is,
panel-
if you're going to be
if you're
consistent
gonna
on
have a
this,
panel
if
which
you're going to be
talks about
consistent on this, if you're
minorities,
going to be
can't
consistent on
also
this,
throw those minorities under the
if
bus.
you're going to be consistent on this, white people don't get to speak on black people topics ever. Non-natives don't ever get to advocate for fucking natives on panels. Like, we're going to fucking bite the bullet. Nobody, unless you're
No, I'm
a
not
part of that
saying
community.
people can-
No,
you
shut
got
up,
it
shut up,
wrong
shut up, shut up,
already.
shut up. I'm speaking,
Samantha
quit
literally
interrupting.
can't keep up, by
Quit
the way.
interrupting.
That's why she gets
No.
so
I'm
angry.
talking
This
over
is a
the
consistency
trans
check.
woman, okay?
Yeah, it's a consistency
I'm
check.
talking
If you're
over the
gonna, if
transphobe,
you're,
okay.
oh my god, if you're gonna say that like you cannot have a discussion on a topic unless you're within the realm
not
of
saying
like
that.
what's being discussed. No, you kind of are. If you're talking about trans
No, I'm
topics
kind of not.
and a trans person doesn't show up, then you have to cancel the panel.
I'm saying
What the
that
fuck kind of
advocates and
bullshit
allies have
retard
due
fucking stance is
diligence.
that?
I'm saying advocates and allies have due diligence to be proper voices for the people they're
No,
representing.
oh
and
my
not just
god, this is such.
and not just
I hate
entertainers.
leftists.
Thank you very much for letting me finish.
God, I'm voting for Trump now. Thanks.
Yeah, you made me do this. You made me.
You made me do
interrupt
this.
there.
You made me do this. I'm gonna fucking jam a knife. In my eyeball.
Hey! Don't toss on my show. Okay, just careful. That's all I'm saying. The problem here is that I have
glad
with you,
you seemed to-
Ninetails, if I may. The problem here that I have with you, Ninetails, is what you're asking me to do is, one, I will get no money from it, right? It's not going to
You
help
don't
me
know that.
financially.
You don't know that.
I'm-
I'm sorry. You
I'm
can't be sure. No, you cannot be sure. You're making
Not
prescriptions
100%,
based
but
on this is pure mysticism.
What do you mean pure mysticism? I have 2 years of experience at this point
Man's
of
from the
doing these
serfs,
shows.
makes plenty of fucking money. Maybe he doesn't host panels, but he does intelligent leftist content.
He
No,
doesn't host
no,
panels
that's not what
because
I'm saying.
he doesn't.
When you're
Hold
not.
on.
He makes
The
shit
serf
up.
doesn't
He makes
host
up
panels. The serf doesn't host panels because he gets his asshole blown out every time.
Actually, he did host panels for a while.
Okay,
and
but
he
this
made a
isn't
lot
even the
from
point
that.
I'm making. This isn't even the point I'm
makes
making.
Shit up. He doesn't use
Okay,
facts.
this
and-
isn't the point I'm making. This isn't the point
Sure,
I'm making.
Zonia.
What I'm saying is
like he
the
said
extra
something which
work
called you
that
out
you are
probably.
asking me to do to have a backup topic or to just cancel the panel means that, again, I will
I'm asking you to have
it's
responsibility for the topic. I'm asking you to have responsibility for the lives that your topic affects.
Why should he care?
Because
Well,
it
I
does.
do
It
care.
affects those lives.
I do care, but
really?
I
Do you
don't
think it
think that
does?
responsibility.
Do you think that's quantifiable?
Pardon, Zonia
Do you
or
think-
Wick, whoever wants to ask
Sure.
more.
So this is what I'll say to this, right? I do not think, right, that my responsibility, I do agree with you that I do care and I do have some responsibility, but that does not extend to if I can't find a representative voice of that looks or, the surface level, representation, I have to have someone who represents their side. That's what
Okay, well,
I
your
care
panel is
about.
Not inherently inclusive. That's what I keep saying. It just isn't. It's just a branding that you're doing.
Again, you keep saying this, but maybe I'm 70 IQ here. Maybe I'm room temp IQ. I just can't get it. But you are asking me to exclude a large portion of people.
No. You can still include them. I need disproportionate representation for the weaker group.
Again, that's excluding.
But if you're afraid of excluding transphobes, even in the slightest bit,
no, I don't want to exclude
to throw
anyone.
Trans people under the bus to protect them. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. My argument here is that if I have a panel and I have done my best to get people who if I have a panel on transports and I've done my best to get trans people on that panel, but for whatever reason I can't get that, I still want to talk about that topic. And as long I feel that I'm in the clear, as long as I have people who advocate for the trans position. I think that's fine.
Because there are reasonable advocates and experts who I would love to see on your panel in place of a trans person.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to agree with my ideology. Okay, so how about for this? Every time you have, no, you got to interrupt me. I'm going to do it. Every time you have a trans panel, Wick, every time you have a trans topic, Wick, I will show up. Just message me anytime, and I'll be here as your trans advocate. As a trans person, I will be here every time to discuss trans issues for you, so that you don't have to fucking just not have a panel or a stream.
Hi, Wick. Hi, Wick. Hi. What I'm actually saying is that when you try, that matters. But when you fail, then you can't just proceed to throw trans people under the bus and pretend like your panels have no impact on our representation.
$5 from WhickTV. Ask Ninetails what sort of advocacy or activism she's engaged in outside of Twitch Circle Jerk. Twitch isn't the end all.
She tweets.
Oh no, I've taken part in mutual aids. I'm currently claustrophobic and agoraphobic, so most of my stuff is online. And to be honest, I haven't been doing anything successful online.
I will say this. I take umbrage.
3 years.
It doesn't matter.
I take umbrage at this idea.
Let me finish. Prior to the past 3 years, where I've been trying to transition properly and not fall to pieces, I did plenty of activism. Okay. Most of it was actually resource redistribution through dumpster diving. Some of it was stuff with Occupy.
Okay, fair enough. And I believe you. That's based. Great. But I take umbrage, and I am kind of offended, and maybe that makes me soy, because, again, I think I have one of the most inclusive spaces out there right now in terms of.
I will agree with that. I will agree with that.
Look, that's because you're not experiencing what these trans women I've talked to have experienced.
This sounds like
it's
coke.
Really just easy to say.
This does sound like
it's
coke.
Easy, like just like
huff it in more, huff it harder, get a bigger bottle.
The moon.
I think basically your friend
take another bong rip. You're fucking out of your mind.
And say like, oh, I've praised the moon now. Now I'm gonna get fresh rain.
No, but if you go back and you look at my shows, just real quick, let me substantiate this.
Regardless of whether or not you've done a show and dance of inclusion, you still have trans women saying to you that it's not working, and you're finding all these ways
them being trans.
Okay, but when I go back and look at my metrics,
if
I go back and look at my metrics and I look who has been on my show, again, it's not perfect. I agree with you, it's not perfect. But when we count the amount of minorities, women, trans individuals, trans men and women, right? And trans men are probably the least represented in Twitch poll than any other group, right?
I'm not asking about.
I will say that, like again, compared to other panel shows and other shows like me, it's much more. I have much more of them than others, especially women. Like women are always on my show, right? I try to scare them away, but it doesn't work.
Can I ask a question, Wick? Wick,
no,
I would like to ask a question.
I'm talking to Wick right now. Quantity is not the same thing as quality, and my problem is in particular
they're low quality
needing to
minorities.
have these panels about groups who aren't there in enough presence to actually defend themselves. You can't just wash your hands of responsibility by saying I've done the show and dance of inclusivity, therefore it works.
I don't think my minorities that I've had on or my women are low quality. I like the quality.
I never said that. I never said that. I said when you have discussions that feature quantity over quality, that is, there are more panelists who are better equipped at denouncing trans people than lifting them up. Then you have an issue there where you are, whether you like it or not, throwing trans people under the bus with your discussions.
Okay, so Wick, I'm gonna ask my question. So I love advocating for trans people. I love trans people. So I want to know if Ninetails would be happy with, say, like having every trans panel have me and Alexa on it. as trans representation, or does
Also,
that
Blair
not count
White.
in your
Don't
book?
forget
Yeah,
Blair White.
Blair White, me, Zonia, and Alexa.
Hey, why are you
as
lumping
the-
me in with you bigots?
Hey, bigot! You've been called a bigot. Doesn't Polly hate
I'll take you all on in a dog pile on guns.
I used to have
That's
Polly
not the
on my
question
show
I
all the
asked.
time, even though
That's-
she made a
that's
lot
not-
of
But
accusations
this
about
isn't what I
me.
asked.
But
Hold on, Wick. This isn't what I asked.
Because I refuse to talk to you about trans issues because you're bad faith.
Okay, so you're dodging the question. I asked if that would be fair.
Yeah, I'm
trans
dodging the
representation.
question of a bad faith person.
No,
Surprise.
it's a good faith question. You were talking about needing trans representation, or is it trans representation only if it fits your
Rick
narrative?
can only pick out people who disadvocate for trans people, then he's doing a particularly bad job. So
How
no
do
to
I
the Alexa
disadvocate?
question.
How do I disadvocate for
No
trans
to
people?
Alexa. So no to Alexa. You got your answer. Thank you.
Who's disadvocating for trans people between two? You're talking about two trans women.
Alexa really isn't that good at it. I'm not going to say Zonia because I'm sure she tries actually.
Quite
Wait,
successfully.
How are we disadvocates?
Well, the word disadvocate doesn't even exist. It's not a
Well,
real
yeah,
word.
but I'm talking about
it's counter advocacy. No,
I'm
there
using
is
Ninetails as like high
You think it's
intellectual
No,
words.
Zonia, stop. Just because it's not in your vernacular does not mean it doesn't exist. Stop
It's
telling
not
the
in
leftists
human
what words
vernacular.
to
What the fuck
fucking
are you
use, you
talking
fucking
about?
purist bullshit.
What do you
bullshit.
mean
not
by
in human
let me
vernacular.
ask
just
because
made
I'm
the fucking
confused
word.
and
right, suddenly
what does
subhuman now.
disadvocacy
Yeah,
mean
right.
in your
Euphemism
vernacular?
noted.
No, what does
Nobody said anything
what does
about
disadvocacy
subhuman.
mean? I don't know what disadvocacy means.
Somebody who
Explain it.
advocates counter to a group that needs advocacy.
Okay, so advocating in the other direction. Got you.
It's like a reactionary.
It's counterproductive, is what she's
Okay,
trying to say.
fair enough.
No, it's a
Or
reactionary.
counter advocacy.
No, a reactionary.
Wait, what do you think
No, a
reactionary
reactionary.
means? What do you think reactionary means?
Reactionaries are people who oppose progressive politics out of fear of change.
Okay, at
God.
least you know what the fuck
It's
it
10
means. Most
o'clock
people
at
don't.
night, gang. It's 10 p.m. Eastern, so unless you guys give me a lot
Here's
of
the thing.
money, I'm going to just shut this down. Because I don't care.
Here's the thing. I think I've had quite successful advocacy to people who normally would have disagreed with a lot of trans advocacy. I've got a lot of people in my audience who talk to me and be like, hey, I was against this thing. You talked about it. I really liked what you had to say. I've warmed to it now.
I've had that a lot too, by the way.
I don't actually believe that, but because you've even
say
admitted.
likewise.
Hold on.
It just
You
shows
just
who's
admitted
really good
earlier.
faith here.
You
By the way,
admitted
that just shows
earlier.
who's really
You
good faith
admitted
here, but I'll
earlier
take
the only
you at
people
your
you
word
want
for what you said,
you
even
just
though I don't
admitted
know any
earlier
different.
the only
even though
people
you don't know any
wanna talk
different
to are
because you haven't been in
progressives.
my fucking DMs, you
You-
don't
hold
believe
on.
it. How
You said
fucking
earlier.
convenient.
Sorry, you
How
can't
fucking
change the story.
convenient,
You
Zonia.
can't change the story. You can't change the story.
It's
You said
really
earlier
fucking convenient that you don't
wanna
believe that
advocate
I've had people say the
progressives,
same thing to
and I
me as they said
advocate
to
to a
you.
broader range of
when
people than you do.
I have no
Okay.
reason to
I'm
discount
sorry.
it.
Here's what I'll do.
I'm sorry.
Here's what I'll do.
I have to because you said you advocate to a progressive.
Here's what I'll do. Here's
You
what I'll
don't
do.
advocate
I have
to people
and
two
who
guess,
are
and
things.
guess
center
what?
To the right.
Guess what? Not all people are
I'm the
low
one winning
IQ.
people over
Not
on
all people
issues.
are actually
advocate
clueless.
with
I'm
people
winning
who've already
people
Hold on,
on
sucked
guess
it
what?
in.
issues
Yeah, guess
that
what?
you
I have
cannot win
exciting
over.
news for you. This is so
I'm
exciting.
winning people
Know
over
people
because
who
I
aren't
know how to read
progressives,
the room
not
and I know how to
people who
understand
aren't
people
progressives.
and talk
I'm
to
just going
them
to keep going. You
and
might as well just
actually
give up.
drive
This
a
is
point
not
home
winnable. This
that is
is not
actually
fucking winnable,
digestible to
Zonia.
people.
You gave me something to respond to. Not all
I'm sorry.
progressives.
You can only
not all
preach to the choir.
progressives.
You can
Sorry, not
only
all
preach to the
progressives
choir
are
with
stupid
people who
enough to
already
need
agree
your
with you
content
in
all
your
the
little
time.
hug box, in your
Sometimes
little echo chamber.
not
That's
all
it. You're unable
non-progressives
to
are
actually step outside your
Zonia,
echo chamber
Zonia,
because as soon as you do, you get triggered and say, "I'm being harassed."
Enough!
So
Enough!
you end up
Enough!
having to stay
I
in
want
your
to.
echo
I want to
chamber
leave.
comfortable
I
enough
want to go.
to actually hold a conversation.
I am stuck here. I am trapped in this hell of my own making.
Surprisingly, I've been the best behaved ever
It
with
is
this.
wild
True.
to
I
me,
believe
and this
that's
is
the
what
first
I
thing you
think.
said right all
Maybe
night.
I didn't survive last night. Maybe
May I
I
respond to
was
something?
driving and I got in a car crash and now I'm in hell. I don't know, but I will say this before we go because I do want to go.
I want to respond to Zonia.
You can in a moment. Let me finish. Okay. And then you can respond. You can have the very last word. There are three things actually that I need to do. I need to read the super chat. $5 from 𝕾𝖎𝖙, using a beautification app so my kids never find out how ugly I am. This you Ninetails. Second of all, I do want to know, right? Because Samantha asked you, and I'm curious. Would that be sufficient representation if on a panel?
Said no.
Okay, fair enough. You answered. So if Samantha, Blair White, and Zonia, it wouldn't matter, even though they're trans, even though they have that lived experience.
I need you to actually be good at advocating for trans people to at least the minimal degree.
And the third thing,
communicating to a broader audience.
And the third thing, before I let you go, right, before I let you respond, then we close this shit show out. Okay, is fourth thing. So the third thing I would say is that the gun debate between Samantha and Ninetails, I want to have that. I want to set that up. DM both of you. But for now, respond, and then I'm going to throw you all out. I don't care.
Okay, so my problem with what you said, 𝕾𝖎, is that I do appeal to more than just progressives, because not all non-progressives are so clueless that when you explain something intelligently, they can't just read along or follow along. What you appeal to the people who, by default, have no reference to trans people. I appeal to people who are actually looking for reasons to support us, because those are the people I want on my team, not the people that have to be convinced from their own sense of privilege to come down from there. The people who understand why trans people need them.
I communicate to a very broad audience that goes from progressive to conservative. I'm
There's
across
also
the
something
spectrum.
called dilution
Now,
of
Oh my God, let her
values.
respond. Stop.
You got your
I'm
response.
just saying, it's also
You got
possible
your
to dilute your
response,
values.
Ninetails. This is why
I'm
people
also
don't
saying- I'm
like
just
you.
saying
This
it's
is why
also
you get
possible to
harassed.
dilute your
Ninetails,
values.
if you
because
want
you're an
people not to
asshole.
interrupt you, you have to
So-
not interrupt others. That's straight
I
up.
mean, she interrupted me this whole stream.
Because you kept interrupting me.
Yeah,
You were leaving me
it was
on
a
the
been
voice.
it was a
mutual. It takes
mutual
two to tango,
interruption,
bro.
but she let you.
Sorry, not bro. I
𝕾𝖎
didn't
let
mean
just
bro
stop.
like that.
𝕾𝖎
You
let
got
you
a
go.
gamer, bro.
𝕾𝖎 let you go uninterrupted for your response. Please extend her the same courtesy.
But you said I could have last word.
We all got last word.
Go
You,
ahead, Sam.
me, Samantha.
I did just say that to be mean. So go ahead, 𝕾𝖎.
Yeah. So I think the problem that you run into is that your style of communication really only works with people who already agree with you on the issues. And that's basically preaching to the choir. And the problem that you run into when you go onto panels is that you're exceedingly condescending to people. You're kind of an asshole. You talk over people, and you don't really have a way of communicating complicated ideas to people in ways that are digestible and grab their attention. And
Speak for
when
yourself,
you leave,
maybe.
and when you leave the panel, the harassment that you face, if you do, I don't think has anything to do with you being trans. I think it has to do with your personality, because I don't experience this, and I'm trans, and I'm an easy target because of the fact that I go after a lot of fucking dangerous people.
Wait, why are you an easy
the kind
target?
of people who
Just
SWAT
explain.
and dox
Explain why you're an
people.
easy target.
Oh my God, stop
Because
I want
interrupting.
to go
Fuck.
home.
Because I
I'm
go
asking her
after,
to
It's
elaborate.
done.
because I go
I'm
after
done.
fucking
You are at
Nick
home.
Fuentes.
Okay, fuck it.
Because
I hate
go
you
after
all.
fucking Nick Fuentes. That's why.
You're all going away. Bye. It will never end. Unless I end it, it will never end. They will go back and forth forever. And I will never be able to eat. And I am hungry, Kang. I am a hungry, hungry boy. I have things I need to do. I have responsibilities I need to take care of. And yeah, you were just about to donate 500. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, you know, my loss, I guess. Thank you for the donations that you have given, right? Thank you for the thank you for the show. Thank you for showing up. No stream tomorrow, right? But Friday, we're celebrating my birthday. We're celebrating my birthday with two things. Friday, at 6 p.m., we're going to go on, and I'm going to have cake. And if I get to a certain number, that cake will go in my face. Okay? Certain donation number of birthday gifts, cake will go in my face. We'll just kibitz, we'll chat. Then at 8 p.m. Eastern, Friday, we're going to talk about pornography. Okay, gang? We have a beautiful list of guests set up. Some of my favorite people to discuss pornography. And is there homophobia, transphobia, racism? Why does that get a pass when it comes to pornography by leftists? Good question. We're going to talk about it. We're going to ask about it. Okay, gang. Thank you. Where are we going? Who are we raiding? Tell me. Who are we raiding? We're raiding Beckett? Is that who we're going to? It isn't Smug. Smugbug hasn't answered my DMs, and that's sad. Go to Beckett. Okay. Make sure that you yell at him. Call it a hate raid. So he knows that I hate him. Person and as a British. So for now, I'm going to sign out. I'll see you guys Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Bye now.